awake. I have not finished eating pancake. I have some delicious gingerbread pancake in front of me that I used some rum barrel-aged maple syrup on. It sounds super fancy and it's fucking delicious, man. Forsakey, we are awakey. Yeah, gingerbread pancakes, man. They taste wicked fucking good. Eat pancake, woman. I will eat pancake intermittently. She's been making more breakfast for the sassy foot. I've been thinking about that game, bro. I want to give those creatures some food, man. Rum barrel maple syrup sounds good. Yeah, what is it? What is the fucking... It is rum barrel-aged maple syrup. Made from the heart. Oh. Oh, that's so sweet. I got a bunch of, like, specialty syrups from the mountains, and this is one of them. I also have gingerbread maple syrup, but I was like, I think that's too much. You can't put gingerbread maple syrup on top of gingerbread pancakes. That's too much. Game is fun, but you're still in shock over Zombocom? How could they do this to my baby? Did I tap the tree myself? No, unfortunately. Really is a game that fits the Foxy taste, isn't it? I just love cooking sims, man. Sly Maverick, thank you. Thank you, thank you. My Twitch feed is broken. Maybe if I kill it and then reopen it. I don't know what causes certain things to just not work on occasion. It don't make no sense to me. There we go. Unclean Puppy, thank you for the 13 months, my guy. Thank you.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Flip the egg. Whoa, dude, eggs are so hard in that game. Ain't no way. Artemis and Treyri, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Dead Trickster, thank you for the 14-month resub, my guy. Ikari's 2B, thank you for the 10 months. Thanks for all the fishes. Thank you for the 30 months, my guy. Thank you. Lieutenant Tom, thank you for the 5 months. Mufasa-san, thank you for the 3-month resub. I almost misread. Shell Shock, thank you for the 6-month resub, my guy. Thank you, thank you. Original Mayor, thank you for the 7 months. I mean, 29 months. It was 7 minutes ago. I'm a little dead still. Original Mayor, thank you for the 29 months. Big months. Cyrudin Draconis, thank you for the 13 months. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Any chance of recovering my drive for Omelet Game? There's nothing I can do with the drive as it is, because the drive is fucked, but I did buy a new drive after stream yesterday. That'll be here Wednesday. So I'll be able to move everything over to the new drive somehow. I don't know how that works. Binary Mind will walk me through the tech magic to be able to move things to a non-corrupted drive. And then I'll be able to play things next weekend. Yay! We can rebuild Zombocom. We have the technology. That's true. That's true. True Patriot, thank you for the 16 months. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Saren Mathis, thank you. Did I do what chat told me for my games? I did what my mods told me for tech stuff. Zylon Doppelganger, thank you. I may have addressed this already, but will I be staying on Discord or leaving if they push forward with their dox yourself age verification? I haven't been asked for any verification yet, so I don't know when it's going to go through. I think Discord's like one of the platforms that doesn't have my information because I don't get subscriptions on Discord. I don't get paid through Discord. The start of March. Is it actually gonna go through, or do we have any chance of like saying, hey, fuck you, we don't want this? Great Wisdom Fox, what is my wisdom of the day? Gingerbread pancake. It's actually happening? What the fuck? How can that go through? I had this in a tab the other day. Where is it? Where are my fucking Discord tabs, bro? Oh, I started with this because I thought it was a little odd. Right, because it feels like pretty much everyone should be against the mandatory showing of ID. And so I saw this. As someone said, just in, Discord plans to mandate biometric face scans or ID verification globally for full platform access, claiming it is necessary for teen safety. It shows an article that says Discord will require a face scanner ID for full access next month. Robbie Starbuck said, I support this one. It's genuinely worth the data risk to stop minors from the horrible stuff that's been happening on Discord. How else can they stop minors aside from ID and a face photo to ensure you are the person from the ID? And like, if you're getting paid out by a platform, it makes sense that they would want information to be able to pay you out, right? But if you're just like some random person using the platform, why do they need your ID? And trying to push ID for everyone so they have extra steps to track you under the guise of teen safety is a little fucking weird to me. You know, the way that teen safety should be addressed is the parents should be watching their children, not expecting platforms to play parent. Discord has a horrible track record? Yeah, that's what I was gonna bring up. Was when the UK instituted this, more than 4 months ago, hack of age verification firm may have exposed 70,000 Discord users' ID photos. Names, email addresses, and other contact details of users from around the world could also have been taken. So it's like, when this went as badly as it did in just the UK, why would you then want to roll this out globally? This literally just ends up being a data harvesting campaign to give information to hackers because you have no security. ID for the internet, but not for voting. Well, voting, you don't have to think of the kids, right? People are canceling their nitro so fast, the system is having trouble processing it all. Jesus Christ. Anthony, thank you. You wish you were British, you could vote for Low. What he has been saying gets you hard. My British brothers and sisters, aim high, vote low. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Discord has neither the track record nor the trust to pull this off with positive reception. I don't think any platform would have any amount of, like, positive reinforcement of doing something like this, regardless of whatever positive opinion they used to have, right? You still haven't updated your Discord app on your phone, so you won't have to deal with this until they force you? That's smart. Absolutely nobody, thank you. Radical idea. Platform should offer more parental control tools instead of this shit. I don't even know, like, what more parental control tools that they can use, right? Because lying about your age is always an option. And so it's like, you can't really do something if someone lies about their age, right? That's been the eternal problem for the entirety of the internet. Low-key hard. If you're not transacting business, the platform doesn't get any ID and card numbers from you. Simple as. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But they continue in this article. Government IDs of about 70,000 global users of Discord, a popular messaging and chat platform among video gamers, may have been exposed after hackers compromised a company contracted to carry out age verification checks. Some users' names, email addresses, and other contact details, IP addresses, and messages with Discord's customer service agents may also have been taken. And if I'm not mistaken, it was specifically because of, like, some customer service thing that this hack was able to happen. Parental controls have never worked, and you need parents to step up instead. Actually do some freaking parenting. Yeah. Yeah. Hot take, the only parental tool they need is for the parents to step up and tell their kids not to use the internet? I mean, I use the internet, and before I went to places that I probably shouldn't have been at the age that I was at, I pretty much stuck around on, like, Gaia and Neopets. And thankfully, I was too autistic to notice if people were trying to groom me. But that doesn't mean that's not a danger to other children, and so it's like you still need to check in on your kids and what they're doing, you know? Most hacks are done via phishing, so some retarded Discord management is probably 500% to blame. People will never admit to being, like, dumb enough to fall for one of those, like, phishing things, so you can only ever assume, right? Parents can set their blacklist on their own routers. They don't need the state to do it for them. You would think. Parents won't take it seriously until there's consequences. Charge a few parents with child endangerment when their kid is found online, and it'll diminish significantly very quickly. I don't know. I don't know how you would encourage parents to, like, actually parent again. Kirsche was ungroomable. Throw her right in a chat room and she'll tell you about her favorite Pokemon. Just ask her mom. Jesus Christ. The attacker has been trying to extort a ransom from the company. No full credit card details or passwords were seized. The breach was made public last week, but the potential number of lost photo IDs emerged on Wednesday. A spokesperson for the UK's Information Commissioner's Office, which regulates data breaches, said, "We have received a report from Discord and we are assessing the information provided. The photos that may have been taken were provided by users making age-related appeals to Discord's customer service contractor in cases where they may have been locked out of the decade-old platform, which allows people to hang out through text messaging or voice and video chat. Some countries, including the UK, require social media and messaging providers to carry out age checks to ensure child safety. In the UK, this has been the case since July under the Online Safety Act. Cybersecurity experts have warned of a risk that some providers of such checks, which can require government IDs, are becoming hacker targets with bad actors aware of the high volume of sensitive data. Recently, we discovered an incident where unauthorized party compromised one of Discord's third-party customer service providers. Discord has said in a statement, the unauthorized party then gained access to information from a limited number of users who had contacted Discord through our customer support, hey, I was right, I remembered right, and/or our trust and safety teams. Of the accounts impacted globally, we have identified approximately 70,000 users that may have had government ID photos exposed, which our vendor used to review age-related appeals. Discord required people who needed to prove their age to get back on the platform to upload an image of their photo ID and Discord username. Nathan Webb, a principal consultant at the UK digital security company Acumen Cyber, said the breach was very concerning. Despite age verification being outsourced, businesses still have an accountability to ensure that data is stored appropriately. It's important for organizations to recognize that delegating certain processes does not absolve their responsibility to uphold data protection and security standards. And so it's like, if this already was a massive fuck up, and this, again, this article is like 4 months old, I can't find like the actual date. October, here we go. October 9th, 2025. Why would you roll this out globally? Why would you think it would go any better? This is why you're gonna use a foreign ID with Sam Hyde edited on it if they force you. And then Discord's little announcement of them doing their thing. Discord launches teen by default settings globally. This is February 9th, 2026. Press release was updated February 10th, 2026. Teen by default settings to roll out globally for all Discord users, enhancing age-appropriate protections while maintaining privacy, community, and meaningful connection on the platform. Discord is announcing enhanced teen safety features rolling out globally that reinforce its long-standing commitment to creating a safer and more inclusive experience for users over the age of 13. I just think parents need to watch their kids more. Like, the biggest issue with, like, Discord, and we used to go and look at this on stream, is there is a conglomeration of Discord community servers on a website called Disboard. And on Disboard, you used to be able to type in, like, dating to find Discord dating servers. And there would be dating servers that were like, oh, we're a 13 to 19 dating server, or a, like, 13 to 21, or a, like, mixed age dating server. And when you find that shit, you're like, that's fucking weird. Why would you allow people that young on a fucking dating server? But again, all you can do is, like, report it to Discord and have them shut it down for inappropriate content. It's on parents to actually prevent their children from going into these situations in the first place. And if you see your child in a Discord dating server with adults, maybe it's time to talk to your child about how fucking dangerous that can be. Let's not forget, they want to make a teen council. These fuckers just want to steal data and groom new kittens. You haven't heard of them shutting those down? One of the servers, when we were looking at it on stream, like 404'd in the middle of us, like, looking at the description of it. So they do get reported to Discord, and they do get shut down regularly. You're not going to hear about it, because these are servers with, like, 50, 100, whatever people, right? They're not like a massive underground network or whatever. Remember, guys, don't make jokes that you're 13 or Twitch will shadow ban you. True and real. True and real. That's why it's one of my rules. Garugamesh, thank you. You don't think teen by default is very helpful? When someone starts a new Discord profile, they would be considered a teen. Then it would make it easier to groom. I don't know if it puts, like, a flag on your account or some shit. I mean, yeah, if it does, then yeah, I'd agree with you. Mildly OCD, thank you. Why are they trying to be inclusive to 13-year-olds? That's a great question. Sir Toasty Boy, thank you. Happy Sunday, Foxu. Today's your IRL birthday. You're 31, and your knees feel like you're 50. Happy fucking birthday, Toasty Boy, man. I hope you have delicious pastry that's as delicious as these gingerbread pancakes in front of me. Happy birthday! I made a short about it on YouTube. FBI, shut that shit down live! I can't open links by clicking them and I hate it. Why is OBS like this? OBS, why are you like this? Parallax is a 13+ safe for work community server made for users looking to have a good time and make some friends. We offer a 1-to-1 male to female ratio, 13+ by the way. This is unironically a groom cord. Holy shit. So we found our first sussy server and it didn't even take us like 10 minutes, dude. I'm gonna need to nuke this VoD. Yeah, this VoD might be fucked. Yeah, these are all public servers. Let's go to page 12 because I feel like it's bad gateway. Uh-oh. The FBI shut me down, dude! I actually can't even go back to the fucking disboard.org. Thank you, FBI, for doing something fucking useful in your lives. Thank you, FBI. Feds in the chat. Feds are always in the chat. Parallax is a... That's true. So there's just like some creepy ass fucking Discord servers that are out there. Moomy playing games. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Feds in the chat. Always lucky. Sergeant Buck, thank you. Calling it now. Discord's teen by default profile setting will end up putting unverified adults in servers designated as safe for minors. That is also a very good point. If they're a teen by default and you're someone who wants to enter teen spaces, wouldn't you just not verify your age and continue as like a marked teen account? That's creepy. Bren Hydra, thank you. You remember when Discord tried to ban Lolly while also trying to hide the Cub stuff because their mods were all furries? The same people want your data. I remember, I don't know if it's still hosted there, but at some point, like early on, Discord was hosted in Canada. And so like, since Canada has really, really strict rules on Lolly, anyone who had a server that had any of that stuff in it, their servers would get like evaporated out of existence. Means there would be verified teens goldmine data. I don't like that. Howdy, you ate from your 2 pounds of nuggies, only 14, really neat, with weenie barbecue sauce? Weenie. A weenie. That's also what you said. Protecting teens not to be able to get into an adult space. Good, but who protects teens from perv adults just acting as teens? Avion Zero, thank you for the 20-month resub. Stram! It is a stram, thank you. Thank you, Avion Zero. They herd the adult sheep into the pens and then leave the foxes and lambs free range. I just like this isn't a platform's responsibility beyond like the basic checks. And I think imposing this ID on everyone is not a for the children argument, it's more a surveillance argument. And that's why it rubs me the wrong way. If there were a way to like eject all children from all spaces without verified ID, I'd be 100% behind it. Because I don't want to be subjected to any minor's opinion on the internet. The amount of ways this could backfire is both hilarious and horrifying. You know? Locksword, thank you for the 19 months. Just did your taxes. It'd be nice to get an itemized receipt to know how much went to NASA and how much went to Somalians. I will never forget my friend being like, how much of your taxes even go to Somalian fraud? You shouldn't care that much. Yeah. All that's left is for Discord to collab with Roblox and complete their creep meter. I actually have a tab on Roblox today. Anthony, thank you. Speaking of feds, here's some Fed money. Thank you for the Fed money, Fed handler. Thank you. A Slendy Enderman, thank you. Considering all the details coming out of the files, none of what Discord or similar companies are doing should be surprising. They want dating apps and Minecraft tuber-friendly servers. Yeah! Their Roblox rolling out like a dating service is very fucking weird. Conair, thank you for the 4 months. Remember Nux did Discord videos where he poses as a teen girl to troll pedophiles? What? JC Dusk, thank you for the 14 months of tier 3. Thank you. Your taxes pay welfare states, no welfare countries, migrants policies. Oh no. Bet that Roblox tab tells us about the Canada shooter. Yes, it does actually. Where was I reading on this Discord fucking announcement? Hold on. As part of this update, all new and existing users worldwide will have a teen-appropriate experience by default, with updated communication settings, restricted access to age-gated spaces, and content filtering that preserves the privacy and meaningful connections that define Discord. What do they mean by this? Content filtering that preserves the privacy and meaningful connections that define Discord.
And wear his makeup and his dresses and use his skin as a coat, like the ancient Irish did.
Well, that's your
It's me, I'm the winner! I'm the winner. Thank you, DreCL. Thank you, DreCL, for fucking 1985, brother. You fear chat is cooked for Discord. We will send all our time in the Pretty Princess Slumber Party Discord, yeah? Yeah, I mean, Binary Mind's been looking into an alternative, because it's really unfortunate to see Discord go this way, but it's kind of, feels kind of inevitable after what happened with, Skype as well. Skype was like a huge platform that everyone liked using, and then the more introduction of ads and payment stuff, and everybody was just like, fuck Skype. Fuck this shit. You remember a friend of yours saying that the military shouldn't care about fraud because they don't pay taxes? What? You had to spend 10 minutes explaining to him that military members still pay taxes. That's a fucking crazy dumb thing to say. What the hell? Weenie Hut Jr. Discord. Where am I in reading here? Skype killed MSN Messenger. Unlucky. Delta, thank you for the Canadians. 25 to 45% of Somalia's GDP is repatriated from us. Is Trump still passing that, like, fucking massive tax increase on repatriations or whatever? I vaguely remember reading about that. You miss AIM, AOL Instant Messenger? AIM was pretty vibe. The Skype had a lot of vulnerabilities and was the first grooming service, I can only imagine. A Slendy Enderman, thank you. Glow vibrantly. Munya's in the chat. True. True. This is advanced Discord jester maxing tech. True. Ian Brune, thank you. Literally 100% of the internet's existence has been people screaming, "For the children!" and then making proposals which help nothing but their power. Well, because saying "for the children" is a good wedge to, like, make you the default good person, and then everyone arguing against you also now has to argue against low IQ people calling them a pedophile. Because surely there's no other reason you'd be against everyone on Discord having to give their ID other than being a pedophile, right? Like, how could you not want to protect the children? Yeah, exactly. No. Internet Zen Master, thank you. This shit is reminding you of how wild Discord was back and the net in general in the mid to late 2010s. Harsh truth is people frequently lie about their age on the net back then and now. Yeah. People lie about a lot of things. Imagine going on the internet and telling lies. Zlyzon, thank you. Root is the best alt you have seen. I don't even know what that is. Richard Slammer, thank you. You know, lovely Foxu, we do love that your tropical model has better tracking so we can tell your reactions as opposed to your old model. Thank you! Thank you! And hopefully, eventually, I will have another model finished one day. I have just, like, kind of lost all faith in in 2D models. Caramel Rabbit, thank you for the 23 months. And you need a big Munya boost for the day. It's gonna be rough. It's gonna be a long day. A long Sunday. Discord finishes up with, beginning with a phased global rollout to new and existing users in early March, users may be required to engage in an age assurance process to change certain settings or access sensitive content. This includes age-restricted channels, servers, or commands, and select message requests. Nowhere is our safety work more important than when it comes to teen users, which is why we are announcing these updates in time for Safer Internet Day. Rolling out teen by default settings globally builds on Discord's existing safety architecture, giving teens strong protections while allowing verified adults flexibility. We design our products with teen safety principles at the core, and will continue working with safety experts, policymakers, and Discord users to support meaningful, long-term well-being for teens on the platform, said Savannah Badalich, head of product policy at Discord. Well, this bald lich is doing exactly what a lich would do. I'm not surprising. I'm not surprised at all. I know when you. What will happen first? Kirsche getting married, a new model, or GTA 6 being released? That is a tough question. Julie, thank you for the full fucking year. Should bring up the governing board on Matrix, which is another alternative to Discord. I don't know what governing board on Matrix means. She's a lich. Find her phylactery. Zero Shadow, thank you for the 15 months of Proom. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. There's a privacy-forward age assurance. Key privacy protections of Discord's age assurance approach include on-device processing, video selfies for facial age estimation never leave a user's device. I just don't believe you, actually. Quick deletion. Identity documents submitted to our vendor partners are deleted quickly, in most cases immediately after age confirmation. I also don't believe you. Straightforward age assurance. In most cases, users complete the process once and their Discord experience adapts to their verified age group. Users may be asked to use multiple methods only when more information is needed to assign an age group. And private status. A user's age group status cannot be seen by other users. Okay, so that's good. That's the one good thing that they've said. But still, I do not like this. Immediately after age confirmation equals, we won't tell you how long. Yeah, pretty fucking much. It's actually impossible for it to work that way. It has to go to their servers to verify it unless they're making people download 300 gigabyte LLMs on their phones. I have no idea, but I just don't think that they would be deleting it quickly. They said they'll check messages to verify if they're adults based on content. Imagine all the teens talking about tax returns, golfing, and crochet to get verified by content. Crocheting making a big boom. Sent to their partners also doesn't leave the device directly contradicting themselves. Yeah. The Pakistani National, thank you. Everybody should close their accounts and servers and move to alternatives like real-life fake wizard says. Battleizer, thank you. Ah yes, the death of Tumblr 2, Discord reigns. Truly an event to witness. You believe them? Discord will delete your ID quickly. Their vendors will not, though. A little slip in there. Furious Dan, thank you. Don't forget, this Online Safety Act was started by the UK Labour government, which is currently less popular than Mustache Man was at the end of World War II. I feel like, as a politician, if you manage to be more unpopular than literal Hitler, like, you maybe should, like, sit down and reflect on what you're doing. They want Persona to do this, so yeah, it's a bunch of lies. Persona, like, the video game? Rambam, thank you. Think of the Children is the standard label used to slap on the snake oil bottle of censorship. Thanks, I hate it. Alien Zombie, thank you. Witnessed peak irony when someone in another server said they'd never give Discord facial scans, and then proceeded to post a selfie in the selfie chat. Yeah, that do be a little contradictory, eh? Two-tier Kier, big F. True. Persona's a company that specializes in ID verification. They're backed by Plantier. Oh, I see. I see. The Epstein stuff, it should have collapsed the UK government, but they're commies clinging to any power they can, as they do. RM, thank you. Matrix is UK-based company. Would advise against it. Oh. Oh. I'm gonna need Mecha Hitler to outdo the EU. What the heck? Default safety settings. Starting in early March, all new and existing Discord users globally will be assigned new default settings that support age-appropriate experiences while keeping privacy front and center. Discord users will need to be age-assured as adults in order to unblur sensitive content or turn off the setting. Man, only users who are age-assured as adults will be able to access age-restricted channels, servers, and app commands. See, that's incredibly fucking frustrating. Because, like, we already set up the, like, hey, don't come here if you're 18. We have all of the, like, filter channels. Even the channels that are, like, just politics and nothing actually 18 plus. Like, I've had people ask me why my streams are 18 plus. Because I don't do, like, lewd content. It's like, well, sometimes we talk about the horrificness, which is the depths of pornography on the internet. And other times we're talking politics, which I don't want to be subjected to a minor's opinion on anything. But especially a minor's opinion on anything politics related, because they literally know nothing. They would not add anything to the conversation, and they would just make everyone here feel uncomfortable. So I mark everything as 18 plus. It's because you talk about sounding. Master of Mundus, thank you. You already deleted the app. You have too many group chats for work anyways. You only use Discord for your roommate and Kirsche. Ah. And Binary Mind's been looking into an alternative, but I'm not sure what or when we'll get one set up. 18 plus unlocks the gamer words, I wish. Age-gated spaces. Only users who are age-assured as adults will be able to access age-restricted channel servers and app commands. Message request inbox. Direct messages from people a user may not know are now routed to a separate inbox by default. Access to modify the setting is limited to age-assured adult users. I actually really like the message request inbox because it separates people who I'm not friends with from my real inbox, because almost always any kind of message request I get is like some sort of weird spam from another server. I don't think children should be on an app like Discord in general, but maybe that's just me being a boomer. Because it's like, when I think about, hey, if you have a 13-year-old account on Discord, maybe you shouldn't have access to DMs at all, but then that leads to, well, then they only have access to servers, and that's potentially just as bad. And then it's like, okay, well then block them from accessing servers, and then it's like, okay, well, what are they even gonna do? So just fucking, why are they on Discord in the first place? Using Valor software instead of Discord now, it's a US company. Speaking of horrors of the internet, can I upload the entirety of the Caleb Hammer video with the gay furries? I'm sure that Stray Wolf will be working on that. Ryfile, thank you. The Fraud Chad Consortium would like to thank Discord for all the credit cards. What the hell? What the hell? Master of Mundus, thank you. You already deleted the app. You have too many group chats for work anyways. You only use Discord for your roommate. I read that. Thank you again. Kirsch's boomer maxing. Discord advertises itself to schools for school messaging groups. You see, I don't like that. Some minors are mature enough to talk politics. Some 40-year-olds are not in that regard. It really depends. Filtering by maturity is somewhat possible because you can measure it through clever quizzes and such. I would bet that the amount of minors capable of talking politics is so far a tiny percent that it doesn't even matter. And I don't know why you would mount the argument. Because once again, I just do not care to hear any minor's opinion on politics, and I don't want to be involved in a conversation with politics with a minor. You're so mature, haha! Yeah, right? Like, I don't know, yeah, kind of weird. And check that dude's hard drive. I'm the Candyman. Thank you for the proom. Thank you for prooming. And they can use an AI to solve the quizzes. The minors that do talk politics are parroting their parents. A lot of the time, they're parroting their parents, or parroting areas that they've been on online. Like, the guy that started all of the hate and backlash towards Opera, because Opera dropped a content creator that they were partnered with, because that content creator did a Blue Archive tier list, was a minor. So a minor made a video and they're like, this is not okay for Opera to be partnered with this content creator, and Opera dropped that content creator. Joe the Uber Geek, thank you for the proom. Thank you for prooming. Zlyzon, thank you. Even if the protect the children thing was legit, there's no number of harm to children which you would give up your rights and freedoms for. I mean, that's a very blunt way to say it, but it's like, yeah, parents need to parent their kids. That's not Discord's job. Why do people use Opera? Because, I don't know. I don't like Opera, so. Didn't Opera tweet about Grums? I think they might have. I don't remember. Internet Zen Master, thank you. One problem you've seen with the whole age verification thing Discord is pushing is they're applying the US age of consent to the entire world, which isn't the norm. Example, the EU age of digital consent is 16. What is a age of digital consent, by the way? What is that? What does that mean? Freedom carries inherent risk. Girugamesh, thank you. Minors have a problem with reading. Why should you listen to shit if a person can't read what's on the screen? True. And real. Glenn, thank you. How's Binary Mind? He had gone to the ER. He's doing fine. He's doing good. He's in chat. No, minor isn't a good enough descriptor. There is a wonderful word that is a better descriptor. What? Means you can have sex with a robot if it's older than 16. What? Grumpy Malfestio, thank you. You're wondering what the flashing boop was on YouTube? You'll incubate until the 9 months are due. Well, an egg collecting game, Eggception. There's an egg collecting game on YouTube? Andres the Northman, thank you for the 32 fucking months, brother. How time flies. Nearly 3 years, even longer following. What does Bigfoot's taint smell like? It smells like a lot of pine trees and freshly fallen snow and a little bit of burning wood. Firefox was captured, went to Opera. Opshore was captured, went to Brave. Waiting on when you'll need to change off of Brave. Anamonia. Scrolling in the YouTube, ein Moment. Oh god, okay. Doesn't sound bad. Did I have any sort of MMO after Terra died? I played a lot of MMOs trying to find something after Terra died. Couldn't find anything. And I was like, I'm not super on the Ashes of Creation hype train, because I was really incredulous about, like, a lot of their monetization tactics. I really didn't like how they were monetizing before there was any even playable game to play. And I didn't like how you wouldn't be able to get any of the monthly cosmetics that they were giving out for early backers once the game actually started. And lo and behold, Ashes of Creation fucking imploded and isn't coming out anymore. So, you know. Jen Jacko, thank you. Oh, great, Foxu doesn't like the opera. Guess you'll toss the tickets for our date on Tuesday. I've never been to, like, the arts opera. That could be fun. May you ask a stupid question? Could Slack work? No, because Slack is like a businessy thing. And they've also had issues in the past that I can't remember. You only used it for a makerspace thing, not a corpo setting, so isn't it a bit much? But basically Discord for corpo wages, no. There was issues with Slack and Zoom, I believe. Count Fapula, thank you. Given the current mentality of adults, you're nearly convinced the age of consent needs to be increased to like 25. I really hate that, like, anyone making jokes about how Idiocracy is a documentary became like, oh, let's mock those people for being retarded, that'll never happen. But the more time passes, the more it just feels like that's where we're headed. Slack is 4% less cringe than Discord. After getting burned on Star Citizen, you knew better than to pay into Ashes of Creation? I didn't pay a single cent into Ashes of Creation. I was like, I don't like what you're doing, and so I'm gonna sit back and just watch and see what happens. You missed the videos of Zoom calls getting spammed with porn. What the fuck? Internet Zen Master, thank you. Age of digital consent means that children under 16 cannot independently provide valid consent for the processing of their personal data by providers of information. You're a yank, but that sounds like what Discord wants. I feel like if you're 16 years old, you don't understand the implications of giving your ID to companies online, and so you will just do it to gain access to the things that you want access to, instead of taking a, hey, wait a minute, hold on, why would I give my ID to these people? Couldn't Discord solve this entire age thing with a credit card verification? Why would anyone want to just haphazardly give their credit card information to Discord, though? Yeah, sounds about right. Anthony, thank you. But Gatorade has the electrolytes plants crave. I remember trying to drink a Gatorade sometime last year after not having Gatorade for probably a decade, and I was like, damn, this shit tastes funny. Because you're already paying for Nitro? I mean, people paying for Nitro aside, but like, why would you log into Discord and they'd be like, hello, user who doesn't have Nitro. In order to age verify you, please enter your credit card information. So, I don't know, that's a bit weird. I would feel like I was being hacked, right, if I got that message. Ayo Sabi, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Kick Raiders. Welcome to being a warm body. Welcome, welcome. By the way, if a company says images of your face will not leave your device, there's maybe a 50% chance that's actually true. Oh, I have to hiccup, but it's not coming out. Either way, fucking I don't like that Discord's doing this. I think Discord's being hella dumb. Being hella fucking dumb. Let me see. In other horrors, I found this weird thing about renting laptops. I don't know how true this is, because I haven't seen an article or anything on it, but this guy on Twitter said HP launched a gaming laptop subscription where you pay monthly but never own the hardware. The high-end option is $130 a month for an RTX 5080 Omen Max 16. The same laptop costs $2,110 to buy outright. Meaning, you'd pay the full price in about 16 months, but still own nothing. If you cancel after the first month, you face hefty fees. Canceling the top-tier subscription in month 2 costs $1,430, plus you have to return the laptop. You can only cancel for free after 13 months, by which point you've paid $1,690 and still have no laptop. HP's justification: the traditional upgrade cycle keeps most gamers perpetually one step behind. But with access to a new laptop every year, your subscription breaks that cycle completely. The Hedgehog person's take is, This feels like the logical endpoint of the subscription economy, and also the logical endpoint, in my opinion, of the you will own nothing and you will be happy kind of stuff, right? Why, I'm sure that there are some people who would be like, why would I pay $2,110 outright when I can just pay $130 a month? That's so much less, and I can use my money for other things. Like, I bet there are some people that unironically have that thought process for some reason. Now they're dropping the, and you'll be... I can't read that, sorry, chat went too fast. I was trying to scroll. Memory chip prices are up 60% because data centers are consuming everything. Hardware costs are rising, and now HP is using the affordability crisis to push a model where you'll never build equity in anything you use. We've seen this with software, streaming, cars, and now gaming hardware. The pitch is always about flexibility and staying current. The reality is you're perpetually renting your life from companies that figured out recurring revenue beats selling you something once. At least when you finance a laptop, you eventually own it. I don't know how we got to a place where you will own nothing stopped being a dystopian warning and became a business model. And they show you the different prices here on laptops. Select your gaming laptop. Everyday gaming with great performance is $49.99 a month. Cool and quiet performance, $69.99 a month. Immersive gaming experiences, $79.99. And high-end gaming with no compromises is $129.99 a month. A system where you must always rent is a system you must always work. Retirement is death now, pretty much. Rental economy, owning nothing economy seems pretty fucking awful. And I very much dislike it. Anyone want to rent your Alienware laptop with a full-size 1080 and 16GB RAM? Next tried to do this a few times years ago. Gamers Nexus covered it, and it was a total scam and flopped, you know? Jesus, just save money or don't buy it. Some people want, like, the newest fucking thing. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. KV, man, thank you for the 1,000 kick biddies, dude. On Discord's dying. You'll go back to the ancient one, TeamSpeak? Hell yeah. A lot of TeamSpeak celebrating on Twitter. They've had a funny manager for their account for a while now. We have the PC gamer thing here. HP has a gaming laptop subscription service where you pay monthly to borrow a rig but never get the option to own it. Like, why would anyone do this? Like, if anyone told me that they were fucking renting a laptop in this manner, I would just make fun of them for being financially illiterate and also functionally retarded. They probably shouldn't own a credit card at all. What about Ventrilo? Making sure they save money, become less and less motivated, so it feels easier to spend little by little instead of a huge investment at once. You can do that with financing and then end up owning your item at the end of the financing. This is literally just forever renting. You're about to spin up Vent. Who wants to give you their IP? CurseForge, you believe, was a competitor to Discord, but they lost. I vaguely remember CurseForge. You still refuse to pay more than $150 for a phone? These morons couldn't force you at gunpoint to rent a laptop that you'll never own? I really hate that phones are like a fucking $1,000 in current year. Like, it's actually crazy. Ziz, I've been ignoring your message because I've already thanked it. I feel like it's weird to say that out loud, so I'm not really sure how to address it when I see the spam for something I've already done. You can see this working for events and esport tournaments. I mean, unfortunately so. I can see this working for, like, some sort of large organization, but they'll eventually be trying to push it on all of us. You still hate that they removed the earphone jack and SD card slots from phones? That's how I made my Twitter account, was Razer making that SD card slot joke, and I was like, hey, don't apologize to the perpetually offended. That was kind of a funny joke. Ace of Spades, thank you. They forced this upon us with Chromebooks for all of K through 12. I never had a Chromebook in school. Just buy a Motorola. They're cheap and work for what you actually need a phone for. I don't know when I need to upgrade phone, because, like, I dropped my phone probably, like, 2 or 3 years ago at this point, and so one of the corners is, like, really badly spider cracked, but it doesn't affect how the phone works. So I've just been like, I don't really need to upgrade my phone. I can just keep using it, man. Anamonia. Yours was £100. You refuse to pay insane prices secondhand or finance to own stuff is the way to go. It's like, it's just really dumb, and I know dumb people will buy into it. It's really stupid. Can't wait for companies to demand you return the laptop because you made a naughty tweet. Imagine. As long as it works for the basic stuff, no upgrade needed, but the moment the battery is horrible, yeah, that's a sign. Yeah, exactly. I need to blow my nose, so please hold a second. The nose cummies, they cometh. Oh god. So much nose cummies. Do I wash my hands asking for a friend? Why would I wash my hands after blowing my nose if nothing gets on my hands? It's all in a tissue. Did I do a good job? I think so. I think I did a good job. I was able to blow my nose. But yeah, I do not wish to own nothing, and I will not be happy in the own nothing future. Doesn't like that. Speaking of owning nothing, I'm in agreement with this Paul man.
We are behind.
You're behind. Is my volume cranked? It's not. What the fuck? Why is this so loud? That's like the first time I've encountered a Twitter video that's so loud instead of so soft. Paul saying, personally, this may just be me here, I think she needs to go to jail. I think the Trump admin has to nut up and start putting business owners in jail for breaking the law. I agree. I agree. Their business is fraudulent, and if the GDP is more important than law and order or right and wrong, then it deserves to burn. I also agree. I've been saying for ages, we can't just have mass deportations. There need to be repercussions for the companies that are hiring these illegals purposefully. And this is a video of a contractor in Minnesota fearing she'll go out of business because of mass deportations. Good, you should. If your business cannot survive without illegal labor, then your business does not deserve to exist. Fuck off. Listen to how she and the reporter dance around the issue that hiring illegals was wrong and she deserves to now fail. She does. She says she's been in business for 15 years and she's been hiring illegals the whole time. That seems like it'd be a crime. And it is. And it is. Fuck this bitch.
We are behind, and we're one of many companies quite behind, several weeks behind.
As her subcontractors are faced with this daily question with ICE in the community.
Are you comfortable going to work?
The answer, increasingly, is no.
Good. Good. They shouldn't be. They should be deported.
As more are detained at or on their way to work.
How do I guarantee you that just because you've done things through due process, that if you show up to work today, nothing's going to happen to you?
Coming into the country illegally is not doing through due process. I don't know what you mean by this. I hope you face jail time and hefty fines, woman lady.
You can't. We can't.
And while her customers are understanding, work has nearly stopped. Cash flow doesn't add up. And she fears after 15 years in business, this will be her last.
Good.
We don't have very many crews working at all right now, but the ones that we do are taking risks. When it happens to someone you know and care about, it means something different. But I know I'm far from the only one in the situation that I'm in. I'm genuinely very afraid of what's going to happen.
I assume building will slow, costs for these services will go up. Do you think that's fair to say?
Yes. What I'm hopeful for is that we can all come together and work together to make this process safer and more efficient. How do we protect the people that we need to protect? And it's just not that simple anymore.
What does she mean by this? How do we protect the people that we need to protect? Do you mean how do we protect my slave labor that I've been profiting from for 15 years? We send you to prison and we fine you. What do you mean? How is it a risk if they're legal? Yeah, they can't talk their way out of a paper bag, man. Mr. Rich Low Pitch, thank you. Don't you hate it when you can't break the law to cut costs? Imagine! Scene from Liar Liar. Stop breaking the law, asshole! True! Guru Gamesh, thank you. Imagine 15 years of the cheapest labor, but after one, you lose all of your money. Imagine. Jen Jacko, thank you. Seeing a woman who can afford a new phone, but is loyal enough to stick with the old, broken one gives you hope. Well, yeah, it's just like, why would I replace it, man? There's no reason to. How do you protect your slave labor? It hits the nail on the head. Yeah, it's fucking obnoxious. What about companies that could flourish, but she's blocking them with her illegal company? Also a good point. Also a good point. I'm gonna moon you. So if the claims are that Americans aren't getting higher education for good paying jobs, and they're not working the unskilled jobs, what fucking jobs are we working? I guess sitting in the cuck chair? I don't fucking know at this point, bro. Ram Bam, thank you. Not only should the business owner be jailed, but the business itself should be shut down. In a just universe, that is correct.
I'm coming to kill you! In Los Angeles, at your house!
Or in the ring.
No, in real life! I'm going to stalk him and become obsessed with him, and wear his makeup, and his dresses, and use his skin as a coat, like the ancient Irish did.
Well, that's your winner.
It's me, I'm the winner! I'm the winner. Motherfucking, I'm searching for it.
Notice how all the footage of their workers obfuscates their ace. Curious.
Curious! Very, very easy to notice. That's like level 1. Thank you, low speed boot. Thank you, low speed boot, my guy. Really makes you think, Thunk. Internet Zen Master, thank you. You're sorry, you're supposed to feel bad for a firm who is hiring illegals going out of business. You're fortunate you're not getting arrested for hiring what amounts to slave labor. She should be arrested. She absolutely should be arrested. It's fucking wild that there's no consequences for these people that hire illegal labor. There should be. They are part of the problem. And they shouldn't be let off the hook for it. Dan Wu, thank you. According to most of the internet home inspectors, these guys seem to build shitty homes anyway, so no loss with them gone. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Soon, bots grooming humans and H-1Bs replacing the average citizens. Arasaka would like to know your location. I don't recognize the name Arasaka. I'm sorry. I'm trying to find a tab. Because there was an illegal immigrant case that people were screeching about recently. And it's just like, no, he has to fucking go back. I don't care. Slendy Enderman, thank you. Imagine protecting actual Americans get wrecked. I don't know why our politicians hate us so much, man. You know? Kirsche, it does feel weird hearing a conservative actually prioritize the law over the economy. You had an image in your head for a while that all conservatives prioritize profit over anything else? I mean, I'm sure some do, right? Like, Kirsche isn't a conservative. Conservatives hate the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire. Only based Libertarian parties love the LPNH. LPNH is very fucking based. Patchouli, thank you. A mandatory 5 years in prison and 10 million per infraction would be a nice start. It needs to be fucking hefty. I agree. It needs to be incredibly hefty to stop these companies from hiring in the future. Arasaka, whoever it's spelled, is the company from Cyberpunk 2077. When I bought Cyberpunk 2077, I was still streaming off of like a 1070 or some shit. So I was literally unable to play that game, unfortunately. Alien Zombie, thank you. It's also your 31st birthday today as well, so have some of your birthday cash. Hoping to find your own base future wife this year. Good fucking luck, my dude. Happy birthday, Alien Zombie man! Hope you have a good birthday day with delicious pastry of your choice. Hell fucking yeah. Why not ask them why they aren't paying their workers a living wage? Use their own words against them. Great question. We have Oiled Field Rando here saying, that's the fun part nobody ever talks about. All the detainees can leave detention whenever they want. They just have to go back home. I actually was unaware of that. Whenever the detention centers were brought up, I was like, yeah, I don't want people held in detention for like 2, 3, 4 months. I want them deported post-haste. But if they're able to literally just leave and be like, hey, actually, I will take that $3,000 in free flight home, and they're just not, what am I supposed to do? Like, if they're choosing to stay there for an extra long period of time because they want to wait for some sort of Democrat to start crying about them and try to, on behalf of them, keep them in the country, I'm not gonna feel bad for them deciding to stay there longer, man. Detained illegals who waive their hearing are home within 72 hours? Yeah, just go home. Just go home. And he's quoting a CBS News article saying, as pathways to freedom have narrowed in immigration courts across the United States, a record number of detainees are giving up their cases and voluntarily leaving the country. If that was always an option, that recontextualizes every single article we've seen about people crying about how long detainees are sitting in detention centers. They're just in detention because they're fighting about getting removed. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. That is absurd. Major Pickle, thank you for the 13 months of Prune. Thank you. Thank you. You bet they're defining freedom as released into the US instead of released from detention? That seems to be what is the case, unfortunately. And this Irishman has been all over the news now. He's the next target, much like that one fucking guy that we can't seem to deport. That's an MS-13. Abrero Garcia, or whatever the fuck his name is. Ryfile, thank you. There are business owners getting charged, but that's the sort of news that causes economic panic. I mean, it should cause economic panic. Like, I do not care, personally, what it does in the short term to the economy to deport the illegals and arrest and or fine all of the business owners that hired them. There might be some short-term unfortunate effects to that, but it needs to happen. JD, thank you for the 11 months. So thank you. Might fall asleep. Oh, I hope you can fall asleep. I might pull up that fucking spooky game that I was getting jump scared in. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Arasaka is the megacorp in cyberpunk dystopia. I see. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. I read your other one. Alright, I think I'm caught up. So this was, just let him come home. Massachusetts wife and politicians rallied behind ICE-detained Irish husband. Records reveal he's an international fugitive wanted on drug trafficking charges. For weeks, Boston's airwaves have been saturated with the story of Seamus Culleton, an Irish contractor from Wakefield, Massachusetts, whose American wife went on television after television, pleading for his release from an ICE detention center in Texas. NBC Boston ran a sympathetic segment. CBS Boston followed. The Boston Globe profiled his plight. His wife, Tiffany Smith, told reporters she was begging for her husband to come home. His attorney called the conditions torture. A GoFundMe raised more than $27,000. Massachusetts Representative Seth Moulton, the Democrat currently running for his party's U.S. Senate nomination. Nomination. I'm sorry, I'm extra illiterate today. Seized on the case. If this administration truly cared about following legal pathways to immigration like they claim to, why detain Seamus? Moulton wrote on social media, even with a green card application pending, he's still been locked up and held in inhumane conditions in Texas. Shut up. Across the Atlantic, the story went even bigger. Ireland's Taoiseach Michael Martin raised it in Parliament. The Minister of Foreign Affairs called the U.S. Department of Homeland Security directly. Labour leader Ivana Basic demanded the government pull out every stop and every diplomatic lever. All for a man they were told had no criminal record, not even a parking ticket. There was just one problem. It wasn't true. Can I just say that it's extra ironic seeing what's happening actually in Ireland and what the Irish in Ireland are having to put up with? And yet, their Minister of Foreign Affairs is now going to bat for a criminal Irishman to stay in the United States. They're probably like, actually, he seems native Irish. We can't have any of them coming back to Ireland. We don't want the native Irish coming back here, so you need to figure out what to do with them. Why the fuck is the Irish government fighting to keep an Irish citizen in America? He's not multicultural enough. Look at him. He's native Irish. Get him the fuck out of Ireland. What the Irish are willingly going through. I mean... Today, the Irish Times revealed that Culleton was facing drug trafficking charges in Ireland when he left the country. In May 2008, he was charged with possession of drugs for sale or supply, and obstructing a Garda, Ireland's national police, after he allegedly threw 25 ecstasy tablets on the ground during a search at his home in Glenmore, in Kilkenny? He was due to face those charges at New Ross District Court, and he never showed up. In March 2009, he hopped on a plane to America under the Visa Waiver Program, a tourist visa good for 90 days. 1 month later, the court issued a bench warrant for his arrest. He never went back. A second warrant followed in September 2009 for an alleged criminal damage incident. Both remain active 17 years later. Culleton settled in the Boston area, overstaying his visa by more than 16 years. He started a contracting business, got a Massachusetts driver's license, and eventually married Smith, a U.S. citizen, in April 2025. The couple lived together in Wakefield and began the green card application process. On paper, it looked like a straightforward path to legal status. Spouse of a citizen, legal business owner, community ties. I'm sat here reading this, and I'm reminded of what I talked about the other day where it just seems like people can't connect different happenings together to, like, have a pattern. Everything is like an isolated incident that has no bearing on something that happens in the future. And it makes a lot of this kind of nonsense make so much more sense. Why should we care that a guy committed crime 16 years ago? Now he's trying to get better. He shouldn't have to do anything. Now he's a different man back then. Thanks, I hate it. If it didn't happen in the current news cycle, did it even happen? It's kind of wild. It took him that long to even attempt to, like, file for a green card. Are you kidding me? Why would I feel sympathy? Sly Maverick, thank you. You like the sequel to The Departed? True. On September 9th, ICE agents staked out the Home Depot on Route 1 in Saugus. Culleton had stopped in for supplies. When he pulled out of the parking lot, agents followed and pulled him over. He told them he was married to a citizen and had a green card application pending. It didn't matter. He was taken into custody and eventually transferred to Camp East, Montana, an ICE detention facility on the Fort Bliss Army Base in El Paso, Texas, nearly 2,000 miles from his wife in Wakefield. Well, maybe she can go to Ireland with him. That's when the media campaign began. Smith went to every Boston outlet that would listen. Culleton called into Ireland's RTE radio from the detention center, comparing it to a modern-day concentration camp. I feel like if I was Jewish, I would just constantly be insulted by all of these fucking freaks trying to compare temporary detention centers to concentration camps. Are you a citizen? I'm married to one. Were you going the speed limit? The guy behind me was. His attorney, Ogor Winnie Okoye, that's not a real person, told reporters he was the perfect candidate for favorable treatment. At no point did anyone mention the drug charges or the active warrants waiting for him back in Ireland. When Irish reporters finally confronted Okoye with the court records in a live press conference Wednesday, she appeared blindsided. This is the first time that we're hearing about that, she said. I can't speak to a warrant. She added that a warrant is not a conviction and confirmed she hadn't even discussed the allegations with her own client. Wow, I'm so shocked. The Department of Homeland Security has been less sympathetic throughout. DHS Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin said Culleton received full due process and was issued a final order of removal just 1 day after his arrest. He was offered the chance to instantly be removed to Ireland, but chose to stay in ICE custody, she said. Being in detention is a choice. Yeah, he could just go the fuck home. Neither Seth Moulton nor any of the Irish politicians who campaigned Culleton's case have commented since the drug charges were revealed. I'm so shocked. I'm so shocked that everyone who was trying to support this guy was like, oh, maybe it doesn't look good if we're supporting an overt criminal. You had no idea ICE detainees are getting swimming pools and bowling leagues? Wait, what? Quite frankly, Margaret, I don't give a damn. And then there's another article here. the ICE account, the US ICE account on Twitter said, this man overstayed his visa by 16 years. We are a nation of law and order. Overstaying your visa violates federal immigration law. Damn. The top post violated X rules. That's funny. That's funny. Let's call them into foreign radio station and call them a concentration camp. Imagine. I clicked on this thinking it would link me to the article. I'm a little silly. Give me the article, please. Logic VC, thank you. Your dad said Trump may need to tone down deportations for the midterms to avoid articles like this and hold Congress. Old heads don't get it. Clearly they do not. That's wild to have that opinion. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Comparing to a camp, now you understand why Jews like Nux have become so radicalized lately. The line just keeps coming up. It does. It really does. Remember Irish Americans in Boston sent millions of dollars to the provost? Patchouli, thank you. Being picked up at a Home Depot is peak irony. Being picked up at a Home Depot as an Irish illegal is fucking peak irony. The detention camp doesn't even have a solid Irish potato. What the hell is this? Multiple additional gloves found by the Post in the same area near Nancy Guthrie's house. I have no idea what's been going on with Nancy Guthrie. Like, there was like some sort of kidnapping thing, and I've been bookmarking occasional posts about it, but every time I see another post about it, I get more confused. But this is Irishman stuck in ICE custody 2,000 miles from his Boston home for overstaying visa 16 years ago. It's just torture. Even, like, this article doesn't make me feel sympathetic. You overstayed for 16 years. That's 16 years you shouldn't have fucking been here. The optics of Republicans might actually do what you voted for is much better than they were a bit mean to illegals optics. Thanks, I hate it. An Irishman who overstayed his 90-day tourist visa more than 15 years ago has been held in a Texas immigration detention facility for nearly 5 months rather than be deported, despite calling it a form of torture, which is his personal choice. He can go home whenever he wants. Home being Ireland. Seamus Culleton, who is married to an American woman, told Irish media that he has a valid U.S. work permit and a pending green card application when he was suddenly picked up by agents in Boston, where he runs a construction company. If he was here on a tourist visa, he was not legally able to work here. So how did he end up setting up a business? How did he end up being able to work? Where did the valid work permit come from, and what was he doing to work before he got that valid permit? There's a lot of things that don't line up here, and a lot of things that he very likely did illegally. Same way illegals vote. Yep. He was cuffed and eventually flown more than 2,000 miles from home to a camp facility at Fort Bliss Army Base in Texas, where he alleged he's been locked in the same filthy room. It's a nightmare down here, Culleton complained to RTE, claiming he is in fear for his life. Then go home. Take the deportation and go home. You are choosing, you are making a, conscious choice to stay in that facility. It's just a torture. I don't know how much more I can take. The Kilkenny native claimed he did not know why he was being held, while admitting that he refused to sign papers approving his deportation. Department of Homeland Security spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin cited that as proof of the Irishman chose to stay in detention, while stressing he was only in the country by overstaying his initial tourist visa. He entered the U.S. in 2009 under the Visa Waiver Program, which allows you to stay in the U.S. for 90 days without a visa. He failed to depart the U.S., she said in a statement on X. If he goes home, he'll be arrested for drug trafficking? Good, he should be. Why are we harboring someone that doesn't want to go home because they have a warrant? Why are we humoring someone choosing to stay in an ICE detention facility instead of going home and getting served a warrant that he's been running away from for 16 years? Why are we taking him seriously about, oh no, I might die if I stay in this facility any longer? Why are we taking that seriously? Garugamesh, thank you. Business, Home Depot, and illegal. He just hit a trifecta of get out of my country. Exactly. He entered the United States, I read that sentence. He received full due process and was issued a final order of removal by an immigration judge on September 10th, 2025. He was offered the chance to instantly be removed to Ireland, but chose to stay in ICE custody. In fact, he took affirmative steps to remain in detention. Culleton said he was initially pulled over by the feds on September 9th after he'd stopped at a Home Depot to return some items in his van. I complied with everything they said when they asked me if I had a green card, and I said I didn't. I said I was married to a citizen and that I had a marriage-based petition in place, and I was about to receive my green card, and that I had a work permit to be here and work. What were you doing before that work permit? Because you can't work on a visa, on a fucking tourist visa. You can't work on one of those, so what are we doing here? What are we doing here exactly, sir? And that even brings into question, he got married last year, right? How much is this marriage an actual marriage, or was him worrying about being deported under Donald Trump? Why are we holding him here? Send him back immediately. True. He added that he believed he was okay, given that he had received a work permit roughly a month earlier. Wait. He received a work permit a month earlier, which means he's been working for that full 16 years illegally. 16 years. I was even willing to bet that he got it at some point in that time frame, not a fucking month earlier, bro. What the fuck? Get him out. His wife, Tiffany Smith, recalled getting the call from her husband. He rang me and he said, "Don't freak out." And I said, "What's wrong?" And he said, "ICE picked me up." Culleton was initially taken to a holding cell in Burlington, Massachusetts, before being transferred to the detention camp facility at Fort Bliss Army Base in Texas. That permit was never valid. True and fucking... That was kind of crazy. I don't know what happened. Are we back? Are we back? I had like a big fucking red square. Big massive red square, brother man. Holy shit. Ein Moment. The slaves didn't murder you. I was not murdered by the slaves. They just needed to, you know their place. Like the ancient Irish. Thank you, Rob, once again. Sorry if my thank you got cut off. Thank you, Robothy. Not enough potatoes. Very sad. Very sad for this Irishman in detention. Bunker Bros cheaped out on the Wi-Fi. I don't know what happened. It just completely fucking decked itself for a second there. Bouncing on the F button today. We truly are. The Irish got the Foxy. Quick, send the Star Wars named man back to the potato mines. Fan service and games, thank you for the tries. Israel got her. I am not suicidal. Oh my god. A BD Loose, thank you for the proom. Thank you for prooming. Thank you. Battleizer, thank you. Discord heard you talking shit and said you had to go. Not like this. Not like this, brother. Where am I? As his case made its way around the immigration courts, Culleton claims he had been forced to endure tortuous conditions that have left him fearing for his life. I just don't believe him. You don't know what's going to happen on a day-to-day basis. You don't know if there's going to be riots, and you don't know what's going to happen, Culleton said, saying he's been locked in the same room for months. I've barely had any outside time, no fresh air, no sunshine. We have 2 TVs on the wall, and there are 72 detainees here in total. We get 3 meals a day, very, very small meals, kid-sized meals, so everybody is hungry, he said, adding that the completely nasty bathrooms are very rarely cleaned. Culleton's sister, Carolyn, called the moment her brother was picked up. The start of the whole nightmare. His whole life just ended that day. It was put on hold. Politicians in the detained man's native Ireland have vowed to complain to the White House about his case. I hope the White House tells him he has to go back. You have to take your Irish citizen back and serve him his fucking warrants. And let me see here. Okay, it looks like I'm gonna have to bring up another article, but I do have one more tab. This guy saying, I can't believe I'm being held in hideous ICE detention. Well, you're here illegally, but you're free to go at any time. We'll even pay for your flight back to Ireland. I can't go back to Ireland. Why? Irish Daily Mail is the first main media to confirm that Seamus Culleton, currently in ICE detention in Texas, is indeed the same person charged with drug dealing offenses in Ireland in 2009. Culleton's lawyer just found out yesterday. Man. And then there was a new article which I thought I bookmarked, but it seems I didn't. Give me ein Moment. That mentions his daughters. Daily Mail Plus, are you kidding me? Hold on, I gotta go to the archive site now. How could they do this to me? How dare you? It keeps happening. They keep picking like the worst fucking people to champion for. I like zero sympathy, man. Man. Ein Moment. Alright. Alright.
Ah! More slaves! Slaves built the Parthenon. Slaves built America. Slaves, this is your song. Thank you. Slaves. Do 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 do. Thank you. Slaves. Do 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 do. Thank you. Slaves. Do 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 do. Slaves, this is your song. Thank you.
Thank you! Thank you, 7-head tat for the 100 slaves, man. Thank you.
Roses are red, just like dirty commies. Send those fuckers crying to their mommies. Begone red square.
That's a good begone red square spell. I like that. Thank you. Thank you, 7-head tat for the 100 fucking slaves, brother, man. I appreciate you. Kier has a slave-possessed computer. True. This Daily Mail article says, he's the Irish illegal immigrant who claims he's a victim of Trump's ICE crackdown, but now his twin daughters back home say he abandoned them as toddlers and should return to face drug charges. That's crazy. This man fled the country not just to avoid being arrested for drug trafficking charges, but also abandoned his twin children. What kind of fucking horrific person does that, man? How are they gonna spin this one as racism? Well, Irish were treated as subhumans a couple hundred years ago too, you know.
Thank you, Blood Dancer, for the one. Thank you.
The government finally paid me with my own money, so have some oats, Foxu.
I love getting paid with my own money. I wish I could shake down the IRS to not have to pay them. Thank you, Blood Dancer, man. Thank you. He's a rotten potato, man. Ian Brune, thank you. Unlike America and Israel, most countries do not have the right of return for their citizens. You don't know what citizen is supposed to mean without that. Yeah, that is kind of weird. That is kind of weird. The Irish are back to being non-white so that they continue to call us racist. Oh, man. Where's my tab here? The estranged twin daughters of a man detained in the U.S. have claimed he abandoned them and called for their father to be sent home to face justice on his drug charges. They spoke out after ICE detainee Seamus Culleton this week appealed on RTE radio for the Irish government to raise his case with US President Donald Trump so that he could return to his wife, a US citizen, and his plastering company in Boston, Massachusetts. The twins, who will turn 19 over the coming days, said Mr. Culleton abandoned them when they were just 18 months old, leaving their mother Margaret to raise the children herself. Sorry, my hiccups keep trying to come but then getting stopped. In an exclusive interview with the Irish Mail on Sunday, Mr. Culleton's daughters, Melissa and Heather Morrissey, claim that their father is not the man he seems, and said they have little sympathy for his plight. Their father, they say, built a new life for himself in the US, but never saw his own daughters in person again. Heather and Melissa claim their father is not the man people think he is, and said his claim that he has done no wrong is false. The two young women said their mother has not received a penny in child maintenance from Mr. Culleton since he abandoned them. Heather told the MOS, "I think he should come back here and he should get arrested." The twins said their father was naive for going public with his case, knowing he has outstanding drug charges against him in Ireland. Mr. Culleton, who is from Glenmore in Kilkenny, compared the conditions of the detention center where he's being held to that of a concentration camp, and said that he feared for his safety. Our sister paper, the Irish Daily Mail, revealed this week that Mr. Culleton was charged with several offenses in 2008. These included possessing drugs with intent for sale or supply, possession of drugs for personal consumption, and obstructing a Garda in the course of their duty. Mr. Culleton failed to appear at New Ross District County Court, I added the word county for some reason, New Ross District Court, for his hearing, and a bench warrant was requested. However, the warrant was never issued as he had left the jurisdiction. He also appeared in the same court in April 2008 for being extremely drunk in public. Court reports from the time noted Gardaí detained him for his own safety. Heather said he was making himself out to be a saint, like he's done nothing wrong. Like he knows there are warrants here for his arrest, and that was going to come out. How did he not know that? He went to the news. People can go and find this. It's public knowledge. The twins said that they were in disbelief when they heard their father's voice on the radio. Mr. Culleton called RTE's Live Line program on Monday. Heather added, "I was shocked, and I'm sorry now, but I just think it's so funny how he can ring the news and Tiffany, Culleton's wife, and his sister, but couldn't ring me or my sister. He rang me the first day he got locked up because I asked his sister to ask him to ring me. I had asked him to ring me. He told me that he got detained by ICE and he doesn't know when he's going to get out, and that was about it. I haven't heard from him since then." Heather said that she texted her father's sister to let him know that Melissa was pregnant, but there was still no contact. "My sister hasn't heard from him." Heather added, "I feel that we were born and he just up and left. He abandoned us, that's what he did." She said the twins were told their father was Seamus Culleton when they were 12 years old. They looked him up on Facebook and began messaging him. But Heather said he never tried adding us or anything like that on Facebook. Then, me and Melissa made it our own business to add him. And when we added him, we waited. Some people talking about concentration camps need to take remedial education classes. True.
This is your song, thank you.
Do 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 do.
Thank you.
Do 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 do.
Thank you.
Do 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 do.
song.
Thank you, DB Cooper. Thank you, Mr. Cooper, for the slaves. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
There once was a dealer from Kilkenny, who smuggled his product so peddled and profited, till ICE came and stopped it. Now he's in detention without a penny.
We got little poems about the Irishman now. Holy shit. Oh, sorry, I just sucked back like half of a giant water bottle. Oh my god, I was so fucking thirsty for water. God damn. Thank you, DV Koopa, for that nice little poem. Thank you for the slaves. When the story was discussed a week ago on RTE, aka the Irish BBC, they naturally didn't mention any of the criminal background, neglected to mention he didn't have a green card, and generally portrayed this as the inexplicable seizure of a completely innocent man who deserved a slap on the wrist at most. You heard tons of Irish people talking about how this was fascism in action afterwards. You hate this country and you want it to stop committing suicide in front of your eyes, man? It's just a little wild how people will immediately lap up whatever narrative is pushed out instead of being like, maybe I should wait for more information. Maybe I should see what's going on. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. It sucks to be him, not accepting the responsibilities of his actions. Oh well, I guess that door is gonna hit him hard on the way out. Societal drain won't be missed. You'd have people being like, he wasn't a societal drain. He had a company. How did he get that company? If he only got his work permit a month ago, and he had been working for the last 16 years after overstaying a tourist visa, what the fuck do you think he was doing to work in that time? Not legal things, that's for sure. Send him back to the Emerald Isle. We then texted him and basically said, you never reached out and we never heard from you, and all that kind of stuff, she said. He just said that he thought we wouldn't want to hear from him and all that kind of just silly stuff, really. And then we got afraid, in case our mom would see it on our phone, so we just blocked him. Heather said the twins reached out to their father again when they were 15 or 16, and that there had been some infrequent online conversations. He'd be texting on and off, and he'd be texting, how are you, and all this. He asked us if we were coming to see him, and then I asked him if he was ever going to come over and see us instead of us going all the way over there, and he said no, and that he was never coming back here. Melissa said their father gave us €1,000 each for the twins' 18th birthday last year, but only because we contacted him first and asked for a birthday present as a joke. The sisters said that they were very upset when a fundraising campaign, which has so far raised more than $30,000 to pay for his legal fees, was launched. They also said they felt hurt by comments made by Mr. Culleton's American wife, Tiffany Smith, on TikTok, where she said she wanted Seamus to come home to her and her babies, referring to the couple's dogs. Oh my... Holy shit. I'd be so fucking pissed if I was like a kid that my dad abandoned and I had to sit there and watch his wife crying for him to come home to the fucking dogs. Holy fuck. They're dogs. I understand people love animals and all that, but he has children. His dogs aren't his children. Referring to the money raised for her father's GoFundMe campaign, Melissa said that's nearly child maintenance money, like, you know, they're taking the piss out of people. The young woman also told how a relative of the father contacted them after they posted on Tiffany's TikTok that he had real children and not just dogs. Heather said that she was shocked when the relative said their existence could hurt their father's case. I'd be like, good, fuck that guy. So then Culleton's relative comes down my phone and was telling me to delete the comment and that I'm ruining his chances of getting out of ICE detention center, wherever he is, and that I should take it down and that I don't understand. Look at her forehead. What couldn't she understand? Possibly. Do you think the wife knew that he had kids? Oh, I'm sure she did, and I'm sure she didn't care. I'm sure she was all like, oh, you have your reasons for leaving. I'm sure they'll understand when they get older. Melissa added, I feel the exact same as Heather, and I'm just hurt by what they set up on the news. I just think that he's scandalous and that he should come home. He's just made us basically out like we're just two pieces of shit. Mr. Culleton has pleaded with the government to help him get out of the detention facility and has claimed the conditions where he's being detained amount to torture. He said this week, I'd love for you guys to just try and get me out of here. Do all you can, please. It's absolute torture, psychological torture, physical torture. I just don't believe you, scumbag. Shut up and go back to Ireland. I just want to get back to my wife. We were so desperate to start a family. Oh, he's bringing out all the fucking stops, man. You're not allowed to have children. Look at the color of your skin. My mother especially is heartbroken that I'm in here. She's just heartbroken over the whole situation, he said. Despite refusing to sign deportation documentation and posting a $4,000 bond, Mr. Culleton has remained at the detention center in El Paso, Texas for almost 5 months. What do they mean by posting a $4,000 bond? If he's posted bond, like, why is he still there? How can you post bond at a detention facility for holding illegals who need to go back home? This part confuses me. I don't know what that means. You don't understand, Kirsche? The dogs have done a doo-doo on the lawn and the wife doesn't want to clean it up. I'm sure the guy who abandoned his wife and daughters is really concerned about starting a family. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, true and real. You're pretty sure there's a very specific reason they're not mentioning, like, maybe a major crime he committed? Imagine. There is no quality of life here, he said. I've been locked in the same room for the last 4.5 months. I can count on one how many times I've been let outside. Again, that's his choice to stay there. He can go home to Ireland anytime. However, in a statement, Tricia McLaughlin, the Assistant Secretary at the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, said Mr. Culleton received full due process and was issued a final order of deportation from a federal judge. She said on September 9th, 2025, ICE arrested Seamus Culleton, an illegal alien from Ireland. He entered the United States in 2009 under a visa waiver program, which allows you to stay in the U.S. for 90 days without a visa. He failed to depart the U.S. He didn't even have the visa. He didn't even have the visa. He just intended to stay here the whole time. How is anyone defending this piece of shit? Like, actually, man. He received full due process and was issued a final order of removal by an immigration judge on September 10th. He came in on a 90-day automatic guest visa and then just never left. That's fucking wild, man. Miss McLaughlin said Mr. Culleton's continued detention is his choice, adding, being in detention is a choice. We encourage all illegal aliens to use the Customs and Border Protection home map to take control of their departure. The United States is offering illegal aliens $2,600 and a free flight to self-deport now. We encourage every person here illegally to take advantage of this offer and reserve their chance to come back to the U.S. the right legal way to live the American dream. If not, you will be arrested and deported without a chance to return. How is it that every time people on the left pick, like, the most disgusting, like, criminals to defend? Like, come on, man. Deport yourself now! Exactly. Every day he doesn't sign his deportation paper, he should lose 1 finger! Holy shit! And they are sending their best. The best is this horrible. It's astonishing. It's just like, what are we even doing? How do you defend this behavior? Holy shit. It's a reflection of their souls. It's because they're the least worst. Thanks, I hate it. Isn't it because the left supports the erasure of morality? I guess at this point. It's the response you wanted to hear. They have a chance to pay to self-deport and come back legally, but if we have to deport them, there's no coming back. I don't exactly like the fact that somebody who's been here illegally has a chance to come back the right way. Feels like they've already expired their ability to do that. But if we have to offer some sort of leeway, I guess that's the least vile. Phoenix DS, thank you. Would love to see his kids get abandoned and get the money from the GoFundMe. Insert something of Ice getting his Lucky Charms. That would be funny. Internet Zen Master, thank you. I'll be honest, the conditions of the ICE facilities are far from ideal. Worst case, they could be compared to Japanese internment camps. But this guy's a drama queen. Just leave. I mean, like, people complain about the detention centers, but it's like, don't, like, you can stay there for like 1 day and be like, hey, I'll take the 2,600. I'm gonna get on a plane and go home. The left pick these people deliberately and intentionally. Their icons are chosen because they are venal cowards who will never go off message or question their benefactors in any way. They're not independent and simply puppets. The left doesn't want anyone who might have a crisis of conscience or go off script. That's kind of gross to think about. Metal Lavender, thank you. Metal Avenger, thank you. Whole story is a peak-ass Irish stereotype, is it? Dio Brando, thank you. What is the depression olive? What does it mean? Not a depression, an oppression. It's an oppression olive. And it's how my mods keep me from losing my job. Ollie Wally, thank you. How can you hear that deal and not jump at the chance? Oh yeah, you're shitty and dumb. They think that there's probably some way that they'll be allowed to stay, and it's just like, that's not what we're doing anymore. That's absolutely not what we're doing. Let me see here. Oh yeah, there was a video that came out. Let's enjoy a long video, shall we, chat? Slies on Doppelganger, thank you. YouTube censorship is absurd. You couldn't send this as a super chat. We should seize all assets of illegals. That is kind of weird that you couldn't send that. That doesn't even seem very controversial. Ollie Wally, thank you. I'll take reasons to leave for 2,600, Alex. Yeah, that seems like a fucking deal, bro. How much does it cost to sick ice on an illegal? Gonna be a couple thousand at least. Maybe just paying them to fuck off is cheaper in the end. It might be. Your friend who legally immigrated was afraid of overstaying while she visited on a visa because there's a full ban on people that violate their visa status. Just don't violate your visa status. I like, how difficult could it be to just like make sure your T's are crossed and your I's are dotted before your visa expires? Also, to give an idea about how readily the Irish will lie to get government gibs or mercy, a famous court case in Ireland is the last few years was about two brothers wheeling their father's corpse into the postal office to try and continue claiming his old age pension for weeks after he died. That's kind of gross. Wouldn't the corpse be stinky? Wouldn't it be a stinky corpse? What the heck? Leans into walkie-talkie. Get the paddy wagon. So there was another video that came out, and since I've already been watching the Techone stuff, I figured it would make sense. It makes sense to cap this off. This is from a Think Before You Sleep. I feel like I've heard you guys mention this channel name before, but I don't know who this channel is. I don't know who this channel is, but he brings up a bunch of the court documents, apparently. And it's like, okay, let's see. Let's see what's going on. Need to limit visa-less stays to people who arrive on a round-trip ticket with a ride home before the visa-less stay is up. You would think. That's a good channel. Think before you simp. I don't know what that means. This guy, he's good. He's the GOAT. He's an anime racist? Well, sit before you pee. I don't know what this means. He's pretty good. It's Kif. Is his name Kif? He dated Brittany Venti. That's the, like, the fish woman who keeps insulting VTubers, right? He dated that one woman who went after Gura. Yeah, that's Brittany Venti. This guy has horrible anime opinions. Well, he said that Frieren was an isekai. What the fuck? You think you like Think Before You Sleep. He makes fun of people on the right and the left. Oh man. He has a massive kiff. I don't know what that means. He dissed Frieren. He's a little silly about anime. Well, we can't help it if some people are anime racist, unfortunately. We can only hope that they will no longer be anime racist after realizing not all anime. Hashtag. She's the half and half. I don't know what that means. Think Before You Sleep is a mixed bag. He makes good points and then says shit like anime is for trogs. What the fuck?
Techone went to court today and he lost the court case against Pink Chew. Techone with his 5 lawyers lost. She had 1. And she won. That's how bad it was. For the next 10 years, Techone can't own guns and has to pay all of her attorney fees, which is hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Thanks, Ms. Kiff. We can always trust you to report things accurately. In case you haven't heard, Twitch streamer Techone and an ex-girlfriend of his who goes by Pink Chew have been in a legal battle after Pink Chew publicly accused Techone of sexually assaulting her. Recently, Pink Chew filed for a protective order, which is to prevent stalking and harassment, and Techone lost a motion to get it dismissed. Now, before we get into all
so, like, we covered that part briefly already, and we even asked Techone a couple more questions about that stuff. So, Brittany Venti's the girl who screamed fucking normies re on the He Will Not Divide Us live camera. Oh, holy fuck, that is a blast from the past. But he's talking about Techtone's protection order court documents. He put that in stream suggestions on February 2nd. Yeah, he's talking about the court documents here. He lost in a super pro-woman county that nearly always greenlights protective orders. Yeah, I mentioned that when I covered some of the stuff on stream. I was like, I heard that the judge has even had, like, to recuse herself from a case before because she was, like, that biased. Battleizer, thank you. Guy said, ass. YouTube has, oops, these letters can't go together censorship. Side note, grape soda works better if you cut it with cranberry. That's very weird. I like adding pomegranate juice to some of my lemonades. I think that shit goes pretty hard. You all have now made you feel old.
Let me just say that I'm not even remotely neutral on whose side I'm on. I started out neutral. I started out with the mindset of, let's take a look at the facts of the case. Maybe there's some nuance here.
That was
Maybe
pretty much
both
my
parties
opinion.
did something bad at certain points. Usually that's how relationships in particular work. But my mind changed when I began researching, and I think after you guys watching see the details, you'll come to the same conclusion that I did, which is that this is a massive failure of the justice system, which is why this video is a defense of Techone. It's about how, in my opinion, none of the assault allegations were true, and it's about how this whole situation was a coordinated effort from multiple streamers to ruin his career. That being said, Techone, or John, is a popular Twitch streamer who started out by playing gacha games.
I played Genshin Impact, so you don't have to. So it's Breath of the Wild, but worse, but with waifus. Also, be careful of shit-talking Paimon's English voice acting.
More recently, Techone is known for calling out how entitled the least talented video game voice actors are, and for helping expose Hassan Piker as an animal abuser. And this is Pink Chew.
Hey officer, you ever realize how hard it is to say rough 2 times in a row?
Rough?
Good boy.
Well, that was cringe. Anyway, Pink Chew, who also goes by her middle name Ashley, is an OnlyFans creator who's achieved success after getting a very noticeable amount of plastic surgery, followed by a generous use of photo editing tools. I mean, this is an insane amount of catfishing. I'm not even looking at the same person when I compare a live stream to a photo of her.
I don't really care what she looks like. I'm not very interested in dogging on someone's looks,
Which brings us to November
bro.
20th, 2024.
That has no bearing on the
Pink
case.
Chew goes on an alternate account to make a post accusing someone of forcing her into oral sex. And everyone immediately assumed that she was talking about Techone.
If you can believe it, Techone actually is a piece of shit.
I played Genshin Impact. Kirsche, there's some parts of your past you just shouldn't talk about. I wanted to try Genshin Impact. It looked like it could have been fun, but it was overpriced, pay-to-win Chinese slappa, so I was no longer interested.
Ex-girlfriend, Pinky Chew, she's come out to speak about his sexual assault against her. How do you know that she's referring to Techone? Because it's on LSF and they're not following each other anymore.
She's referring to this live stream fails post from an anonymous account announcing that Pink Chew was referring to Techone. I mean, there were also obvious context clues like saying they live together, and who posts something to a public forum if they believe that the audience isn't going to know who they're talking about? So let's be clear, everybody on the internet knew this was Techone despite her not saying his name in the post. So obviously Techone had to respond, and he did so at first by not specifically naming who he was talking about.
So if you're confused, you're going to stay confused. Because this shit is not about content for me. Okay? I know the person who needs to hear this is going to hear this. And I mean this genuinely. I did everything for you. I helped you with everything. I fixed everything for you. I was there for you like nobody else was there for you in your whole life. Your words, not mine.
Now, he does sound pretty mad here, which is why people such as Denims interpreted this as a definite
I mean, like, again, to be fair, if I was being accused of some heinous shit, even if my name was not specifically mentioned, but if there were enough context clues to link me to it, I'd probably also be pretty mad. I feel like that's a normal human emotion when someone accuses you of being something that you are not in a heinous way, right? Nux needed to hear it and he covered it this morning. What do you mean by this? Never date an OnlyFans thought, you know? Just curious, how could she prove she was assaulted when they were in a relationship? It seems like a he said, she said situation. And that's what I said when I looked at all of this stuff the first time. It's like, it's her saying this happened, and him saying this didn't happen, and her dropping a criminal complaint, but then getting a restraining order, or whatever they're called, protective order, from a very biased judge from what it looked like. A kick into nuts, thank you for the Canadians. Isn't Venti the one in online corn videos? I don't think so. I don't think so. I've never heard that. Star Phoenix, thank you. You play Genshin? Stay away from your dumpster fire.
Information that he was an abuser.
Your words, not mine.
Oh my god, he even talks like an abuser. Holy shit.
Very glad Techone is such a dumbass that he doesn't realize how bad this makes him look.
Well, yeah, the problem is that he has an inflated ego and he's stupid, which is like a horrible combination to have.
Well, it's like this goes back to the like oversharing on the internet kind of thing, right? Like when someone vague posts like that and you know people are going to track it back to you, you feel the need to like say something to defend yourself, right? Because like otherwise people are just going to hound you about it and it's going to spiral out of control and it's going to snowball. But then if you address it and you say something, people are also going to snowball it. So it's like you're in this catch-22 of do I say something and it gets worse after I say something, or do I not say something and just let it get worse in that regard? Which, like, the latter is typically where you would go, especially if you're expecting some kind of, like, court case. Or if you would try and, like, do something in regards to, hey, they're trying to libel me. Because if it didn't happen and you're trying to ruin the reputation, that would be a big problem. I don't know. Kirsche talking about snowballing on stream. Shut up, perv! I think Denims would shut up. Didn't Ethan's lawfare teacher jack shit? I don't know. Ethan apparently put out a thing about, like, having trouble with lawyers right now. I don't really know what's going on with that. Dragon Ball, thank you, my guy. You were stationed at Fort Bliss. You have no doubt the facility is god-awful. Also, get ducked and go back. He's lucky he's not in the tents we put people in during COVID. Those sucked. And COVID tents? Oh, no, dude. Snowballing, you say? Well, it just makes me feel like, yeah, they used clips from his stream in the protection case, as far as I know, to be like, oh, he was stalking. But it's like, that's not really stalking if she's talking about him. But the more you keep your mouth shut, the better it is in these kinds of cases. But it's like, you'd have to have the gift of foresight sometimes, right? It's like you can't always predict how things are going to go. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. You wish Denims would shut the fuck up and never have an opinion on anything ever again. Oh my god.
Well, that was the projection of the century. And though maybe that video out of context was a bad look for Techone, trust me, as we go over the court transcript, not Mizkif's transcript that his idiot friend wrote, I mean the actual court transcripts. So when we go over the real transcript, you're going to understand why Techone was a little angry there. In fact, I think he was quite polite. That transcript is infuriating knowing that it was used to take someone's First and Second Amendment rights away for 10 years. Anyway, on November 22nd, 2024, 2 days after Pink-Chu makes her allegations, Techone confirms on Twitter that Pink-Chu was talking about him.
Probably should not have made this tweet. Right? Like, again, this is a kind of like, maybe you needed the gift of foresight, but a lot of times less is more. Until you have, like, a fuck ton of receipts you could provide, right?
Says that she has 2 weeks to apologize and admit that her allegations were false, or he will sue her for what I imagine was defamation, citing that he will also pursue legal action against those who knowingly repeat her lies with reckless disregard for the truth. Techone goes on to say that he's willing to work with law enforcement and is ready to prove his innocence. And then Keemstar comments with some words of wisdom at the end, which brings us to Travis County in Texas on January. And then Keemstar comments with some words of wisdom.
Keemstar said, I have no idea why all you streamers date these OnlyFans clout demons. You guys always get wrecked in the end one way or another. Can we all just have a moment for the original man taken down by a thought when Ray William Johnson tried to bring his girlfriend onto his channel and she just absolutely ruined everything for him? Can we just remember that, man? True and real. Ziz, thank you for the 38-month resub, my guy. Thanks to Insane Paco Taco for your gift sub. Thank you, Insane Paco Taco, for bestowing the gift sub on the Zizathy. Thank you. Dr. Faust, MD, thank you for the 34-month resub, by the way. Thank you. And Kong Ki Ming, thank you for the prune. Thank you for pruning.
At the end. Which brings us to Travis County in Texas on January 23rd of 2026.
Is Keem much better? He's in a poly relation. He's in a poly relationship? All I remember is the fucking Keem cock from that one leak.
And a hearing for a protective order filed by Linda Ashley Lamar, that's Pink-Chu, against John Robertson, that's Techone. Techone
with his 5 lawyers.
Techone and his 1 lawyer, that's 1 lawyer in this case. I don't know why you would lie about something that was so easy to disprove.
Because people don't bother checking things. They'll just listen to someone, right? There's like no extra information.
Smart. I'm not going live and saying things that are stupid. I'm not going live and being not strategic with my words and my actions. I'm being smart.
Right. Mizkif sent a friend of his to go to court and take notes on the day of the
We have determined that was a lie.
Hearing. Seems like the information wasn't very accurate. So Techtone's 1 lawyer is Joffrey Purrier, a guy with an enviable jawline.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he looks like a fucking cape shit character. He looks like he would have been in a fucking Superman movie in the 1980s, bro. Holy shit. Isn't Mizkif the guy who abused Emiru? Yeah, he's the one who's afraid of Kirby plushies.
His lawyer is Michelle
As far
Locke,
as I
an
know.
aspiring self-help influencer.
Life is a journey. Life has ups and downs.
Very insightful words of wisdom. Last, the case is being heard by Judge Dimple Malhotra. Just for clarification, this is a civil case. Conveniently, a lot of these types of allegations seem to be tried in civil courts. probably because the burden of proof there is much lower than in criminal court.
I want you to understand something, chat, that the judge agreed with that. Now, the judge was not empowered to put him in prison directly because that was not a criminal case. Had it been a criminal case and had he been given a bench trial, he would have gone to prison as a rapist.
I don't think you can say that because the protective order case is only like, is there a greater than 50% probability that this could be true? Whereas a criminal case has to be like beyond a reasonable doubt, did this happen? Like they have completely different thresholds for having them get passed. So I don't know how you would extrapolate that from one to the other. Oh, that's Mike from PA? Oh, fuck, bro. Be jamming, thank you. Did I hear about the lamentations of the women on Reddit with their AI boyfriends and husbands being reset again? No? Internet Zen Master, thank you. Every single thing out of Mizkif's mouth is a literal confession. Holy shit. What is that thing on the top right? I don't know. It looks like some sort of demon from a Japanese spooky game. Internet Zen Master, thank you. The Keemstar Gnome being the voice of reason in 2024 is wild. The Punished Fake, thank you. A fox. On this day of our Daytona 500 blooming onion. We don't get blooming onion anymore. I'm so sad. I think it's Frogan. Oh. Oh. She's a little pale. But yeah, I guess you guys are right. That is Frogan.
Right then.
God, these idiots are annoying. For those of you who don't know, Mike from PA is the guy who pretended to be a licensed attorney to run for the Pennsylvania legislature. But the state Supreme Court kicked him off the ballot after they found him misrepresenting himself. Now he's pretending to be an authority on the law on Twitch.
What?
Spoilers, most of the law influencers get shit wrong all the time, and they aren't really that trustworthy. Anyway, in reality...
I wonder why, right? Because, like, you would think if you're, like, a law tuber thing, like, you would kind of know what you're talking about, at least in your area of expertise, right? Like, you might not be able to ask, like, an immigration lawyer about some other kind of niche lawyer area, right? But, like, I don't know. It seems like they should know. Narrative and spin? That's kind of weird. Almost all law tubers are failed lawyers. I mean, I don't know. That just seems weird to me. Ollie Wally, thank you. But if unreality and if speculation, love me! Love me, say that you love me.
There was a police investigation, but it didn't go anywhere, let alone prosecute. So Pink Shoe claimed that she would put a pause on pressing criminal charges because she was afraid of Techone retaliating, which I don't believe because he publicly said he would cooperate with the police. And also, if Pink Shoe was actually afraid, she wouldn't have continued to attack Techone legally. Personally, I think
what do you mean you would be too afraid of pursuing the criminal case? Because if something actually happened, you could get the criminal case passed, and then you would be, like, fully protected. Because he would get put away, would he not? So, like, what kind of logic are we working off of here?
The reason that a protective order was filed is because she wants to attack him, and there's no way in hell that she would have won a criminal case. Now, just so it's less confusing, and because there's no video of this hearing, as we go over the transcript, I'll put pictures on the side of who is talking. That being said, Pink Shoe's lawyer starts her opening statement by blaming Pink Shoe's lack of evidence to corroborate her story on the fact that she's autistic.
That is the single dumbest thing I have heard about this case thus far. If she was actually autistic, she would have, like, a complete Rolodex of evidence of everything that had happened, because she would have started collecting this shit to make herself feel less crazy. You know, ask me how I know that obsessive receipt keeping when you feel like you're being paranoid is something someone autistic would do. I've actually been told by people that I've talked to and confided in that I should stop keeping receipts because it will just make me feel worse. And it's like, make me feel worse that I have evidence to use against people that want to do bad things to me? What the fuck do you mean by this? They're like, well, it'll just create drama if you defend yourself. And it's like, nope, fuck you. Absolutely fuck you. Literal one line, and you're already much more on Techtone's side. I think your brain pulsed for a second there. It's actually crazy. Your Honor, my client is a dumb whore. Always keep receipts, brother man.
Pink Shoe's primary argument here is that, as a person who was nearly 30 at the time, she didn't realize that she was being abused until someone else told her, because she's very slightly autistic. What, did they take that argument from TikTok? So anyway, you know, if there's like a mountain of evidence showing that this was all consensual, well, just ignore that because Pink Shoe changed her mind after the breakup and after Techone got into a relationship with a different woman. What a convenient set of circumstances. That being said, let's go to the first allegation of assault. Pink Chu said that she had recently gotten breast implants, so this is a plastic surgery-related allegation. Now, I'm going to redact some of this information to make it YouTube safe, but the page numbers are all there, so you can just look it up for yourself. Basically, the allegation was that Pink Chu could not perform because of her recent surgery, so Techone found other non-consensual means, allegedly.
Much love to this queen. I mean, seriously, I'm sorry that you had to go through all of that and then probably get traumatized altogether one more time in the court process, but at least now you have a moment of respite.
To further elaborate on the context here, Pink Chu testifies that she had been living with Techone in exchange for sexual favors. Personally, I don't believe this version of the story at all.
What? What? What was the arrangement that you had before you moved in with regards to rent? Answer, I would just help him with some thumbnails, so in my assumption, it would just be helping him because I do graphic design and media. So I, like, make his thumbnails and edited some things for him. So the record is clear. What are the thumbnails? When he posts things like YouTube videos, like I'd go in Photoshop and create a graphic design for him. Okay, at some point, did the arrangement for rent changed? Answer, it changed after we moved in to Chestnut Ridge. Bad girl. And what changed? And the answer was, it went from make this thumbnail for me to he kept telling me to suck his dick. And at that time, he would tell me, do your job, you don't pay rent. And those are the words that I clearly remember. So, I'm confused now. Were they actually dating, or is she admitting to trading blowjobs for free rent? Like, what is happening here? So what she's saying is that there was never a rent arrangement, and she was staying there for free. I am quite confused at this. Being a prostitute. Because it's like... Didn't it get floated that there was, like, possibly, like, consensual BDSM stuff? I don't think I asked Techone that. I think that's a question I could ask. Weird, nonetheless. This is why you always have a contract, even with family. No exceptions. Damn, you need to find a woman to do your thumbnails and suck your dick. You know who won't accuse you of rape after they do your thumbnails? The AI. I have AI thumbnails. If you're trading blowjobs for rent, congrats, you're his girlfriend. That's just how it works. Battleizer, thank you. Love it when the evidence trips the bullshit meter and stun locks you 4 to 10 seconds while you go, the audacity! My tism isn't your crutch. It's just like, they were trying to say, like, autism and anxiety. That is literally what drives me to have immaculate receipt keeping. Because it's like, if someone tries to change the situation, I'm going to show how they're a liar. That's just how it is. Mr. Boss, thank you for the 26 months of Prune, thank you. Thank you.
After reading through the transcript, it is very clear to me that they were living together because they were in a relationship.
It says, flat out admitting she lied during her testimony with her lawyer. In my opinion, she was clearly trying to misrepresent their cohabitation as purely a business transaction. And the parts that were highlighted say, question, at some point following that message to John, you entered into a romantic relationship sometime between December of 22 and let's say July of 2024. And she said yes. And then they later asked, I mean, you guys were a couple, is that fair? And then she said yes. So, which one is it? Were you in a relationship, or was he giving you free rent in exchange for blowjobs? Like, what are we doing here?
For reference, Pink Chu and Techtone's relationship started in December of 2022, and they broke up around June or July of 2024. About a month later, in July or August, Techone meets his now fiancée, Sophia, and a few months later, in November, Pink Chu accuses Techone of sexual assault. Which brings us to the second allegation. Again, pictures are here to indicate who is in the conversation. If you see a Q, though, that means a lawyer is talking, and if you see an A, that's going to be either Techone or Pink Chu talking. Anyway, Pink Chu said that she had just gotten lip filler, and Techone had forced her into oral sex, which had ruined the lip filler. Geez, another plastic surgery-related incident? Do all of her allegations have some sort of plastic surgery involved?
That is interesting, how frequently she was getting plastic surgery.
Now, is there any corroborating evidence that this happened? Not really. There may have been a doctor's...
Techone is not good at choosing partners. as someone who's also not good at choosing partners, I can't give him too much shit for that. But I would say you could literally trade Techone with any other streamer, right? Like, I mean, how many can you think of off the top of your head that actually picked a decent partner and have won? There's like PewDiePie, JonTron. That's kind of where my brain stops. I'm sure there might be a couple of others, but like, as someone who's also not good at choosing partners, she thinks Asmongold is dreamy. JonTron wins. True and real. You don't date OnlyFans girls. Ollie Wally, thank you. News AI gets more realistic with first court cases against the depraved flesh beings that are into more at 10. Jesus. Oh yeah, Rev's a good point. That's true. Rev is married. Can't pay rent, but gets plastic surgery. Funny story, PewDiePie, his wife used to be a fan. That's pretty cool. Harmful opinions. I can always forget that Harmful Onions man is married.
Appointment where she had to get the lip filler fixed. However, that doesn't prove anything because she could have just as easily screwed up the filler through regular consensual activity or something else entirely. But these are pretty much the allegations of assault. Now, when I say that Pinkchu had no evidence of this stuff occurring, understand that her own testimony counts as evidence from a legal standpoint.
Local misogynist arrives at the truth of unprovable allegations using one simple trick.
Actually reading court documents? One simple trick. Thank you, Orismador, my guy. Help. Rev and Cha-Cha in this community are really the first that come to mind. Oh yeah, Cha-Cha's also married. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Okay, you're glad you're not the only one who was stunlocked by the insinuation that it was purely transactional? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, that's wild. That is a wild thing to say.
Allow me to clarify what I mean. I'm saying she had no additional evidence to verify the truth of her story. And let me point out just how ridiculous this is. Techone is a guy who is constantly on camera.
There's like a good 8 to 10 people who have already said, he didn't do it. We know he didn't do it. We were there when they said it happened. That never happened. They say there's a third girl. They don't exist. They don't realize that the entirety of, well, a large portion of my house is fucking filmed on the inside. I have security cameras on the inside.
That's smart, right? See, like, there would be some rooms I wouldn't want security cameras in, and obviously if I have someone like in my future house, I would tell them which rooms have security cameras, but it's just like, that's definitely something I could understand having as a streamer of Techone size. Back from dinner, seeing some dump in your awful country. What did you miss? What?
That's how fucking paranoid I am.
This is a guy who streams for multiple hours a day, plus the couple streams that he did with Pinkchu. You're going to tell me that you have no footage, no audio recordings, and no text that make him look abusive or make him look like a stalker? You also have no testimony from other witnesses saying that Techone was abusing you? This is despite the fact that there were 2 roommates living with them the entire time. So either Techone is this master manipulator who can get away with all of this without a trace, which is a weird thing to argue.
Even if he did say, suck my dick, you don't pay rent, and she does it, that sounds like a rental agreement to me. Again, I don't know if they had any sort of, like, BDSM, dom, sub kind of thing. But that, like, if I were reading this outside of a court case situation, I would be like, that just sounds like she was into a bit of humiliation sexually. You know? Like, she wanted him to, like, grab her hair and be like, you don't pay rent, suck my dick. Right? Like, Techone has always been a one-woman man. He's like a golden retriever. May do dumb dog things, but honest and loyal. I mean, I haven't known him very long, you know? In civil, with a judge, the requirement to prove innocence or guilt is much more lax from your knowledge, with judges able to decide guilty or innocence on what many would see as flimsy evidence. Yeah, it's like greater than 50% chance that it is possible. Rent ain't gonna pay itself. Not gonna degrade your women because that shit becomes fraudulent court evidence. Like, I can see why guys are wary about doing that kind of thing in current year, because holy shit.
Because his opposition is constantly calling him stupid.
When he's literally the dumb. I don't know how anyone fucking ever listened to this guy.
He's dumb as fuck. I honestly think he needs to be arrested just so he can experience what that is like, so he shuts the fuck up and goes away.
I genuinely don't understand how someone could be so fucking stupid to think that this is a good response.
So either he is this master manipulator who can fool anyone, or none of this shit happened, in my opinion. On that note, Pinkchu's lawyer has finished questioning her client, so let's go to cross-examination from Techtone's lawyer, Joffrey. Before we get into this, though, it requires some backstory. For those of you who didn't know, Techone was previously married for like 10 years to a woman whose name is Jessica. They divorced a while back. Now, to me, the details here are kind of murky because an NDA was signed, and I only really have the court transcript to piece together.
You see, now that's interesting. An NDA was signed? Like, in the divorce? That seems kind of crazy. Why is there an NDA in the divorce? An NDA for divorcing? Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of wild. There was an allegation, you think, that they both admitted to, but you can't remember, where they wrote whore on her forehead? I wouldn't know. Maybe that's brought up in the video? I have no idea. Didn't Boogie and his wife also have an NDA when they divorced? Who the hell signs an NDA for a divorce? Maybe public figures? I don't know. I've never been married or asked to sign an NDA. Weren't they both streamers? I think so, yeah.
Together what was going on. But remember how I said that Techone has cameras everywhere?
Yes.
Well, it turns out that his ex-wife still had remote access to the cameras after the divorce, and allegedly, she was using some intimate footage between Techone and Pinkchu to blackmail them.
What? Hold on.
Allegedly, she was using...
Pinkchu and Techone meet and find a connection. 516. Prior to December 2022, Techone and Pinkchu had never met. On the suggestion of a common acquaintance, Jay the Bard, Pinkchu was urged to reach out to Techone. 517. On December 15th, 2022, in response to Techone posting about his divorce, Pinkchu sent a direct message to Techone on X, offering him support. This was the first time that Techone and Pinkchu had ever interacted. 518. After that initial contact, Techone and Pinkchu quickly struck up a friendship and soon realized that they had a lot in common. Eventually, after hanging out continuously over a couple of days, Techone and Pinkchu started a private romantic relationship in December 2022. Kurzum and a jealous Freem spy on intimate moments of Techone and Pinkchu. What? 519. While married and living with Techone, Freem installed security cameras around the house that Techone and Freem were living in. Techone had never had access to the cameras and assumed that Freem had removed them when she moved out of the house in September. Okay, see, the court document says Freem installed security cameras around the house and Techone didn't have access to them. But we just saw a clip where Techone said that he's paranoid so that he has cameras in his house. So I'm a little confused on the cameras. Did he know about them and have access to them because he also admitted to having them? Or did he just decide to keep them afterwards because he liked the idea of them being there? Maybe two different sets of cameras? I don't know. That one's a little weird. That one doesn't make sense to me. Why would a paranoid person not have access to his own cameras? Yeah. And I mean, if there's an NDA, then this isn't even something he could talk about, is it? You'd assume they were her cameras while living together? Maybe. I don't know. Here, 520. Unknown to Pinkchu, Freem and Kurzum, I don't know who the fuck Kurzum is, recorded Pinkchu and Techone on at least 3 separate occasions. December 20th, 2022, December 25th, 2022, and December 29th, 2022. Some of these encounters involved private and intimate moments between Pinkchu and Techone. That's, fucking wild. What the fuck?
Using some intimate footage between Techone and Pinkchu.
Spattens? Freem mentioned that her ex-husband was Techone. Spattens mentioned that Techone was intimidating because Techone was larger and louder than Spattens, which was extremely rare. What? Unprovoked, Freem responded that Spattens shouldn't be intimidated by Techone because he has a quote-unquote micro-penis. What? Weirded out by the conversation, Spattens directed the conversation in a different direction and excused himself shortly after. Okay, good. I'm glad that was weird for him, too. Ouch, baby. Ouch, dude. 526. Subsequently, Ani and Spattens, I don't know what that means, attended a few anime nights at Freem's apartment, but again, Freem started spreading rumors about Techone and Pinkchu, including Techone having a micro-penis. And that Techone paid for Pinkchu's plastic surgery to make her more similar to Freem. What? Essentially, Freem would take every opportunity to disparage Techone and Pinkchu, and while making her disparaging remarks, Freem would be in a chipper yet spiteful tone. This toxic treatment pushed Spattens and Ani away from Freem. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Like, what am I reading? What is this? Techone and Pink Chew learned that Freem is the source of the rumors. On August 30th, 2023, Zizix Prime, real name currently unknown, visited Techone and Pink Chew. During their visit, Techone mentioned that for some reason, Kitnetic told me someone is doing something illegal to me, to Zizix Prime. In response, Zizix Prime pulled Techone aside and explained the entire situation to him. However, Pink Chew did not learn of the conversation's substance until the next week. This is fucking crazy. Why is that Delulu nonsense in court documents? I have no idea what's going on. Maybe Techone dated schizo women because of the misdiagnosis he got as a kid. I have no clue, man. How can a micro penis blowjob cause ruined lip injections? I don't know, maybe it's short but fat? Question mark? Techone is making these girls crazy the same way that Turkey Tom did. I still do not know anything about the Turkey Tom situation. You're gonna say he's clearly got a type. He likes him crazy, I guess. The following week, this is the highlighted portion. The following week, Techone sat down with Pink Chew and explained that Freem had sent intimate footage of Techone and Pink Chew, which was recorded in December of 2022, to Kitnetic and Musashi, the CEO of Mythic Talent. What the fuck? What? Why would you send footage that you've illegally recorded of people in their house to your, like, fucking talent organization owner? What am I even reading? Like, as a complete outside person who has no idea about any of this is just confounding. How is this not a crime? That's a great question. Also, hold up. A month after Zizix Prime visited, Christian from GamerSubs. How is GamerSubs implicated in this? What is happening?
To blackmail them. And how this didn't land his ex-wife in jail is beyond me. Anyway, a lawsuit was filed.
Yeah, I'm with the fucking YouTube guy on this. I've already forgotten his name. I'm with this guy. How the fuck was that not a crime? What the fuck? Oh no, not my thick talent. What the fuck is going on? Kirsche, use your gay curse on Techone and save this man from himself. He has a fiance. I can't do that. Is GamerSups even good? I like GamerSups. And it's not just because you could use code Kirsche for 10% off your order. But I've not run into, like, anyone who works at the company that I dislike. Like, they've all been fucking great people, and I like the products. I have a fuck ton of the canisters in the kitchen. It's the Techone files. Eggman found his waifu at last. Nodders. Robot Dudes, thank you. Freem also said he made Pikachu get gag reflex surgery, which he wouldn't need if, you know... What? Is she the one that said that? Because I heard that, like, that was a rumor that was happening, but, like, why? What the fuck is happening? What am I even reading? You can't gayify Techone now. He's finally won. The Skeptical Panda, thank you. You've rarely been so glad to not have roommates. This is why, like, you know, as fun as, like, streamer houses sound like they could be, I'm one of those autists that just, like, I would not want to live with strangers. I would not want to put up with, like, ramifications of living with people that I only know on, like, a surface level basis, you know? Oh my god, surgery is just to suck dick. What the fuck is wrong with people? Just get the fucking throat, like, numbing spray. You don't even need surgery for that.
Then a part of this lawsuit included Pink Chew suing Techtone's ex-wife because she called her Techtone's sex slave. Let me repeat.
Holy shit! Oh my god! How are you gonna sue Techtone's ex-wife for calling you Techtone's sex slave and then try to take Techone to court accusing him of basically using you as a sex slave? What is happening? Why are women?
Eat this. Pink Chew sued his ex-wife because she accused her of being victimized by Techone.
Hold on.
Pink Chew
Hold on,
sued
I
his
want to read this.
because she called her Techtone's sex slave.
Techone was caught on camera, but she called me on the counter. Freem called Techone and asked Techone, is she better than me? Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Oh my god. Oh, okay. Sorry, I needed like a recovery period from that. After exposing that Freem and Kurzem had been spying on Techone and Pinkchu, Freem intentionally tried to inflict pain on Techone by exposing that Freem had cheated on Techone with Kurzem while they were living together. After wrapping up the phone call with Freem, Techone explained the situation to Pinkchu and promised that Freem would delete the footage and remove the cameras. I have a question. If these are cameras in Techtone's house where he was living with Pinkchu, why would Freem be the one to remove the cameras? Like, it's his house. He should just remove them, right? Is this an NTR manga plot? If not, someone should make it. Yeah. I don't even know half the people they're referencing. One man's she belongs in the psych ward is another. She's all I ever wanted. Freem starts intentionally lying about Pinkchu. In January 2023, Pinkchu attended IkiCon, an anime convention hosted in Austin, Texas. Okay. Freem also attended and spread rumors about Techone and Pinkchu. Specifically, Freem spread that Pinkchu was Techtone's quote-unquote new girl. However, the romantic relationship between Techone and Pinkchu was in its infancy, and the two had not placed a public label on it. As such, Techone spent the rest of the event trying to clarify these rumors. Despite Techone trying to tamp down any rumors spread by Freem, the rumor mill was still churning at full speed. From January 23 to August 23, disgusting lies were spread about Pinkchu and Techone. The lies included Techone cheating on Freem with Pinkchu, Pinkchu being a homewrecker that broke up the marriage of Freem and Techone, Pinkchu had several cosmetic surgeries and was considering more, such as gag reflex surgery, and Techone was paying for them. And Techone was grooming Pinkchu as a sex slave due to her autism. Well, damn, that makes Techone sound like Dr. Evil. Where's his little cat? It's just a requirement that you stalk and harass Techone, and any woman he gets with after you, if you're a woman that wants to date him. I don't know. Please don't stalk people like that, though. Does Techone just date crazy women? It's sounding like it. On July 4th, 2024, Freem attended a 4th of July party hosted by Ani and attended by Spatnaz. The real names of both individuals are unknown at this time. During the party, Ani and Spatnaz met Freem for the first time, and during one interaction...
Let me repeat this. Pinkchu sued his ex-wife because she accused her of being victimized by Techone.
These rumors that were spread about you and John, answer yes, Q, and further you believed the idea or the rumor that you were going to have gag reflex surgery you believed was a disgusting lie. Answered yes. Question, and in June of 2024 you believed that the idea that John was grooming you as a sex slave, that was a disgusting lie. And Pinkchu answered at the time, yes. Lawyer asks, okay, and again, this is less than a month after this May 28th or May 29th incident that you put down in your application for a protective order. She answered, yes. Okay.
Pinkchu said it was defamatory to call her an abuse victim. Not only that, but this lawsuit occurs 1 month after her alleged incidents of abuse, and she says these claims about her from Techtone's ex-wife were disgusting lies. What a weird thing to say, right? So that's our first counter to Pinkchu's story, and just right there, throw the case out. You mean to tell me that someone called her an abuse victim and she spent money suing them to say, no, I'm not? The second part of this is that Pinkchu went to a mental hospital in July of 2024, around 1 to 2 months after the alleged victimizations.
And this court doc says... question, and so the Austin Oaks, where did you go after? Let me back up a little bit. How long were you at Austin Oaks? Pinkchu said 3 days. Lawyer asks, okay, and what were your discharge instructions? Answer is just redacted. I can't remember what it was, but instead I decided to go ahead and see a therapist. Question, okay, and did you actually have any acts of, like, did you intentionally self-harm, or? Answered, no. Question, so what was the reason you went? And Pinkchu answered, I just needed to get out of the house. I think at the time I was just confused. Like I knew something in my gut was wrong. Like how I was being treated. But, you know, he was telling me otherwise, and I was just confused, and I called my sister, and I said I just needed to get out. I just need to see somebody. I need to get out of this place. I calmly packed up my clothes, told my roommate, hey, I'm going to be leaving. I'm not feeling good. And then my sister drove me. I went there, and they said, hey, there's nothing we can really do. You're fine. But if you want, you can admit yourself to get evaluated.
When she's being questioned by her lawyer, she states that she went to the hospital because she just had to get out of the house. And if your first thought was, that makes no sense, then I would agree with you. This sounds like a lie. Now, I'm not a fan of Illymation, but I do think she has a very insightful video on mental hospitals. People don't go to mental hospitals just because they wanted to get out of the house. They go because they're either a danger to others or they're afraid of harming themselves.
Facilities like this save lives every day. There are two types of admission. The first is voluntary, which is where you go to the emergency room and say, hi, I don't feel safe. Can you please help me? And the second is involuntary, which is where your doctor or psychiatrist feels you're at grave risk to yourself or others. So they write you a note and send you to the hospital.
So it's a weird downplay from Pink Chew to say that she just needed to get out of the house. If she wanted to do that, she could have just checked herself into a hotel or something. Note that Pink Chew has more than enough money to do this. Also note that this admission into a mental hospital seems to have happened directly after Techone broke up with her, so I'm guessing that the breakup caused thoughts of self-harm. Actually, it looks like the redactions here suggest something a little bit worse than self-harm. So honestly, I think checking herself into the mental hospital was a psychologically healthy thing to do.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
However, the issue with this hospital visit is that it works as evidence against her story of abuse.
I kind of want to go back and read
honestly,
this,
actually,
I always expect him to read them, and then he doesn't. Important to be honest, to be complete, to be accurate in the answers you provided. Is that fair? Answer, to the best of my knowledge. Question. For instance, they asked you about your history of your present illness on page 15, and you indicated that you, quote, redacted. She said, when I'm in high-stress situations. Question, okay, and then you go on to say that was the reason that you believed John broke up with you. Answer, no, I don't. Oh, the first time that wasn't. I don't believe that was the reason the first time. Question, okay. Answer, I broke up. Are you talking about the time where we, like, mutually talked, or are you talking about the time that I broke up with him? Question, in the medical records, you described it redacted, and that's why you believe John broke up with you was because redacted. Answer, do you mind telling me what page that is on? Question, sure, that's on page 15. Answer, I don't see that, I just see redacted. Question, and that's how you, in those medical records...
So I'm guessing that the breakup caused thoughts of self-harm. Actually, it looks like the redact...
Question, okay, and again, you detail that you get redacted. Do you get redacted? She answered, I mean, anyone who is getting abused gets pretty redacted. Question, okay. Answer, Question, do you redact it? Answer, I haven't in the past year since I've been out of the situation. Question, okay, but at the time you were. Answer, not in front of anyone. It was more of like by myself. Question, so if it was by yourself, then why do you think that's... Why at the time in July of 2024 did you believe that was the reason John broke up with you? Answer, I believe they probably miswrote when I was explaining to them because I was probably crying and stuff. Question, oh, okay. But the quotation marks there, you think that they maybe mischaracterized what you told them. Answer, I think they may have, like... So if I'm reading this correctly, she didn't remember what she told other people that was on page 15 of this court document. And he's asking her about what she told them about the timeline, and she's saying, they might have misquoted me. I don't remember this. So that kind of shows that there's like a bit of a dip in the timeline, I would say. If she's saying that like she was misquoted or it was miswrote and she can't remember what was happening. Tech Guy James, thank you. You figured out why the claims seem to contradict. Techtone's thing is built like a pancake, 10 inches wide and half an inch tall. He rolls it up like a burrito, and that's how it activates the reflex. Jesus Christ. I have talked more about Techtone's dick from this court case than I ever would have liked to in my entire life. Lich Coon, thank you. One man's straitjacket is another's, you know. I'm dying. Battleizer, thank you. You do not for 1 second believe this lady has the tism. Probably not. Phoenix DS, thank you. If Pink Chew was a VTuber, she'd be in phase. Let's not get that crazy. Techone needs to appeal this and take action against the judge. Your mother works in the legal system, and there's no way a case like that should fly. I mean, as far as I remember, he said he was going to try to appeal in one of his videos, right? Daniel Sierra, thank you. Do not put redacted on the Kirsche's redacted. Do not. Do not.
Actions here suggest something a little bit worse than self-harm. So honestly, I think checking herself into the mental hospital was a psychologically healthy thing to do. However, the issue with this hospital visit is that it works as evidence against her story of abuse. Let me start by saying that when she's being questioned by her lawyer, Pink Chu said that after she got back from Austin Oaks, the mental hospital, she moved in with her mom, but as she was getting her stuff from Techtone's house, she told a roommate of his about how afraid she was of Techone. Now,
so this one says, okay, so did you self-admit? And Pink Chu said yes. Question, and when you were discharged or left Austin Oaks, did you go back into the same residence with Mr. Robertson? Answered, no. Question, okay, where did you go after that? Answer, I went to my mom's. I did go to his house to collect items that when he wasn't there, and that's when I confided in my, at the time, his roommate, that I guess that was going to be moving in. I said, I'm afraid of him. I'm really scared. I'm going to go ahead and stay at my mom's because I can't be here. Question, and you heard opposing counsel indicate in opening that you didn't make any reference to Mr. Robertson being abusive when you went to Austin Oaks. Do you recall him saying that? Answer, I'm sorry. Question, I'll rephrase. Do you recall opposing counsel in his opening statements making comments that you didn't mention anything wrong about Mr. Robertson when you were at Austin Oaks? Pink Chu said, yes, I remember. Okay.
Anytime you go to the hospital or see a doctor, they're going to ask you, why are you here? Surely if Techone was so abusive that she just had to get out of the house and she had to tell his roommate how afraid she was, she would have also told the doctors, well, you see, I have this really abusive ex-boyfriend. But she didn't.
Yeah, that does seem like something you would tell the doctors of the mental institution that you checked yourself into voluntarily, and then immediately after leaving that mental institution, you decided to tell someone that supposedly you didn't tell any of the doctors there. That seems a little weird. That seems like something you would have told the doctors.
Do that. In fact, the doctors specifically asked her if she had been a victim of abuse. Pink Chu.
So this is another conversation. July 29th, 2024 was redacted. Is that correct? Answer, yes. Question, and they go on to ask your entire history of sexual victimization. Again, not just sexual assault, not a criminal offense, but any sexual victimization at all over your lifetime. And you say redacted, but you clarify and explain that redacted. Is that correct? And Pink Chu answered yes. Question, okay, you would agree with me that at no point in this question do you mention any intimate interaction that you had with John, that you don't discuss anything related to John at all. Is that correct? And she said, no, I did not. Question, okay, and you understood at the time that you needed to be honest, complete, and accurate in the information and answers that you were providing. She said, to the best of my current knowledge. Question is, okay, they also ask you on page 16 of those, have you experienced any emotional, physical, or sexual abuse history in any way? And you disclose that, redacted. Answered, yes. Question, okay, and was that the relationship that you...
Says yes, but she doesn't mention Techone. She mentions a prior non-Techone relationship, and that's it.
And he has a little asterisk on the side that said, I messed this up a slight bit due to bad memory and the confusing nature of the transcript. Pink Chu mentions 2 instances of sexual assault. Once here as a child, and a second time on page 147 from an ex-boyfriend 6 years prior. It is unclear to me what exactly she mentions at the hospital because of the redactions. However, she clearly states that Techone was not mentioned. And in the highlight it says, we're in 6 years prior to going into Austin Oaks. And she said, I was a child. Question, okay, do you discuss your relationship sexual abuse in this answer? And she said, you mean with John? Wait, I'm sorry, I'm confused. Lawyer asks, I mean any adult sexual victimization. Do you discuss that in this answer? And she said, no, I don't believe I did. Question, okay. Did you mention any sexual abuse in this answer at John's hands? Answer, I believe I only put it redacted in there. Question, okay. At any point in any of these records, do you discuss, according to your testimony, these multiple vicious, brutal, sexual, coerced sexual encounters that you had with John? And she said, no. Question, okay. And again, this was just 2 months after the last alleged brutal oral sexual victimization that you had experienced. And she answered, and before I had confided and got clarification of what was going on. What does that mean? Why would you not mention it to the doctors? Question, okay, but you had been through sexual abuse before. Is that fair? You were familiar. unfortunately, with what that looks like, with what that...
Keep in mind that the time period where she is alleging the abuse happened was 1 or 2 months before she goes to the mental hospital in July. Also keep in mind that Pink Chu testified that she told Techtone's roommate 3 or so days after this questioning from the mental hospital, or around the same time, that
This is her lawyer asking, okay, did you self-admit? She said yes. A lawyer asks, and when you were discharged or left Austin Oaks, did you go back into the same residence with Mr. Robertson? She said no. Question, okay, where did you go after that? And this is just, I think this is a repeat of what we read earlier. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'll rephrase.
She was afraid of Techone, noting that his roommate did not come in to testify on her behalf. She can't even get that corroborated. So I don't see how this can be considered as anything other than crucial evidence that Pink Chu is making all of these allegations up.
That is a good point. If she confided in this roommate after she was released from the mental hospital, why isn't that roommate testifying on her behalf? Why are they not able to get a corroborating story from that individual?
Now, her argument for why she didn't report to the mental hospital that she had been assaulted by Techone is because she just didn't see it that way at the time. But again, immediately after she gets out of the hospital to collect her stuff, she tells Techtone's roommate about how scared she is. Conveniently, this change of story happens in a place where it couldn't be documented as evidence. Because
conveniently, for one, but also for two, the other lawyer, Techtone's lawyer, had a good point where it's like, you've unfortunately been a victim of these kinds of things before, so surely you know what it looks like when it's happening.
You know, if you were an abuse victim who is fleeing your house because you're afraid of your ex-boyfriend, certainly you would want to tell medical staff later so it could be used as evidence in a police investigation. This is why I don't believe anything that Pink Chu says. There are tons of holes in her story and really nothing to defend her outside of taking her word for it. But that's not all. Before Pink Chu goes to the mental hospital, there are text messages between her and Techone, where Techone, or John, says, "Text me when you're on your way, and please be safe."
So this says, definition of an acute mental health crisis, but you felt like you needed to go, and she said, I just needed to get out of there. I don't know if this is Techtone's lawyer, Jeffrey Purrier. I'm assuming it's Techtone's lawyer. But he said, okay, and then again, John says, text me when you're on your way, and please be safe, be careful. And she says, The lawyer asks, correct, and you eventually tell him, I'm going to Austin Oaks, and that's when you check yourself in. And she replied, yes. He asks, is that fair? She replies, yes. He asks, okay, I want to ask you about that process, and when you go into Austin Oaks, they ask you a bunch of screening questions, is that fair? And she said, yes. Mr. Puyar, they ask a fair bunch of screening questions, is that fair? She said, yes. They want to get to know your situation a little bit more, and she said, okay. And I think this is leading into where she brought up the other instances of victimization.
And then she tells him what hospital she's going to be at. He also says, if you need me, just text me. I'm sorry you're going through this.
This is a question at the top. Okay, but that was the only part that he directed you to write. She said, no, he's done it before. Question, okay, and then he responds, Jesus Christ, all right, well, be safe and trust your decision. Is that correct? And she said, yes. Question, he doesn't belittle you. And she says, not in the text. And the lawyer asked, correct, in that text, he doesn't belittle you. And she said, no, not in that text. Lawyer asked, okay, he doesn't call you crazy. She said, no, not in that text. Question, he doesn't call you psycho. And she said, no. Question, okay. He says, if you need me, just text me. I have my phone now. I am so sorry you're going through this, Pink. Correct. And she says, yes. Question, okay. He's supportive. And she says, in those texts. Question, okay, sure. And for the sake of our questions about these text messages, that's what I'm referring to. She says, okay. I'm interested in the beginning where it says, but that was the only part that he directed you to write. And she says, no, he's done it before. What exactly is he directing her to write? What has he exactly done before there? I want to know more about that.
So when I read stuff like that, I think, wow, there was so much documented evidence of Techone being supportive, but when it comes to him being abusive, you just have to take people's word for it. Isn't that odd? This is like no case of abuse that I've ever seen. Abusive people usually leave evidence everywhere because they can't help themselves. We're not done yet. Pink Chu and Techtone's lawyer Joffrey discuss her leaving the mental hospital, and there's this part where Joffrey says, in fact, I believe he's listed, and the rest is blacked out. Judging by the context clues, I'm guessing that he's saying that Techone was listed as an emergency contact.
I'm guessing that as well. Says, answer, it was very different. It was full-blown, crying, pulling your pants down, raping you. And, that is very different. I understand, what rape is. I didn't fully understand, sexual assault. Question, okay, I want to pivot, and I want to ask you about how so you're released from Austin Oaks, is that correct? She says, may I have a moment? I'm sorry. Okay, my apologies. And he asks, you're released from Austin Oaks and you and John continue communicating. In fact, I believe he is listed redacted. And she says, yes. Question, yes, you listed him as that. She answers, yes, because that's where I was living at the time. Question, okay, and you send John your patient access code so that he can call up to Austin Oaks, so that he can find out more information. Is that fair? And she said, I don't remember if I did that. Question, okay, if that's in those text messages, would you have any reason to disagree with that? And she said, no. And furthermore, if this is a redaction of her listing him as an emergency contact, her saying yes because that's where I was living at the time doesn't exactly make sense here if this is someone who supposedly assaulted her and she was afraid of. Because even if that's the address she was living at the time, an emergency contact is given, like, ability to contact you, and it's like their phone number as well being put down. And if she went to, like, live with her mother after this, why wouldn't she have put down, like, her mother or even a friend's contact information instead of someone who supposedly assaulted her? That doesn't exactly make sense to me. I forgorbed, tee.
Considering that Techone says stuff like, if you need anything, let me know. And Pink Chu told him what hospital she was going to be at. So again, extremely weird behavior here, especially considering that Pink Chu communicates that her mom lives somewhere in the area. So why is she
Well, that clears that up. I was wondering if her mom lived too far away, but it's like, even if her mom lived far away, if I was getting out of an abusive situation and my dad lived far away and I needed an emergency contact and I didn't have one, I'd still put my dad down because it's still better than, like, someone I'm trying to go no contact with, right? As someone who has been in several abusive relationships, you don't typically try to talk to those people. You don't list them as your emergency contacts. You try to do a full fucking cut. Just put a friend or a family and rent a hotel. You don't even need to rent a hotel, especially if her mom lived in the area.
Her alleged abuser that she's afraid of as a contact instead of her mom.
Spicy.
Moving on,
raid.
let's talk about why a protection order was
Lord
granted.
Rexworth, thank you for the raid.
Texas,
Welcome,
in order
Raiders.
to get a protection order, the standard of proof is reasonable to believe. This is kind of a major issue for me when it comes to family court, and I think the law around this needs to be modified to prevent abuse, especially in cases like Techtone's where there is tons of counter evidence to his accuser's story. Reasonable to believe is a very low standard. It's like saying if one person thinks, yeah, that could have happened, that's enough to grant an order in Texas.
That's kind of
This standard is even lower than the more likely than not to have happened standard, which is what we're all used to hearing about in civil court cases.
This is in Texas. I want to say this again. This is not California.
I don't really understand why so many people's defense is like, he's obviously guilty because this happened in Texas. Like, I know Texas has this, like, crazy stereotype for being, like, deep south, southern man kind of place. But it's like, that's just not how it is in reality anymore. Texas has some real fucking blue areas. Austin is California.
This is not New York. This is not Illinois. This is not Massachusetts. This is Texas.
He's implying that it's impossible to get an order of protection in Texas when actually it seems to be fairly easy. Here's Michelle Locke, Pink Chu's lawyer, on her podcast saying that the standard of proof in these kinds of courts is very low.
When it comes to marriage and there are abusive instances,
my ears were in the way
how
of the
important
timestamp,
is it for someone to have that documented?
Your testimony alone can be enough. And people think, well, really? I don't have to have pictures or bruises? I mean, while those things would be great and helpful, it's not a requirement because judges every day make decisions based on the credibility of witnesses.
Ooh,
and that's the bottom line. And so the court's going to look at what you say, what he or she says, and then make the call on whether it's a believable story.
Let me
once again, and I mean, you know, it was in Massachusetts, but it was in Massachusetts several decades ago. My mother was deemed an unfit parent by a judge in family court because my mother was on drugs and tried to kill herself. My father had no record of any wrongdoing. My father had a full-time job. My father had a safe place for me to live. And because my mother said that she did not want my father to have custody of me if she could not have custody of me, the judge somehow ruled, okay, we'll put her in foster care. And the only reason I didn't go into the foster care system is because my grandparents on my dad's side, my dad's parents, spoke up and said that they had a history of raising 4 children. They're the paternal grandparents, and they would like to remain in custody of their grandchild. And they were granted full custody. My entire childhood, my grandparents were listed as my legal guardians because family court is fucked. Kirsche almost got sent to Epstein Island.
Mind you that Mike from PA is not a lawyer. He's an idiot propagandist who really seems to have his own boundary issues with women. Just because guns are more legal in Texas doesn't mean that this state always favors the right. A lot of bullshit occurs in Texas too. Also, this legal battle between Pink Chew and Techone occurred in Travis County, which is where Austin is. Austin is like the California of Texas. But anyway, Pink Chew still has to prove that there is some sort of reason to believe that Techone will be a danger to her. Before we go into this next section, I would like to point out that neither Michelle Locke or the judge really have a grasp over how social media works. Pink Chew's lawyer, Michelle...
I mean, most older people don't really seem to, let's be fair. Chinese gambling games, like with anime girls and characters like that? Oh my god. Question, okay, and is that how did Mr. Robertson earn income at the time, to the best of your knowledge? Answer, I believe he was making $100,000 a month. Eggy man, teach me your ways. That's crazy. $100,000 a month! That's crazy! Question, and that was from doing what in particular, if you know? Answer, he was streaming the games, and then he was also part of the very large gaming organization called One True King. They had basically all the largest streamers in Austin, and, you know, like, they had a lot of control over the space. Question, okay, and just because I don't know, is Austin a large market for streamers? Answer, it has a large market for some of the largest streamers. Talking to, like, lenders and real estate agents and other assorted people in New England, in my case, where I'm trying to, like, go back and live at, I have to explain so much about what I do, because they're just like, I don't understand, like, how are you doing these things? Because there's just, like, no content creators in, like, the New England area that do stuff on this scale. Like, if you're a content creator, you're moving to, like, San Antonio, Austin, fucking LA, even, like, New York City, maybe, like, Orlando or Miami, right? Like, New England's not exactly a mecca for content creators. Just say you do OnlyFans, it's easier. No, I hate that. So you're saying he could have afforded hair plugs. Oh, my God.
Said in the transcripts that she does.
Mistress Kirsche, did your father have to pay child support to your mother? It was either from Mr. Beanie Pool or Asman, for whom you've heard that the state takes a percentage of the child support. I don't know if the state takes a percentage, but yes, my father did have to pay child support to my mother. And I mentioned before on stream, when I was 15, my mom decided to move to North Carolina. North Carolina is a considerable distance away from Massachusetts. And my mom moved to North Carolina, petitioned the courts for higher child support, and at that point in time, my dad was just, like, so fucking broken from having to deal with my mom for so long. He was like, I don't even want to fight this. I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna give her what she wants. It's only a few more fucking years, and then I'm done with it. And despite her not having any custody whatsoever. At this point in time, when I was a teenager, they had, like, shared custody, though my grandparents were still my legal guardians. I don't exactly know how this shit works, because I was a child. But, like, on all of my school documentation, my grandparents were, like, my legal guardian people. Your friend, another content creator, just said he does porn because he's tired of being judged and getting weird questions from boomers. What the fuck? What the fuck? He won in the end! He did. He did. Most states take from child support payments, from what you've heard. Jesus. My dad is very much a saint. Which makes it even worse, right? Like, my mom tried to get higher child support, and he was just like, I don't even want to fight it. I'm just gonna let it go. And this was after my mom had been, I'm pretty sure, was this after? I can't remember if it was after or before. Fuck, man. I think this was before or after. Fuck. I can't remember the timeline. But at some point in this period of time, my mom had also gotten arrested for illegally selling firearms and had lost complete custody again of both of us. I'd already been living at my grandparents, so it didn't even really matter that much for me, but my brother lived full time with my mom, and so he was gonna have a fucking rough ass time. But my grandparents, my brother's my half brother, so he has a different father, so my dad's side of the family, no relation to him. So my grandparents are like, fuck it, we'll take this one in. Yeah, we want him to be somewhere where he, like, knows people at least. Like, we don't want him going into a weird system. So my grandparents took him in for about a year, and we had like supervised visits from CPS for my mom. And my mom would always do that thing, like when she would hug us too long so that she could whisper in our ears, like, you have to say good things about mommy so that you can come home. You know, like just telling us to lie for her and shit. Did she forget to file off the serial numbers or something? I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. Kirsche's mom has the Sons of Anarchy timeline. And then, while I was with her in North Carolina when I was 15, because I spent the summer there, I turned 16, because my birthday's in the summer. And for my birthday, as typical, she didn't get me anything. But she decided to tell me this, like, cockamamie story about how, oh, your father's not actually your father. Your uncle, who you thought was your uncle, is not actually your uncle. That's your real father. We call him your uncle because we still want him involved in your life, but the guy that you think is your dad, we decided to actually call your dad because you would have a better life. You know, his parents, they live in a nicer area. They could give you access to better schools, and so that's why we did that. Happy birthday. And so, like, the rest of the summer, I was carrying this with me, like, oh God, is this true? Has my whole life been a lie? And then when I got back home, my mom was so fucking lazy, she didn't want to meet up with my dad in, like, Maryland at a halfway point for driving me back home. And she figured that my dad wouldn't come all the way down to North Carolina. So she was just like, oh, we can't drive. She'll have to stay here. Because, like, she'd already tried getting me an emancipated minor by marrying me off to, like, one of her friends in his early 20s. She's like, yeah, if you just get married, you'll be an emancipated minor and you'll never have to listen to your father again, who's not actually your father, but we just said that he was. What an eventful childhood. Yeah, I had a very eventful childhood. So she tried being like, oh, I'm just not going to bring her back up there. She's going to have to stay here. My dad drove all the way down, obviously, and picked me up. And after we got back, I was like, hey, Dad, Mom said this weird shit about how, like, you're not actually my dad. My dad is a very calm man of few words. And I think this was the first time I saw him, like, genuinely fucking angry. Understandably so. He wasn't mad at me. He was mad that my mom would do something like that, which I guess even after dealing with her for as long as he had, she still had the ability to surprise him. Your mom is a piece of shit. Well, yeah. Yeah, you don't bring home a neo-Nazi after meeting him at a bar like 9 hours away from your home after he just got out of prison for domestic and drug charges and decide, I'm gonna bring him home to my children if you're a good person. Good people don't do that. Did I ever tell you that your mother's a terrible person? Yeah. Did my mom make me clean blood off the walls in the morning too? If so, we're twinning. She was usually pretty good about not getting blood on the walls, but there was often blood on the floor, and she did a lot of fights outside, so we would have to clean off the pavement in front of the house. She thought you could fix him. So you've always wondered how my dad proved my mom was full of shit? I feel like my dad and my grandparents did me a little bit of a disservice by not telling me just how disingenuous my mom was, right? Because as a child, you just don't want your parents to get in trouble, you know? But, the first time my dad said something, like, negative, that could even be perceived as negative to me about my mom, was when he had to come pick me up from her house after I came back from a trip with friends in New York for New Year's. And my mom had lied about some shit, and my dad was just like, you know, I'm not gonna tell you how to feel, and I've never, you know, spoken bad to you about your mother, but you're gonna be 18 soon, and you're gonna have to really think about how much of your mother you want to deal with in your life. And I did go no contact with my mom for years when I turned 18, but my meme, my dad's mom, she's a very, very sweet lady, so she was like, Kirsche, you only got one mother, and we know how your mother is, but she's got so many health problems, and, you know, she probably won't be around for very long. That was wrong, meme. My mom's like a fucking cockroach. But she's like, you don't know how long she'll be around, and, like, you might feel bad if she passes away, and your last conversation wasn't so great, so, like, maybe, you know, you'll be across the country, like, you could just, you know, talk a little bit to her through text messages. I tried that, and she gave me many more stories to tell on stream, but holy shit, she's still fucking crazy. And she's been pretending to be dead for, like, the last 2 years now, I think. I can't remember if it was like January 2025 or like 2024 that she said that, but she's been pretending to be dead for a while now, so not my problem anymore. Good luck. She's in hiding. Sorry, Kirsche's meme. Kier Mom is actually a piece of shit. She's still pretending. Yeah, she hasn't reached out to my brother or I, so fuck it. Not my problem. Do you like Hamtaro? I love Hamtaro. What if your mom dies and the last conversation you had with her was about a BDSM sex tape she made and that had stolen from her? Kirsche's grandma. Well, unfortunately, the last conversation will be of her trying to guilt trip me and then my brother with 2 different stories about her killing herself. So, you know, who cares?
Doesn't really understand social media. And in this video that I found of the judge, she openly states that she doesn't really have an interest in being online.
What?
And so for me, I didn't even have social media, by the way, until I knew that I had to run.
Okay, so this is very important because essentially all of Pink Chu's evidence for why she needs an order of protection and why Techone is an ongoing threat is because of his social media posts. And if you as a judge don't understand social media, you're going to miss a ton of nuance. It's actually to the point where this court decision is quite scary and possibly a strong violation of the First Amendment. Personally, I think Pink Chu is taking advantage of the judge's lack of knowledge of social media and using that to lie. To talk about that, let's go to Exhibit 16, I think. This post from Techone is still live, so I'll just show the actual tweet. It says, another OnlyFans woman lying about rape, then just moves on. No damage done to them. Ruin a man's life for 3 years. Why is this so common?
And this is about the Rich Campbell lawsuit?
This is from October 21st of 2025, nearly a year after Techone was accused, and he's signal boosting a post talking about a friend of his from OTK, who I guess was falsely accused. I don't know that situation too well, but that's what's being talked about. Pink Chu says that she believes that the tweet was about her, and then she says that Techone makes posts like this to try to get his fans to attack her because she does OnlyFans.
Answer, they're going to hate what I found today. Your loss is now even more inevitable. Now I wait. What a fucking anime villain thing to say. What am I reading? Question, okay, and when you see these messages that he posts like this, how did you interpret them? Like, how did it make you feel? Answer, like he's coming after me. Question, okay, and then let's go to 16. So the same month, October of 25, shortly after the protective order was filed, what does Techone, Mr. Robertson, post yet again about this? A, another OnlyFans woman lying about rape, then just moves on, no damage done to them. Ruins a man's life for 3 years. Why is this so common? Question, and did you believe that was this also related to you in a way? Answer, yes. Question, okay, and why did you believe so? Answer, what he does is he gets, basically, trains his community into hating OnlyFans or women, or also migrants and things like that. Bro, how are you gonna use the migrant language when it's talking about illegal aliens, man? Come the fuck on. And also, Techone doesn't need to groom an audience into hating OnlyFans. Prostitution might be the longest profession in the world, but it also comes with a lot of denigration from the general public. So that's defamation. Oh my god. I'm half Mexican. Oh, okay. I'm half Mexican, and just things to hate about women and women that have OnlyFans. So when he does attack me, that they're more angry towards me. Man. Question, now, have you had some of his fans come after you on these platforms? This is like trying to make a court case off of what happened recently with like Rev and Lala having a public conversation. That's kind of a crazy thing.
Which is retarded, because if you look at the comments on the tweet, you can see that people aren't talking about Pink Chu. You
Correct.
Can't even find her name by doing a text search on the page.
Correct, and she's like, he's talking about another OnlyFans whore lying about being sexually assaulted. How many times have we seen an accusation against someone be spread all over online, and then it turned out to be completely false, and they were just angry at the guy? Like, this is why people took such umbrage with the Me Too movement.
In fact, you can't see this in the court transcript, but since this tweet is still live, we know who Techone is referring to in this tweet because he's quote tweeted a post talking about Azalea Lexi. So how in the hell is this comment about Pink Chu? By the way, this is in stark difference to her allegation post, where the top comment essentially is saying, hey, you're talking about Techone, right? The irony here is that Pink Chu herself made the argument in court that people wouldn't know who she's talking about because Techtone's name wasn't mentioned in her tweet. But
so, when you vague post about Techone, nobody's going to know who you're talking about, so it shouldn't be a problem. But when Techone quote retweets something about Azalea Lexi, he's clearly talking about you, and that's a danger. It's very interesting how that works.
If you know anything about the internet, the minute you start vague posting like this, tons of people in the comments are going to start asking, oh my god, who is she talking about? Which will prompt all the know-it-alls to try to be the first person to say that it's Techone. In fact,
this lawsuit page says, question, because again, that's the entire basis of that lawsuit that you filed. She said, okay. Question, is that fair? Answer, yes. Question, okay, and understanding that in your sphere of influence online, it was well known that you were in a relationship with John. And understanding that in John's sphere of influence, it was well known that he was in a relationship with you online. You would agree with me that it's reasonable that those people, upon reading that Twitter post, would come to the assumption that you're talking about him. Is that fair? And she said, not at first, until he publicly stated it himself, and he said that it was about him. Question, okay, you don't think it's reasonable at all that anybody would read that, understanding that you guys had been in a relationship, and come to the conclusion that you were talking about him. And she said, maybe some people, but not, because there was no clarification who I was talking about or any names. Question, okay, what was your intention in posting that? Answer, it was really for my friends, I think. Question, okay, people that he had been trying to isolate me. I don't understand what this, brain damage of I post something publicly on Twitter and it's supposed to be just for my friends. Get a fucking private group chat. If you post it on Twitter, it is, public. What do you mean by this?
Which will prompt all the know-it-alls to try to be the first person to say that it's Techone. In fact, here's me doing this with the false allegations against Turkey Tom.
This is Think Before You Sleep saying, imagine you get falsely accused and you get to defend yourself by showing a bunch of text from your ex talking about how big your dick is.
You can see that I don't mention Tom in the post. People are asking who I'm talking about, and if you scroll through the comments, you can see several people explaining the reference. This is not like a secret behavior that people have. Anytime some sort of inside joke or a test question is posted on social media, tons of people go to the comment section looking for the person who will explain everything. So in my opinion, Pink Chu left Techtone's name out of this post to prevent a defamation lawsuit, but left in enough clues for people to easily figure out who she was talking about, so her followers would...
I agree with this assessment. Vague posting like this is meant to put a nugget rat out into the Twitter sphere to get people talking about something that may or may not have happened without being able to take any sort of defamation suit for yourself.
The Patrol was a popular thing for a reason.
Conditioning his audience to hate OnlyFans. He wants to tell her far more than Techtone's audience have hated OnlyFans and the eThought crowd since before 2020 at least. Thought Patrol. I remember the Thought Audit of Instagram. Thank you, Internet Zen Master, my guy. Thank you.
Say who it was for her. If she only wanted her friends to know about these allegations like she said in court, she wouldn't have posted it on social media. Anyway, back to Techone. Here's where it gets scary. Remember that the order of protection was granted, meaning that Techone is not allowed to talk about Pink Chu. Her evidence that this tweet was about her was purely on the basis of Techone bringing up OnlyFans, and because she does OnlyFans. She actually makes this argument several times. Here's another one. Exhibit 20. This tweet is also still alive, so I'll just bring it up. He's asking for OnlyFans models to stop giving life advice because you can see them naked for less than a Fortnite battle pass.
Where's her dignity? Oh, I don't know. I heard she's selling it for $5.
This is another post where if you scroll down, you can see that nobody is talking about Pink Chu, yet she is suggesting that these posts are targeted at her and designed to train Techtone's audience into hating her. Now, if you were a judge...
Where was she giving him life advice, though, would be my question. Why is she taking that so personally in that regard?
Who doesn't use social media that much, you would think, oh, well, that makes sense. Obviously, he's only mentioning OnlyFans because Pink Chu does OnlyFans. Why would anybody else talk about that? Except, talking about OnlyFans girls is an entire meta of content creation that has existed for years. And I don't know, maybe it has something to do with people like Morgpie trying to bend Twitch's rules so she can show her boobs to 13-year-olds and try to get them addicted to pornography. Maybe some of these women deserve to be criticized, so citing these posts as threats and possibly suggesting that Techone can never talk about OnlyFans because of the order of protection, I think is a massive violation of the First Amendment. Second, in the same way that she cites these posts about OF, she also cites Techone talking about illegal aliens as a threat towards her, saying,
why would Techone talking about illegal aliens be any kind of threat towards her? If she's half Mexican and here legally, what the fuck does that have to do with her? This is the part that I already read earlier where she says she's half Mexican.
Well, I'm half Mexican, so I'm almost a minority, and that means he's victimizing me with these posts.
What the fuck?
If this type of post counts as talking about Pink Shoe, then Techone, as a
every time you use the N-word to insult someone, you're actually insulting me because I'm part Italian.
Social media influencer can't talk about the most pressing issues of the past year because his ex-girlfriend is half Mexican?
Yeah, it's fucking
this is
crazy.
Very stupid. She continues, and I think this is the most ridiculous part, and I think...
Says, how have you seen him do it to multiple people? She answers, Enviosity was one example. He has a lot of, I guess, beef with a lot of people. I can't even count. In his YouTube videos, he names each of his YouTube videos after the person he's going after in that video. Question, and what is your concern with regards to what happens if this protective order is not granted after this hearing today? Answer, he's going to continue, as he's shown before, relentlessly harassing and threatening me to the point where I will probably have to take measure where my life may be in danger. So when he gets in beef with other creators, she's trying to use that as proof that if she doesn't get the protective order, he'll make a video on her. To be fair, if you're falsely accusing him, would that not be grounds for him making a video celebrating him defending himself against false allegations? Like, unfortunately, coached lawyer response and it worked. Question A17, he posts in October of 2021. What does he post? A, proud to be blocked. Women who falsely accuse men are scum and should be in prison. I mean, that's just true. Somebody who falsely accuses a man of like sexual assault or rape should absolutely 100% face the same exact repercussions that man would have faced if the allegations were true. Because the more people who lie about this shit, the more it makes it harder for actual victims to come forward, because the default position will start to be, well, I just don't believe this because I've seen so many false accusations before. Battleizer, thank you. Video equals relentless harassment, duly noted. Hermit Status, thank you. For the 9-month sub on Kick. Ooh, placenta time. Please enjoy some placenta candy bars after Valentine's Day. Question, are you falsely accusing him of these actions? Answer, absolutely not. Question, okay, did they, in fact, take place? Answer, yes. Question A19, what did Mr. Robertson say? And this was actually before the protective order was filed on June 18th of 2025. Man.
I think it's where she takes the most advantage of the judge's ignorance of social media. She says that Techone makes call-out videos on certain influencers. These kinds of videos, by the way, are extremely common on YouTube. I mean, this reads like she's suggesting that YouTube drama should be illegal. She says here that if a protective order isn't granted, then he will continue relentlessly harassing and threatening her to the point where her life will be in danger. This is absolutely ridiculous. Over the past handful of days, Techone and Misgif have made like 18 videos on each other. By her logic, you would think that both of them would have been dead 10 times over by now. Keep in mind that between the breakup in July and the time that Pink Chew made her allegations on November 20th, 2024, I can't find a single instance where Pink Chew's name is mentioned by Techone, and she certainly doesn't provide any mentions outside of his post on November 22nd. And keep the context here in mind. Techone and Pink Chew break up. Techone is silent about Pink Chew until she accuses him of assault. Then Techone makes a post saying, I'm going to sue you if you don't apologize. In this context, he's just defending himself. Like he is being legally punished here for defending himself against allegations that had no corroborating evidence.
I think this is the main reason why Techone has become so extreme. And whenever you think about it, really calling somebody a therapist is one of like the top 3 things that you can say to somebody that is career destroying, career ending, or damaging.
Right. That's a career ending
And now people have fun just throwing around the word pedophile too.
And during the court case, Techone said that he was dropped from his partnership with OTK almost immediately after Pink Chu's allegations.
Wow.
By the way, if you're thinking she must be the innocent party because she filed for the protective order, note that protective orders get abused actually quite a lot. In fact, if you watched my video on Alexa Nicholas, who was falsely accused of leaking sealed court documents by a good friend of Taylor Lorenz, you would know that she mentioned that she had a stalker who was harassing her and her family. That stalker filed a restraining order against her. So yes, these orders can be weaponized.
That's crazy.
And speaking of that, here's the fun part. I think this was all a coordinated effort against Techone from multiple streamers. Let's move on to another stupid
That wouldn't surprise me, because coordinated efforts between streamers to kind of knock another streamer down a peg, definitely not uncommon.
That Pink Chu makes that you would only think is valid if you didn't understand social media. On page 144, Pink Chu says that Techone destroyed her streaming career when he made his post on November 22nd. Now,
you heard in that video back on November 21st, 2024, or I'm sorry, November 22nd, 2024, that he said it's war now. Answer, yes. Question, do you recall that? Answer, witness nods head. Question, and what has he done to your life since he made that statement on November 22nd, 2024? Answer, he completely destroyed my streaming career. I barely ever stream. I had to completely switch to another platform for content and to make money. Question, how did he destroy your streaming career? Answer, no one wanted to get near me because he would attack them too. Man. And he had already done that to some people. An example is, her name's Morgan. People didn't want to associate with me or collab with me, so I actually ended up having to fly out to LA a lot to make friends and do collaborations to help my career. There was reference to a text message that you sent him asking him for a blowjob right before your Austin Oaks stay. Do you recall that? What the fuck? Answer, yes. Question, all right. Can you explain to the court how that text came to be? That's fucking wild. What the fuck? And also,
spicy cat raid. What the hell is this?
Regardless of whether you're in the right or in the wrong, as soon as any drama comes out, once again, you'll find out real quick who is going to even bother, like, still dealing with you, and who is just gonna either stay silent or actively throw you under the bus. It doesn't matter if you're in the right, it doesn't matter if you're in the wrong, that is just how content creation is. There is like this, if you're in drama, no one should touch you kind of thing. You know, it's very strange, and it causes this air of like, again, if you defend yourself, you're the one causing drama. You should just shut the fuck up and take it and hope it goes away, and if it doesn't, oh well, you deserve it. Asking him, yeah, she was asking him to give him a blowjob. That's strange. That's after her stay in the mental facility, where she went back to the house to get her things and told someone she was afraid of him.
Personally, I don't know the validity of her claim. She provides no evidence of this outside of saying that's what happened.
Of course.
And she could have just as easily nuked her own Twitch channel to hide evidence that Techone wasn't actually abusive, since they did a lot of streams together. But nonetheless, she's suggesting that her online career was over and her life was ruined, which is stupid because...
See, once again, this goes back to like them saying, oh, she didn't have receipts because she was autistic. If she was really autistic and anxious, she would be having an auto-archiver archiving every single stream of him to gather any kind of evidence that could be him talking about her. She would have some crazy fucking ironclad receipts, man.
Her primary income is Fansly and OnlyFans. It's stupid because hating on OnlyFans creators only makes them more popular. Everyone who is good at social media knows that. That's why OF chicks go on podcasts like Whatever or Fresh and Fit and say dumb stuff. It's to promote their content.
When you got kicked off of Fresh and Fit the first time,
Spicy
how much money did you make, girl, afterwards? Like, how many...
Fresh and Fit, there's no one that does more for OnlyFans women than Fresh and Fit. You have helped sex workers more than anybody, I think, in the world. You have given us the world. Every time I come on your show, my money goes way up. And then he kicked me off, and then he invited me back on. So
the only bad press that you can get.
I mean, this is why we also get those subversive articles where it shows off like, oh, this OnlyFans woman does content with her mother. Oh, this OnlyFans woman is in a polygamous relationship. Oh, this OnlyFans woman made $1 million in 1 month after fucking 500 men. You know, like, That's why we have those articles, to make it look like they're living really rich and glamorous lifestyles. You should also get into doing this. You should also visit their OnlyFans, right? Like, it's fucking wild, bro.
OnlyFans is being unattractive. People don't care about the morality of a porn star. It's actually kind of a problem because you can inadvertently make the thing more popular by criticizing it. So Pink suggesting that her life was over after a single tweet from Techone, where, keep in mind, he was defending himself against allegations with no corroborating evidence. It's his right to do that. So Pink suggesting that her life was over after that tweet couldn't be further from the truth. She's now more popular than ever and has more social media followers than Techone between Instagram and TikTok. In fact, don't take my word for it. Take it from Mujin, who said on Twitter, "Let it be known that from this point onward, anyone still caught defending Techone is purposefully ignoring facts for what is most likely a desperate and pathetic attempt at gaining favor or clout." I mean, maybe, though I'm not sure what facts he was talking about. Note that he said this before the transcript was made available, so real smart of him to not wait until the evidence was public.
True.
However, you can see that he is very much on Pink Shoe's side, and more.
Speaking of which, hold on, we got 3 raids in quick succession here. Thank you, Kataka VT, Ethan 3-inch horn. I'm sorry to hear about your horn, bro. And Wyoming doesn't exist. Thank you, 3 dudes. Thank you for the raids. Welcome raiders from those 3 streamers. Thank you.
Importantly, you can see him stating here that she makes significantly more money than Techone. Weird, because a statement like that makes her look like she's the one who actually has more power, and thus makes her look like the aggressor. But here's the part where things get interesting. Again, you would have to understand social media to recognize this stuff. On this page 144, Pink Chew mentions a girl named Morgan, and then she says that she went to Los Angeles to do collabs. I think it was a mistake to say this, because Morgan is almost certainly Morgpie, a person who Pink Chew has done numerous collabs with.
Not me. That's funny, because I picked that card in a different group, and it was me. But I'm gonna pick one.
Again, she's done a number of collabs with Morgpie, like this one here at the gym. God, she must edit her photos a lot. I'm not even looking at the same person when she's on video and in a place where she can't cake on makeup.
I feel like you don't really need to talk about her looks to neg on her while we're going through court documents. I don't really like that part.
Anyway, there's tons of video evidence of them interacting with each other and tons of tweets and stuff, so this person, Morgan, is almost certainly Morgpie. Why is that interesting? Well, it's interesting because one of the things that Morgpie is famous for is helping signal boost false allegations against the YouTubers who run a channel called Super Mega. Turkey Tom made a huge video on it.
Super Mega is a comedy gaming channel with almost 1 million subscribers, run by Matt Watson and Ryan McGee. Over the past 2 years, the channel has found itself mired in endless controversy. However, none would prove as devastating as those levied in July of 2023. That month, a cosplayer named Lex accused Super Mega's channel artist, Dawn, of SA. Matt and Ryan were named for mishandling the situation. This sparked enough backlash for a whole new wave of accusations to surface from former friends and employees. Lex's outright lies in her own video poisoned the well, and if her initial story about Dom was true, it is severely discredited by the various falsehoods she spread. These falsehoods were supported by her boyfriend, Ethan is online, their friend, Nick is not green, their other friend, Leighton Stollard, Morgpie, and even Rav. All of these people spread provable lies to smear Super Mega as a brand.
Super Mega was a popular variety channel that had a podcast, and this was quite the Turkey Tom video. It's kind of like an epic set of false allegations. But where Morgpie plays a role is that she had a crush on one of the owners named Matt. Matt didn't want to pursue a relationship, but they hooked up twice, and then I think Matt chose a different girl over her.
Honestly, I cried for months over that guy. I was like, give me one of your shirts, you know what I mean? So I posted a picture of me wearing the shirt I took of his onto my
That's kind of crazy that, like, dude doesn't want to date you, and you're like, it is now my life's mission to ruin your entire life. Like, rejection feels bad, bro, but, like, what the fuck? HDC Diddly Doodler, man, thank you. Sargon made a point about that years ago, saying if you're attacking someone's character, you come off as cheap and shallow when you attack their looks. Yeah, it's just, like, I mean, like, I get some people want to get some, like, you know, low-hanging fruit licks in on other creators, but, like, it's, I don't know, it just feels silly to me when we're going through court docs. You don't gotta do shit like that, you know?
Personal Twitter, not like my big one, but my other one. And he texted me after ghosting me, after I asked him if he wanted to hang out again that night. He didn't respond to me asking if he wanted to hang out again. He responded with a screenshot of the post and was like, hey, can you take this down? Like, people have seen me in that shirt, like they know that shirt. Can you just take down this post?
Did you hear the part where she said she made the post on a second account? Kind of like similar to what Pinkchu did. What an odd coincidence.
And also it's like, and maybe it's because in VTuber spheres it's kind of like an unspoken rule, right? You just kind of don't post pictures when you do stuff in real life with VTubers. But I would kind of extend that to regular content creators, right? Like, I would not want to hang out with, like, a Flesh streamer and then post a picture of them without asking them about it first, right? That just makes sense, because they're such a public figure, you don't want to post something that might, like, they didn't want people to know they were at a certain event, or they didn't want people to know, like, more about their personal life. Like, they don't post a lot of that stuff, right? It just makes sense to me. That's, like, a common courtesy you should afford people that you're hanging out with in person.
To quickly sum things up, Morgpie became friends with a disgruntled ex-Super Mega employee named Layton, whose goal was to do whatever he could to ruin their career.
Oh, jeez.
Morgpie's purpose was to basically signal boost and give validity to all of the provably false things that Layton was saying about Super Mega.
Speaking of provably false claims, I have to pee really fucking bad. I've been trying to, like, get through the video and pee after. Hey, but I need to pee really bad. I've been drinking so much water. So let me get Zombo Cum up again for you guys really quick. Zombo Cum, save me! I must pee. Here we go again. Look, man. Look, man. I've been drinking a lot of water and coffee recently, and so my needing to pee happens more often now. Okay, we got Zombo Cum. We got the Zombo Cum. I'll be right back. I must pee. Ow, ow.
This is ZomboCom. Welcome to ZomboCom. You can do anything at ZomboCom. Anything at all. The only limit is yourself. Welcome to ZomboCom. Welcome to ZomboCom. This is ZomboCom. Welcome to ZomboCom. This is ZomboCom. Welcome. Yes, this is ZomboCom. This is ZomboCom, and welcome to you who have come to ZomboCom. Anything is possible at ZomboCom. You can do anything at ZomboCom. The infinite is possible at ZomboCom. The unattainable is unknown at ZomboCom. Welcome to ZomboCom. This is ZomboCom. Welcome to ZomboCom. Welcome. This is ZomboCom. Welcome to ZomboCom. Welcome to ZomboCom. Welcome to ZomboCom. This is ZomboCom. Welcome to ZomboCom. This is ZomboCom. Welcome. This is ZomboCom. Welcome to ZomboCom. You can do anything at ZomboCom. Anything at all. The only limit is yourself. Welcome to ZomboCom. Welcome to ZomboCom. This is ZomboCom. Welcome to ZomboCom. This is ZomboCom. Welcome. Yes, this is ZomboCom. This is ZomboCom. And welcome to you who have come to ZomboCom. Anything is possible at ZomboCom. You can do anything at ZomboCom. The infinite is possible at Zomboka. The unattainable is unknown at Zomboka. Welcome to Zomboka. This is Zomboka. Welcome to Zomboka. Welcome. This is Zomboka. Welcome to Zomboka. Welcome to Zomboka. Welcome to Zomboka. This is Zomboka. Welcome to Zomboka. This is Zomboka. Welcome. This is Zomboka. Welcome to Zomboka. You can do anything at Zomboka. Anything at all. The only limit is yourself. Welcome to Zomboka. Welcome to Zomboka. This is Zomboka. Welcome to Zomboka. This is Zomboka. Welcome. Yes, this is Zomboka. This is Zomboka. And welcome to you who have come to Zomboka. Anything is possible at Zomboka. You can do anything at Zomboka. The infinite is possible at Zomboka. The unattainable is unknown at Zomboka. Welcome to Zomboka. This is Zomboka. Welcome to Zomboka. Welcome. This is Zomboka. Welcome to Zomboka. Welcome to Zomboka. Welcome to Zomboka. This is Zomboka. Welcome to Zomboka. This is
Welcome
Zomboka.
to Zomboka.
This is
Thank you. Sorry, I needed to pee again. I've been drinking so much recently, chat. She fell in. You must have Zombocom. I wish they didn't ruin my Zombocom. How dare they do this? We're piss-maxing, we are. Elective plastic surgery can speak to a disingenuous personality in many cases. Just one of the pattern recognition things in your experience? I wouldn't know. I don't know anyone who's gotten copious amounts of plastic surgery.
During this time, she also doxes the ex-girlfriend and current girlfriend of one of the owners, and it seems like the doxing was intentional to get back at him for picking another girl over her.
Ooh.
Again, these are very familiar circumstances.
So I was just talking about personal details being unnecessarily mentioned and weaponized to make me look worse, and unfortunately more people have jumped on that bandwagon. One of those people being Morgan, aka Morg Pie. Morgan not only brought my current girlfriend into the situation on stream without her consent, she also name dropped my girlfriend and revealed that we were in a relationship, which was not public information. I'm very private about—
That's kind of fucked. That's kind of fucked. Because, like, a lot of times people aren't exactly hiding a significant other to hide the fact they're in a relationship. It's to, like, protect them as well. And, like, even if they make an offhanded comment about, like, oh yeah, you know, my girlfriend, but they never actually release a name, it's like, they know that their significant other is gonna get harassed, you know? Nerfy? I'm so blind, thank you. When are the Fansly piss streams? I don't want to do piss streams, bruh. What the fuck? Ollie Wally, thank you. You walked halfway across a huge convention center, used the bathroom, and walked back before it's he? What the fuck? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. You may have ironclad OPSEC, but not everyone in your life will? Yeah, exactly. Fucking exactly, man. Evil Black Cat, thank you. What's that, Zombo Cum? Eat the Tide Pod? Do not eat the Tide Pod! Battleizer, thank you. Zombo Cum, time quick while the Foxy isn't here. Time to expand to Korshovo is now. Next target is Guatemala. We need more Labens round. Zig, thank you for the dollary doodle, my guy. Thank you, thank you. We cooking some fried chicken. I've been pissing real hard the past few days, bro. I know. Ollie Wally, thank you. Before Kirsche, look, man, I have a trek to my bathroom as well. All right, it's not like I'm in the same room as the bathroom.
My relationships, so this was a big blow. Morgan also brought my ex-girlfriend into the picture without her consent and has strongly hurt her because of this.
Very weird.
She lied about conversations with my ex-girlfriend. She wrongly stated that I had been having a multiple-month affair with my current girlfriend while I was dating my ex-girlfriend.
What the fuck? You were just trying to fucking ruin this guy, Jesus! Why would you lie about so much?
I know, yeah.
This is your song, thank you.
Do 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 do.
Thank you.
Do 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 do.
Thank you.
Do 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 do.
This is your song,
Thank you, Kwando Bandwi. Thank you, Mr. Kwando Bandwi, for the 100 slaves.
Quick Qualk Ish is gone chat dance.
I'm already back. That means we can dance together.
We can dance if we want to. We can leave our friends behind.
She also lied about not knowing who my current girlfriend was because she did know who that was and she used it as a segue to name drop her. She also falsely claimed that I was cheating on my current girlfriend, which is not true.
Which
they
is
are
crazy.
both being harassed viciously and their personal lives are being used as weapons to make me look worse, and I think that's completely unacceptable.
And by the way, even though the allegations were false, they still succeeded. Super Mega took a huge hit and it really hasn't been the same since, even after Super Mega was exonerated in the eyes of the public. So if you're wondering why people do these tactics and coordinate these ops on Discord and stuff, it's because they work.
It's because they work and there's lasting damage. Even if you disprove the allegations, as you guys can see with all the people trying to call me like a Nazi and a white supremacist, like the amount of times you have to correct people is insane. And they still keep lying about it. Speedy Cake, thank you. Morning, Foxu. Wondering if I'm still in contact with the Gamer Subs. You wanted to ask if it was possible to suggest something? Yeah, sure. What do you want to suggest? Ollie Wally, thank you. It's a 7 million square foot venue. What the fuck? There ain't no way. There ain't no way. I wasn't gone that long. Battleizer, thank you. Remember, we all have OPSEC, whether or not we decide to protect it, and we all should protect it better. True and fucking real.
Where am I going with all this? Well, Pinkchu's official story is that she thought her relationship with Techone was all consensual until after the breakup and after she confided in a friend who told her that actually she was being abused. And yes, this sounds very much like I consented to sex and then changed my mind later. It's like 2015 college feminist behavior. Anyway, my personal opinion is that the friend who Pinkchu talked to was Morgpie, which is why her name randomly slips in the transcript. And I think the actual reason that Pinkchu is doing all of this is because she's mad that Techone broke up with her, and she's mad that he is with someone else after she clearly was still into him when the relationship ended, based on texts that were shown in...
It's the same gym, Mizkif's gym. Does Mizkif still own the Ironforge gym? On January 17th, 2024, Mizkif announced the opening of Ironforge gym located in Austin, Texas, co-owned by himself and Norwegian Twitch streamer Knut. Very interesting. It's all coming together. Speedy Cake, thank you for the... you've lost a few seals and O-rings for your Gamer Subs bottles, and you're wondering if I could suggest to sell them, bundles of them for replacing when lost or damaged. That's an interesting suggestion. Yeah, I can suggest that, absolutely.
In courts. And what I mean is that on page 113, after the breakup, before she goes into the mental hospital, she's talking about how much she loves him and says, "I'm sorry if I ever hurt you. I'm going to get a full psych evaluation and get some real help." So I've read...
What the fuck? Question. Before you went into Austin Oaks, you sent John a series of text messages, and you guys had a text conversation about your decision to go into Austin Oaks. Is that correct? She answered
known
yes.
As I preside over this court of public opinion that your pleas of innocence are guilty of wasting my time.
Arispador, thank you. Thank you for the 25, my guy. Thank you, thank you. This is all very interesting to read, for sure. Question, and that's what we see on the screen behind us. Is that fair? And she answered yes. Our discussion, yes. Question, and you said, "I really need a friend right now. I think I need to go to the mental hospital. My mom doesn't answer. I don't know if the medicine, I'm having a hard time. I need to see my doctor. Sorry, a doctor. Figuring it out right now, packing my bags, heading to my mom's. I hope you see this, but I'm going to do the right thing and get a full psych evaluation. And get some real help. I love you so much. I'm sorry if I ever hurt you, and I can't wait to come back feeling better. I love you. Is that what you wrote? And she said, yes. And he asked, and did John direct you to write any of that? And she said, no, not that. Question, okay, just the other part about the oral sex that evening. And she said, yes. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why would she say this before going into psych eval? Never mention any kind of abuse by Techone during her mental hospital stay. Get out. Want to give him a blowjob as she asks via text message. And then go to the house, talk to someone else, claim that she told them she was afraid of him. Like this, the math is not mathing, brother man, reading the transcripts.
Certain parts of this transcript a lot of times, particularly this part. And here it sounds like the actual story is that she was having regular psychological breakdowns. He got tired of putting up with it, so her going to the mental hospital was like, no wait, I swear I'll change. I would also guess that she was threatening self-harm if he broke up with her, which is why she's saying, I'm sorry if I ever hurt you, which again, makes her look like the abuser because threatening self-harm is emotional blackmail.
True.
Honestly, this visit to the mental hospital looks like some sort of bargain to get him back after the breakup, and I think the actual reason that Pinkchu acted out on social media is because she's pissed off that Techone moved on to somebody else. Based on the information that I've shown, I don't think this is that much of a stretch. Now, pay attention to who Pinkchu's friend Morgpie is friends with. Would it shock you if I said that Hassan Piker is a friend of hers? I don't know how every bad thing on social media always relates back to this social circle, but it seems to be the case.
That is kind of funny.
Why is that important? Well, Hassan Piker has this ongoing war with Asmongold, probably because he's mad that Asmon is more famous than him. Hassan likes to sit back and have his little lackeys do all the dirty work for him. This is a famous tactic of his, and he primarily works by not directly saying that he has certain values, but he will signal boost all the people who have the values that he wants to promote by watching their content on his stream. That being said, Techone is friends with Asmongold. Hassan wants to attack Asmongold in any way that he can, so I think his lackeys came up with a plot to destroy Techone. They do this a lot. Recently, Girl Hassan and promoter of incest, aka Denims, randomly attacked Emiru for being friends with Asmongold and for not talking about her politics, which was stupid and pointless.
Racist chud. Emma is friends with Asmongold, Lakari, Techone, plus she thinks Ethan Klein's lawsuits are justified.
Asmongold's a bad person. Tone is a bad person.
But going back to Techone, seeing
this is kind of like what I mentioned the other day. I don't know if this is what's going on, right? Because obviously this is speculation. But it's like, yeah. It would not surprise me that people who wish to harm Asmongold are going after people that are more easily harmed than Asmongold is. Because that will serve to have people isolate themselves from Asmongold so they don't have to deal with the quote-unquote drama. This is a typical tactic used to isolate someone from any pillars of support that they might have. And it's a really sad tactic, in my opinion, but it's also very effective, especially if you're doing it to a bunch of public figures who want to be self-preservation instinctualized. And they're just like, well, you're in drama, I can't be any part of that, so I'm just gonna, like, say some shit and distance myself.
Pi has already been involved in conspiracy behavior against Super Mega. I don't think it's that unreasonable to say that this tactic is being repeated a lot. Ethan Klein being yet another example of a person who Hassan's social circle has conspired against. So basically, the lackeys create the noise, and then Hassan does stuff like signal boost false information about Techone.
I don't think I will ever forget Ethan Klein being sent skulls through the mail. I feel like that is, like, there's been a lot of shit that has happened to content creators, but that is, like, really fucking scary. Kiki Hideout, thank you. I've been missing several Stream Element chats while in the bathroom and recently on screen. Someone was asking me advice on becoming a VTuber, but dealing with brainwashed parents who constantly call her by name, which can cause doxing and harassment. What the hell? Binary Mind, do we have that? Battleizer, thank you. You're so shocked. The creator at Habsburg Circle strikes again. Andy and Lele are looking on in jade green envy. Kind of crazy. Entropy denied, thank you. You might be able to defend yourself, but how about your friends? Every supervillain ever. I mean, yeah, you saw it with me as well. They started attacking, like, anyone that, like, fucking even remotely was related to me in any way, shape, or form. Like, it was kind of crazy. Ethan Klein is a weird case where he flew too close to the sun and tried to appeal to the nutty leftists and got burned. Jordan Peterson warned him about those stairs, bro. Ultras got super chats while in the bathroom. In the seriousness, you're frustrated because you want to be a VTuber, but your parents are so intrusive and so dumb. They always call you by your first name, and that could dox you. And they are propagandized leftist. Help? I mean, other than explaining internet OPSEC to your parents, there's not really, like, more advice I could give you, right? Because as long as you live at home, that's something that you need to impress upon them could put you and them in danger. My meme had a problem with this as well when I was younger, and I would tell her, like, stop saying my name when you come to my room, please. Like, just, you know, there's no need to do that. And the trick is to save money to move out. Yeah, I wasn't even, like, being a streamer at that time. I was just, like, hanging out with people in Skype calls, but it's still just, like, I didn't want my real name out there, you know? Just got back from visiting family. What did you miss? We're watching more Techone stuff. Entropy denied, thank you. You might be able to defend yourself, but how about your friends? Oh, I read that already, thank you. Thank you.
That was said by Miss GIF.
Apparently, Miss GIF sent, like, a court reporter to the court to take notes in this process. Then he brought Hasanabe saying, like, how when he shocked his dog.
I still think it's really weird that Ms. GIF sent someone to sit in on this case so he could have them write notes and then put out a narrative before, like, anyone involved in the case had time to do anything. I still think that's really fucking weird.
So, apparently, he did a right-wing pivot, and he thought that, but Hasanabe bad would work in a court of law. This is why I always say nobody grifts to the left.
Sorry, that last line.
I mean, you don't need to grift to the left because the left is the overall mainstream opinion. And it's not really grifting to the right because if you're actually not believing in what you're saying, it comes out eventually. Everybody eventually gets caught on the grift, man. And you have so many hurdles put in front of you for believing anything like center or right of center that, like, if you don't actually believe in this shit, like, sure, you might experience a short burst of success in the beginning while you're slinging slurs and making yourself untouchable by anyone that would want to work with you. But long term, that's not going to work out. It's not, like, you have to work hard and work against so many people that want to be the reason that you fail.
Wasn't super relevant, but it was so stupid that I had to include it. If you read the court transcript, it was actually Pink Chu's lawyer who brings up that Hassan abuses animals, not Techone. And
so once again, the person who was writing down the court stuff, it was to paint a narrative, was it not? And this transcript says, answers, this is from Techone this time. Yeah, for some reason, the internet believes that if you judge someone based on their skin color, it's bad unless you're white. And then it's okay. So I've talked about that briefly on the internet, maybe a little bit more than briefly at this point. And then Pink Chu's lawyer asks, and you refer to Hassan, who is another streamer, as a terrorist supporter and a dog abuser, correct? And Techone says, yeah, he electrocuted his dog on stream, and he says Hezbollah was doing a good thing. I don't think supporting terrorism is a good thing, nor is abusing your animals. Pink Chu's lawyer asks, white privilege is propaganda the real racists have been using to be racist towards whites for things they never did for decades. You posted that on October 27th of 2025, is that right? And Techone says, that sounds like something I posted. Pink Chu's lawyer says, okay, but the death threats are originated because of my client's post where she didn't name you in November of 2024. Is that right? And Techone says, yeah, you can check the timestamps on the threats. Help if you like. Yeah, that's a little crazy because didn't the other thing happen way earlier? Like, I don't know why her lawyer is bringing up the Hassan dog shocking thing that, like, literally just happened. And also something from October 2025? That's a bit confusing. What does internet posting about unrelated topics have to do with what he's accused of? The lawyer's trying to paint it as Techone didn't receive any kind of threats from Pink Chu vaguely accusing him of things. He was receiving death threats because of the other kind of stuff that he posts. And that's why he said, yeah, you can check the timestamps, actually.
The reason it was brought up was because of a retarded counter-argument that Pink Chu's lawyer made about the allegations against Techone having no effect on how much hate he gets, because he brings up things like Hassan shocking his dog. It was
She says, okay, how about your stance on trans children? Has that gotten you death threats? And Techone says, of course. And Pink Chew's lawyer asks, okay, so that didn't come from my client, correct? Techone said, correct, but those are far after this whole ordeal happened. The lawyer asks, okay, but upon questioning from your lawyer, you blamed my client for these death threats. Techone said, yeah, well, for the ones in regards to me being a rapist, of course, why wouldn't I? Yeah, I don't think any of the things about him being a rapist would come from him talking about Hassan shocking his fucking dog. And once again, those are recent events. These happened way after anything from, like, Pink Chew saying stuff. The people calling him a rapist aren't gonna do that after, like, just random fucking unrelated white privilege things. Maybe the dad situation, but I don't know when, like, his dad started being outed for, like, oh, his dad had an allegation years ago. That could be the only other thing I could think about. What even are these questions? And, let's see. The lawyer said, okay. And Techone said, I don't think people like rapists too much. Hot take. Rapists are hated. Her lawyer asked, okay, and I think just kind of to wrap things up, you originally talked about being authentic with your audience, and you, unfortunately, have had a sexual assault experience yourself, and I'm sorry for that. Techone said, thank you. The lawyer asked, and it's okay for you to talk about that experience with your public, is that right? Techone said, of course. And the lawyer asked, so then why is it okay for you to talk about your experience, but my client not talk about her experiences when she doesn't name you? Because she framed it in a way that people would think that it's him, and obviously they did. Obviously this was setting the framework for her bringing these court cases. Why she dropped the criminal case can probably only be assumed. She basically named him because she lied. Yeah, it's a little weird.
Such a stupid part of the transcript because Pink Chew's lawyer is arguing that Pink's pretty direct allegations against Techone on Twitter of one of the most horrific crimes didn't really have an effect on how many threats he gets because nobody could figure out that she was talking about him despite numerous people in the comments saying that it was Techone.
Help her expose Techone for SA, her treating her like garbage. Techone just exposes him wholly. Are you scared of OTK lawyers? Asmongold and Mischief abuses Emiru, extra Emily. But you defended the scumbag with his ex-wife? That's a great question. A fuck Dictone. Is SA a requirement for OTK? OTK Network, OTK Games Expo, OTK Alerts. Ain't this yo guy? Techtone's a piece of shit. The fact that he still has a platform is beyond me. Hope OTK finally listens to your story and takes action. You know? A woman can't even name the abuser because of legal matters, but his name is John Robertson, aka Techone. She keeps coming on here and asking for help, even trying to get in contact with OTK, and nothing. Please support her by naming the abuser. Jesus Christ. And it looks like the YouTuber added some text here. Not even all the tweets from people who clearly know it's Techone. These are just the ones directly referencing him under the main tweet. There are numerous less direct ones who very much look like they know who she's talking about, meaning likely most of the replies knew it was Techone she was referencing.
But when Techone says any random thing about OnlyFans, even when he's showing that he's referencing a different person, it's an immediate threat to Pink Chew's life. So again, I think there's a bigger thing going on here where a bunch of people are collaborating with Pink Chew to try to destroy Techone. Morgpie being one of them. By the way, these people are often stupid, so they leave tons of evidence lying around. Here's Miskiff going on a huge tirade during his Techone video, where he's basically blowing Hassan and the rest of the LA streamer scene.
You attacked Hassan for months, years now, shitting on Hassan, farming so much hate on the guy, acting like he's a problem. You're farming hate on Hassan Piker all fucking day, Frogan, people that are doing shit.
Is this like Miskiff's career fucking pivot here? Where it's like everything is so over, so now if I glaze Hassan, I'll be able to get into that circle. We're gonna see another like iDub situation.
You attacked Pokimane, Cutie Cinderella.
I don't think it's that much of a stretch to say that these people are talking, especially considering they live in the same area. I mean, Miskiff flat out admits to talking to Pink Chew, but you know, not out of concern for her well-being, but to point out that she didn't think it was weird when he shook her hand for too long that one time.
Then me and his ex-girlfriend started to talk, and I'm like, what? And she's like, yeah, I never ever said that in my fucking life. Why the fuck would I care about that? Like, I did not shake her hand a long time.
You can watch Miskiff for about 60 seconds and easily see that this guy only cares about himself. Personally, I think all of this drama farming for him is just to make people not pay attention to his ex-girlfriend Emiru's allegations, saying that he was pretty abusive.
after like all of that Rust stuff happened was when the other domestic abuse stuff really started. He would destroy furniture in front of me. He would throw things in front of me and near me, destroy walls. Again, you can go see this in some of his VODs in his bedroom, the holes in the wall. There would be times where he was upset at me and I would go to my stream room and literally lock myself in to get away from him, and he would be banging on the door and screaming at me. At the time, he also would more often do things like if we were driving in the car together, he would be going like 150 miles an hour, and like one time he even said like, well, now we're both gonna die.
What the fuck?
Like threatening to kill both of us.
Interesting story. So we have Miss GIF talking to Pinkchu.
I know I watched some of like Emiru talking about this, like back when she first started talking about it. I don't remember the fucking 150 miles in the car thing. That's fucking crazy.
Of course he was talking to Pinkchu because he couldn't have known about the court date and where to send his court reporter to take a bunch of factually inaccurate notes. In fact, this idiot friend of Miss GIF's, who goes by Axion, publicly admits to being invited to the court by Pinkchu.
What?
He knows me. I think he tried to get me kicked out or something. I can only assume. That's not for sure, because the bailiff came over and asked me, "Are you here for her?" And she was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Yeah." Did Pink know? I said, "Yeah." She signed me up to be there.
What an idiot.
So this is all coordinated with Pinkchu to give this information to Ms. Kiv to start building a narrative about what happened in this court case to try and make everyone turn against Techone immediately. That's kind of interesting. Damn. Imagine that. Streamers not having any kind of soul.
To have admitted that. So now we know that Miss Kiv and Axion's involvement was directly approved by Pinkchu, which is interesting because it seems to be the case that Miss GIF has gone on a full-on disinformation campaign against Techone, where he spreads numerous lies that are easy to disprove if you just look at the court transcript. So now I believe this chick even less. If she was being honest, then she wouldn't have to side with people who constantly make statements of fact that are easy to verify as false. Here's another stupid one that Miss GIF said.
And has to pay all of her attorney fees, which is hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's not a small price.
Miss GIF, if this is how factually accurate you are in reporting a story, then you should go work for CNN. The fees were around $15,000. It's said out loud in the courtroom, so his friend would have heard it. And you know, you think a guy like Miss GIF, who has his own allegations of abuse and is saying they aren't true, would be more careful to accurately report information, especially considering that this stuff is so easy to look up. Anyway, Miss GIF also graciously...
I mean, it's probably the whole, like, if they can get in and just, like, solidify Techtone's reputation as, oh, he got this protective order against him, that means he's definitely a rapist, it makes it so most other people aren't going to want to come out and defend him, right? Because who wants to be the person coming out and being like, yeah, I don't think this guy got anything wrong here. It looks like he got railroaded. Because now they're going to be painted as a rapist defender. And lo and behold, me watching those Techone videos on stream before, a bunch of people were just like, why is Kirsche defending the rapist? Yeah, it's also predictable, man.
Leaked his own DMs, showing that he was talking to Mike from PA, another Hassan orbiter, who went on to repeat other bombastic things about Techone.
So there you have it, chat. Techone is a rapist. He is a stalker. He's a danger to the community, and he should absolutely 100% be permanently banned from Twitch. And can someone explain to me why he's not been permanently banned from Twitch?
That is real crazy coming from a guy who was trying to get one of his viewers to assassinate a YouTuber he didn't like.
What?
Or was him simping over the $5 a month girl the more egregious offense? And last, as far as I've been able to find, I think Denims is a part of this as well, because she was openly saying that it was Techone being accused of sexual assault before that was public. So personally, in my opinion, I think this whole situation was not because Pinkchu was...
I hate that this guy uses so many beautiful landscapes for the background of his video when he's talking, because it just makes me want to fucking go to these places. Why have you done this to me, piece of shit YouTuber? I like your backgrounds. Fuck you. Massive Doge, thank you. Hey, do you want to see barbarians with large amounts of cash and popularity? Here it is! It's kind of fucking crazy. Ice Beast, thank you. Could you just say this Mizkif guy looks like a stereotypical medieval ditch digger? I don't know if he could say that. Who's slow in the head. Just imagine him in a cowl. Well, it is demon hours, so you know. Some of them are on his own pictures. That's pretty cool. That means he's been to these places. He was 100% a rapist and abuser. Holy shit, that's just free defamation. I don't know, man. I don't know. I was like... I have no idea what's going on, but, like, if you put this amount of effort into trying to, like, actually do something on your stream instead of attempting to ruin someone else, I feel like you would get much more return on your investment, bro.
Afraid of Techone. I think it was a coordinated effort by people who hate Techone to try to ruin his career. I mean, also, she has no proof that he's abusive outside of her saying he is. And let me elaborate on what I'm talking about. When Emiru accused Misgif of being abusive, she brought receipts. She had Discord messages and then like a million schizo texts that he sent her after the breakup.
Yep.
Now I'm more likely to believe what she says because she can show documented behavior that supports her
You always come with receipts. Always fucking have receipts, bro.
accusations. As for Techone, the only time he mentions Pinkchu is after she accuses him of abuse, and what's really going on here is that she made an allegation with no corroborating evidence. Techone says that's not true, and now he's getting legally punished for it. It's actually disturbing how often these types of situations happen. I mentioned recently that Turkey Tom was falsely accused by an ex-girlfriend of his in a situation that is strikingly similar to Techtone's, where 4 days after the breakup, she goes on to Kiwi Farms to accuse him of physical abuse, filming without consent, and engaging in weird fetishes.
Recently, I've been accused by an ex-girlfriend, along with an ex-partner, of non-consensually filming sexual encounters, being so rough and inconsiderate during sexual encounters that it bordered on assault, encouraging eating disorders, being into age play, along with a litany of other completely baseless, false accusations.
I've never seen the Turkey
reality
Thomas
was
before.
that his ex-girlfriend, Rowan, was actively consenting to everything, including being filmed. She had a bunch of creepy fetishes, and she was trying to push Tom into behavior that he didn't want to engage with.
He never asked me. He would just pull out his phone and record. I wouldn't notice until maybe 30 seconds in a minute. Or
See, and this is like what pisses me off, right? Oh god, this is Josh's chat. I hope there's not any fucking slurs right now. But like, this is what pisses me off. If you are into like any kind of like BDSM or BDSM adjacent stuff, and you want your guy to participate in it with you, and you convince him like, I want this, I need this, I know it's not something that you usually do, but I want you to feel comfortable, I want you to feel safe doing this stuff with me because it's something I want. If you go through all those steps to actually get him to do something he wasn't interested in, and then you use it against him, you are just resoundingly demonic. Like, you are a piece of shit. And may good things not happen to you. That's fucking crazy. There's like, holy shit, my guy. Why are people like this? Why are women?
A minute into it.
Now, I obviously can't and would never show these videos to anyone, but in them, it's undeniable that she is staring directly into the camera from the moment the video starts. Because the reality is that every single time we recorded, I had explicit permission. Rowan texts me saying, quote, "Rape thing is so hot.
Hope you make it back safe." Turkey Thomas said, "I did. It was a nice drive, actually." She says, "Yay. Rape thing is so hot. I never did that before. You should tie me up next time. He. Demon emoji." And his response, "Consensual sex is good." And she said, "You know what I meant by that. I don't know what to call it." And he said, "Yeah, I get it." Yeah, he, as a public figure, that's the correct thing to respond to that. Holy shit.
My response to this is consensual sex is good.
It's funny because Tom sends texts like the FBI is watching. I just want to make sure that we've established that this is all consensual, okay? Somebody knew this was coming.
In the interview, it stated that our breakup took place in December, and that after that, she realized how bad it was, and she felt the need to contact Katie, who we're going to get into later.
Gee, where have I heard that one before? If you watch Tom's video on the false allegations against him, it's an incredibly similar story to Techtone's, except I think Tom is a little bit more conscientious about this stuff, and so he made sure to have evidence of his ex openly saying that she would blackmail him if they didn't get back together.
Immediately after I told Rowan that I wanted to break up with her, she began threatening to post about me online.
I'm gonna make it hard for you to ever be in a relationship.
Okay, Rowan, I just want to move on and have my life, and you'll move on and have your life. And we can be in our own corners. We don't have to do damage to each other.
Like, do you think we'll ever be able to see each other?
After the way these conversations have gone today, I really don't think so.
Why?
Because you're like threatening to blackmail me.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Well, if you don't come see me, then I will.
You know what's great about...
Why? Why? How? Can someone explain to me why, like, every single male content creator, asterisk, except for a couple, why do they always get in relationships with, like, the most insane, like, bipolar disorder women? Like, actually fucking crazy to me. This is woman brain maxing. This is wild to listen to. Like, holy shit. The chance that they could get popular off of ruining this guy, I guess, is too much of a draw. What the fuck? Bahamut, thank you. Off topic. This year's been so wild with news that you actually completely missed that Gaben defeated a Rothschild in court. Wait, what? What was Gaben doing in court with a Rothschild? BPD makes the most grippy pussy. I am living proof that that is incorrect. Oh, because they've got the best of a gooba. I don't know about all that, man. Maybe it's a trend with girls who like men with clout. I mean, maybe. I don't fucking know, bro. Tom, you're blackmailing me? Girl, nuh-uh, but if you don't visit me, I will. Like, come the fuck on, bro. Lethal Weeaboo, thank you. An attempt was made. Can we even call it one? Like, holy shit.
All this, despite that Tom has her recorded saying that she will blackmail him, there really isn't much remedy you can get against someone for false allegations unless you sue them for defamation, which is expensive and hard to prove.
And very costly.
It's why people feel safe in falsely accusing somebody. And then asshats like Hassan will boost the false allegations without critical thought or saying, where's the evidence?
By the way, one of your OG slop tuber ops, Turkey Tom, also caught a sexual assault allegation where he physically abused 2 of his exes. This didn't even reach your radar because he's laying low. No, it didn't reach my radar because I have so many fucking ops that have done like sexual assault that I don't even know who the fuck this one is. But that's crazy.
There he is, just agreeing with and validating the allegation with no pushback, despite knowing nothing about it. Luckily, Tom
So that's why when people come in my chat and they say some shit, I'm like, I don't know anything about that. You got some proofs? You got like a link? You got something to verify that? Diddly Doodler Man, thank you. A wild, though, no evidence behind it, but it could be more likely that women act like this when their boyfriend has some level of fame. I feel like anyone, regardless of your gender, needs to be very careful with whomst you associate with when you have any level of fame. Because I think we see a lot more with famous men and women trying to, like, do damage to them. But it definitely happens in the opposite direction. There are definitely duplicitous dudes who want to cut down women as well. I am a crazy woman attracted to a streamer. Yeah, but I'm also a streamer. And I also feel like I'm not the malicious kind of crazy. I'll defend myself if I get attacked, but I don't want to fucking deal fucking damage to people without reason, you know? Liminal train tunnel is nice. I do like train tunnels. They're fucking nice. Emperor Creatine, thank you. One of the Rothschilds is a highly notorious patent troll that tried to go after Steam for patent violations. St. Gaben utterly blowed the fuck out with him in court. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Until he tries to leave you? Yeah, the only way you're leaving me is in a body bag. Don't do that. You're the coconut type of crazy. I just want to love you until we're both dead. I'm going to go ahead and take a shot at clout chasing by saying a big internet personality abuses you physically and sexually. It'd be fine, but they're bad at it. Just dog shit at abusing me. What the fuck? Not crazy, just spastic. Can't handle a pan without bacon falling through it. That was wild. What the fuck? Mr. Toast? No! Mr. Toast, thank you. Always have evidence of your claim. You've seen IRL what can happen. Your coworker nearly lost everything due to a lying ex who pulled the same. I just think it's really disgusting that people think that lying about these things is like a good way to go about it just because the court of public opinion is typically going to be on your side. It's really grotesque. Forbidden Cat Belly, thank you. Crazies make themselves obviously available. I don't like that. Entropy Denied, thank you. If you have a recording like that, you feel like the best thing you can do is preempt them and talk about it first, just like Emiru did for the rabbits? I mean, maybe, but a lot of people don't want to deal with this shit, right? And so you just hope, hey, I hope everything's good. I hope you're not going to be a malicious twat. Well, let's just, like, go our separate ways, bro. If you miss a lot of news, you're aware of the Discord stuff at the moment. I talked about the Discord stuff at the beginning of stream. Seal Boy, thank you. The only safe way to leave Kier is with another man. I wouldn't say that's safe. Anthony, thank you. Deal, you're here forever. Forever. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Hassan destroys the credibility of any of the allegations of his ops whenever he speaks about them, since he exaggerates the allegations every single time. I was like, you don't have to exaggerate it. They should be able to speak for themselves, you know, if there's validity, right? Board DevOps, thank you. I don't want to hurt anybody. You threaten to milk men dry every stream. Look, man. You'll be able to survive 14 times in a day at some point. We gotta just train you to get there. Very little chance the man will die with you. It's relatively safe. Yay!
Exact way to humiliate his ex for blackmailing him and how to prove his innocence. But for average people, this can be life-destroying, and there's not really much you can do about it. Anyway, let's go to the court decision. Like everyone else, I already knew the results before I read this transcript, and I was still shocked to see this. Based on the testimony and the evidence that's been provided to the court does find that there are reasonable grounds to believe that the applicant is the victim of sexual assault. The court makes the additional finding that there are reasonable grounds to believe that the applicant is the victim of stalking and will grant a 10-year protective order.
So I don't even know where the stalking came into this, right? Because as we've seen throughout this entire video, Pikachu made a statement on Twitter. Techone was like, I didn't do any of that. And then she's like, anytime he talks about OnlyFans whores, clearly he's talking about me. So where is the stalking? Where has that happened? This is taking some liberties, man.
The court means the judge, by the way. The judge made this decision, just to make it clear that this was not a trial by jury. Some additional things, Techone has to pay $15,000 in lawyer fees.
Does this all seem more and more suspect as details come out, like this is a lot of vague claims and implied intent? Oh well, I'm a go play a game where I get chased by a fox girl who actually wants me and unlock all the funny endings.
Good luck unlocking all the funny endings. Thank you, Battleizer. And yeah, no, that is exactly what this feels like. Genuinely no idea how they got that conclusion from this. Katsudon, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. And Bear in the Woods, thank you for that 38 months of Proom, brother man. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Small Nyanta, thank you. Kirsche going to feed the himbo in question nothing but zinc diet to get that 14 times a day quota. He's going to need zinc during the day and gamer subs AFK at night. Use code Kirsche to get big cummies using gamer subs AFK with magnesium. Evil Black Cat, thank you, 14 times. Poor guy will be shooting powder. He'll get through it.
To Pikachu, he can't go anywhere near her. Who cares about that? He obviously doesn't want to go near her. He has lost his right to own a firearm for 10 years, which is nuts considering she didn't really have any evidence that Techone was dangerous. And he's not allowed to talk about her, which again is also ridiculous. Not because
I think if you are a genuine victim and you need an order like this to prevent someone from attacking you, it would make sense. It would make sense to not allow that person to have firearms, right? Like, bear with me here. But when people can take advantage of the system and they can lie and obfuscate things and try to get a biased judge that has had to recuse themselves on previous cases, and you're just taking away someone's Second Amendment right when they're not a danger, just because you want to fuck them over, that is incredibly egregious. And if our system is able to be abused to this degree, it needs to be heavily revised. Zinc and arginine and magnesium and maca and selenium and celery and bromine. What the heck? John in English, thank you. Kirsch's himbo after round 13. I'm tired, boss. No. Seal Boy, thank you. Evidence requirements in civil court are very low. Yeah, it's does not make sense. Zim the Despo, thank you. Hello, Foxy in chat. Sorry you're late. A church had a chili cook-off after service today. Your brother found a recipe and you helped him since his wife was busy taking care of a sick 5-year-old. Ooh, I hope that chili was fucking bomb, bro. I hope it was great. The judge just immediately sides with the woman despite probably having been on the bench long enough to notice the woman pattern. You know, Super Fudge, thank you for the 11 months, my guy.
Because he can't say the name Pikachu for 10 years, but because of the criteria they consider to be a conversation about Pikachu. As in, if Techone ever talks about OnlyFans in a negative light, is he liable for criminal charges? I'm
glad this guy brought up the same thing I just said, because like, what the fuck are we doing here? Can she say he's talking about me whenever he makes any kind of references to whores? Like, what is this?
Insane.
Hell.
Knowing nothing going in, I don't think any reasonable person would have agreed with the judge here.
True.
So I started researching on who this person is. Judge Dimple Malhotra. If you go to her website, it basically describes her as an activist who started out by working in San Francisco, California. Remember how I said that Austin...
Isn't that a conflict of interest if you are a judge presiding on a domestic violence case, right? Because this would be a domestic violence restraining order case, would it not? If she's accusing him of being abusive and sexual assault. And you're a judge that's an activist for domestic violence work. I feel like that's a bit of a conflict of interest.
Is the California of Texas. Also this.
It is so incredibly important that we celebrate and embrace diversity. And I think it's just so important for, even for this courtroom, when people walk into this courtroom and they're from different ethnicities, cultural backgrounds, socioeconomic statuses, to be able to walk in and see someone who looks like me, I think provides a certain level of comfort to them.
An immigrant who grew up in the U.S.
What the fuck? First of all, what the fuck? Second of all, as a white man, Techone had no fucking chance against this woman. Holy shit. He could have brought in receipts of him saving millions of kittens and she still would have been get fucked white man. Good fucking God.
U.S. with a family environment deeply rooted in Indian culture. Judge Dimple Malhotra is the first and only person of South Asian descent elected to a judicial seat in Travis County history. Oh, great. So she's one of those people where we have to focus on their race instead of their qualifications.
Yep.
You know, oftentimes I think, especially for me, being an immigrant, being a woman of color.
Basically, I'm saying the judge is woke. Now, there were a bunch of arguments made by Pink Chu's lawyer that didn't really make sense to me. I mean the ones where she brings up Techone talking about anti-white racism.
Now that makes sense. The lawyer brought them up. And I even said this earlier. I was like, what the fuck does this have to do with anything in the case? And it was like, maybe they're trying to like point out, you know, oh, she's the half Mexican poor soul. And he has all of these deranged opinions that will get him attacked by normal people. It was actually just to influence the judge to be against him because she's a fucking woke activist. That's very interesting.
What does that have to do with this case? What does it have to do with Pink Chu? Why did Pink Chu bring up that she's half Mexican? Why are they making arguments that are irrelevant and would clearly make...
We know now. Slaves built the Kirsche Empire.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
This is your song.
Thank you, Gnome John. Thank you, Gnome John, for the 100 friggin' slaves, brother man. Thank you.
Just got back from playing basketball with some guys from church and we're talking about terrible activist women judges. We need to start removing bad judges.
We need to follow in the footsteps of President Bukake. We need to remove activist judges, man. Holy shit. Massive Doge, thank you. Incoming do not redeem spam. Yeah. Zim the Despo, thank you. Of course, the judge is a taxi driver. What the hell? Lethal Weeaboo, thank you. Help, we're doomed. It's all coming together, man. Dwimrel, thank you. What if it's only 5 times? But it takes much longer. Nah, man.
A judge who ran as a Democrat think that Techone is a racist. Keep in mind that this court case is occurring on January 23rd of 2026, which is during a bunch of anti-ICE riots and after Renee Good died. These are very politically polarized things to bring up that I think aren't relevant to Techtone's case.
They aren't.
I'm guessing that maybe Pink Chu's lawyer did some research on the judge, and maybe this is why Judge Malhotra...
Suddenly, Techie's comment about how he failed the vibe check makes 1,000,000% more sense. This woman should not be a judge in any court whatsoever. That's a very good point. There were a lot of people making fun of Techone for saying he failed the vibe check, but if he had a DEI activist judge who was very like, white privilege is real and we need more diversity, and then the lawyer for Pink Chu tries painting Techone as some sort of like crazy white supremacist guy, that judge immediately was like, this guy doesn't pass the vibe. He's not one of us. He's already guilty. This judge needs to be investigated immediately. She needs to be disbarred, and all her cases need to be investigated again. Her cases definitely need a fucking recheck, man. The vibe check BS sounds about right, yeah.
Didn't notice things like Pink Chu's lawyer victim blaming Techone for his abuse as a child in her opening statement.
What? You're going to hear Judge that he would demean her by having her write slut and come here on her face before he made her perform oral sex. What you're also going to hear about this case, Your Honor, is that they have never actually engaged in traditional intercourse. It was only ever he received blowjobs, and there was never any reciprocation onto my client. Like, I would have broken up with him, right? I would have been like, if I'm giving you blowjobs and you're not eating me out, we're not on an equal playing field here, okay? In addition, there was never any real kissing. He would want to spit in her mouth, but she refused. And so you're going to hear a lot about, and I think what you will hear, Judge, is that my client, and the evidence will show that my client had been raped before, a pretty ugly rape in her early 20s, and knew what that was. Didn't understand until she got out of this relationship how bad it was. And then what you will see, Judge, is that he used his platform from the time.
Something that was immediately noticeable to me. I mean, this day.
He had an asterisk. When he was in 3rd grade, Techtone's sister tried to infect him with parasites and crabs. I think it's abusive and bullying behavior to blame him for this, particularly when it's the first argument that Michelle Locke makes when she starts the cross-exam. No wonder she's divorced. That's a little grotesque, but I mean, I guess since he has white privilege, it is his fault that he got raped. That doesn't matter, according to these people.
Statement right here very much makes it seem like Pink Chew was trying to use shame to force Techone into sex acts that he was uncomfortable with because of his childhood trauma.
What? Pink Chew's lawyer asked, is that fair? Techone says yes. The lawyer asked, did you defend your innocence? Techone says, of course. Her lawyer asked, and did you absolutely make statements online that the truth would come out? Techone said, absolutely, of course. Lawyer asked, okay, did you ever threaten Pink with any kind of physical violence? Techone says, no, of course not. Mr. Poirier said, I'll pass the witness, Your Honor. Oh. So these questions above are from Mr. Poirier. So those are from his lawyer, I suppose. And then the court, Miss Locke. So Miss Locke down here asking questions. Sorry for that confusion at first. I only had the Miss Locke picture, so I thought it was all her. So these are from Pink Chew's lawyer. The ones above we just read are from Techtone's lawyer. Pink Chew's lawyer says, Mr. Robertson, did you ever engage in vaginal intercourse with my client? Techone says, no, ma'am. The lawyer asks, okay, and did you perform any oral sex on my client? Techone says, no, ma'am. She asks, okay, and in fact, the only one that received any kind of sexual satisfaction was you from her. Is that correct? Sonic Extreme, thank you. From where you're kneeling, it might seem like an 18-carat run of bad luck. The truth is, the game was rigged from the start. What the fuck?
Wouldn't it be ironic if that were the case?
Because you spent your career doing domestic violence cases, and you have a background, some might think that it would be hard for you to be impartial as the judge.
Yes. Right.
So how do you maintain your impartiality?
As a prosecutor, I took an oath to seek justice, not conviction. And so people have to remember that, and that not to say that there aren't prosecutors in the world who are doing the wrong thing. Unfortunately, with every profession, you have people who really shouldn't be in that profession, who are there for the wrong reason. I took an oath as a judge to be fair and impartial. And that is also incredibly important. People walking into your courtroom deserve your impartiality and to listen to their side of the story.
That was hard to listen to considering her decision on Techtone's case. How do you stay impartial? That's easy. The answer is she doesn't. Now, this does seem like a random question to ask. So why was it brought up? Well, the answer to that, I think, is a much bigger issue than the diversity stuff from earlier. The answer, I think, is a massive conflict of interest. I believe she was asked that question because a few years prior to this interview, there was an article written on her about how a lawyer got her taken off his case because of her domestic violence activism. Now, I think that trying to stop domestic violence is great.
Yeah.
However, I also agree with the defense attorney, Steve Brand, who says that her activism makes her biased towards alleged victims, and there's no way he could win a case with her as a judge. He also kind of recommends that every defense lawyer should be filing a motion to remove her from their case. And
absolutely. And this is why I think if Techone appeals, he has a chance of getting this judge recused and getting a different judge to look at the case with more impartiality. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Hang on a daggum minute. Pink Chew's lawyer said that she only recognized the previous boyfriend's sexual assault after she ended the relationship with Techone. How does that make sense? How do you square that circle? No, it's saying that she had previous experience with being raped, and so she didn't understand that her experience with Techone was sexual assault until they broke up. Because sexual assault is different from rape, is I think what they were trying to say. Techone should have requested a change of venue given the judge's history with the subject, but you're not a lawyer. I'm kind of surprised that they didn't ask for that in the beginning, but maybe they didn't know the judge's history? I don't know.
Personally, after reading the transcript of Techtone's hearing, I agree. And in my armchair internet lawyer opinion with 2020 hindsight, Techtone's lawyer should have gotten Judge Dimple removed and gone with somebody else. I'm curious how many other people like Techone she's done this to, where the accuser has no corroborating evidence mixed in with strong counter evidence against her story.
A lot of people don't know that there's a huge intersection between gun violence and domestic violence. All the studies that have been done show us that
So not only did they paint Techone as like, oh, this guy doesn't believe in white privilege, Your Honor, but they're like, well, he owns firearms, and she's, already connecting those dots.
For half of the cases where there have been mass shootings, the mass shooter has had a history of domestic violence.
Did I hear that correctly? Is this why Techone has to be treated like a felon for something that, after reading the transcript, I don't think he did?
Right.
It looks like she's on some sort of anti-gun crusade, which is why she took his access to firearms away for a decade. For a decade, when he's a streamer, which puts his life in danger. Has she ever heard of the phrase correlation does not equal causation? What evidence do you have that Techtone's going to crash out and become like a mass shooter or something? Is this why Pink Chu's lawyer tried to associate him with white supremacy? Is it also why Pink Chu's lawyer, immorally in my opinion, pretended to be a medical expert on schizophrenia to frame Techone as an unmedicated psycho who could break any time?
Now, this is a question. Are you aware of the consequences of being an untreated schizophrenic? Techone said no. Pink Chu's lawyer asked, okay, are you aware that being untreated can lead to worsening psychosis, including hallucinations and delusions? Techone said, I'm sure a more severe case of schizophrenia could absolutely do that. And she said, well, but tell me this, are you a licensed medical professional? Well, I mean, she, as the YouTuber points out, she is also not a licensed medical professional. So they're trying to paint him as quite a lot worse than he is to an activist judge who is already biased against someone like Techone.
By the way, Techone got re-diagnosed, and he doesn't have schizophrenia.
I went to a psychiatrist yesterday. Guys, I'm not schizophrenic. The psychiatrist believes the reason why I see things that aren't there, mainly, well, at night, is due to the fact that I got stabbed in my left eye, and my right eye is normal.
I asked him about the stabbing in my last stream.
And so they believe that my eyeballs are causing me to temporarily hallucinate things that aren't there because they're not signaling my brain properly. And what they believe that I have is anxiety with bad vision as well as unresolved childhood trauma. And so I was going to actually try to get medicated. They said I do not require medication.
You have to read the transcript to get to the level of fuck these people that I'm at. Basically what's happened here is that to a judge who appears to be in favor of DEI and appears to be anti-gun, Pink Chu's lawyer framed Techone as a violent, unmedicated, schizophrenic neo-Nazi. Techone is also bald, so he might as well be seen as a skinhead, too.
Oh,
no wonder this trial
baldlets,
ended the
when
way
will
it
they
did.
learn?
This is so messed up, and I don't just think this is a violation of the First and the Second Amendment, but also a violation of the Eighth Amendment against cruel and unusual punishment. It's also clear to me, in my opinion, based on the evidence that I've shown, that a big part of the reason that Pink Chu filed for this protective order is to avoid a defamation lawsuit. Maybe Techtone's biggest mistake here was being openly arrogant around all this during his live streams.
Very much so.
But it's hard to blame him because
I agree. It's hard to blame him because you don't want people lying about you online when you're a public figure. But if you're going to do any kind of lawfare, less is more, brother man. Be jammin', thank you. Changed your mind on the burnt peanut after Hassan started to crash out over him. What a trip that's been! I did not see Hassan crashing out over the peanut.
Who in the hell would have thought that he would have lost this case based on the evidence in the court transcripts?
Yeah.
And you know what the real messed up thing is? Well, I said it already. Pink Chu most likely will not receive any consequences for this. And Techone will probably not be able to win an appeal because of how appeals court works.
Really?
The sad truth is that there is very little recourse for victims of false allegations. And if Pink Chu were found to be lying, which, in my opinion, she was, there's basically nothing that you can do outside of suing for defamation, which is incredibly expensive, hard to prove, and Techone likely would not win a defamation case because the order of protection was granted. Well, if he's even allowed to file a lawsuit like that at this point.
That seems
On top
really
of that,
fucked.
this horrendous court decision will give protection to people such as Hassan Piker, Denims, Mike from PA, and Misgiff when they call Techone an abuser, and when they repeatedly lie about the facts of the case.
There was also, and this is confirmed, he had recordings of some of the sexual assaults and his victim in sexually compromising positions and was ordered to delete all of them or else he was going to prison that day. The judge said, if you don't delete them right now, I'm going to put you in prison myself.
This is yet another lie. This didn't.
Okay, well, I'm glad that was a lie, because I was going to say, wouldn't that be deleting evidence that could possibly exonerate him as well? Like, hold on a minute here.
Not happen. All the judge said was to not share explicit content of Pink Shoe that was privately filmed.
And it says, the court, I'm also going to order you, and I don't know that you specifically asked for this, Mrs. Locke, but you are not to disseminate or reproduce or share any kind of photographic or electronic or digital media that is a recording of this applicant. And I think you know what I'm talking about. It's been referenced many times during this proceeding. That is completely prohibited. The respondent, which I'm assuming is Techone, says, yes, ma'am. I just, like, obviously, yeah, if he was spreading fucking any kind of revenge porn, that would still be fucked up, even in this position. I wouldn't want someone I associate with to be doing that. The judge probably fucking would. We need to be able to sue judges. I don't know how an appeal for this works, so it's just like, I can only have a naive hope that an appeal would work. Red Chimera, thank you, my guy. Ikaron Hate, thank you for that 6-month gift sub to Red Chimera. It is now in month 3.
As for Techone, on his return to live streaming after a long break, he stated that he wants to respect the court's decision and move on.
I lost the civil case. I did. But I do genuinely want to respect the court's decision. I believe, even though I lost the case, I do believe that this still gets me to where I want to go, which is for all parties to simply move on. That's pretty much all I want, is for everybody to go their separate ways, to be able to move on and find solace and peace in their life. Genuinely.
I would not be able to do that. If I had something dealt onto me that said I couldn't own firearms for 10 years, and I had to just, like, take this unfair and very slanted kind of court case, I would not be able to be like, yeah, I'm okay with this. I've been wronged, but I'm okay with it, you know? Like, I mean, maybe there's certain ways he has to phrase things. I don't know. I haven't been in a court case like this, but it's just like, I could not do that. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Now, if any images that get out she doesn't like, she could blame Techone for it, so it makes sense. That would be really fucked up, too.
That's a very kind way to put it. I'd be a lot more mad. I mean, I was furious at the court's decision after doing the research, and this isn't even my life.
Yep.
But in times like this, I think we can look back on the words of wisdom from Keemstar about it being a stupid
sentences never previously spoken
idea to date a chick who does OnlyFans. Anyway, thanks for watching. Follow me on Twitter, and I'll see you in the next video.
I think that was a pretty good fucking dissemination of what was going on. I very much enjoyed that. That was enjoyable to read through and to see the, like, court pieces on screen. Be launching your jihad against the legal system if there was a gay red flag attempt. Oh my god. Radcon has, thank you. Should talk with potentially criminal about how appeals court works. I mean, potentially. He's given me good advice on legal stuff previously. Thank you, Ziz, for linking the video from Think Before You Slip. Thank you. You would do a big brain move, record every time someone calls you a rapist, then wait a year and sue them for slander. Jesus Christ. Enjoyable is perhaps the wrong word. Very good. Yeah, I mean, it's enjoyable because it's like, I like gaining more information and I like understanding this stuff. And it's very easily digestible when it's put together and I can read everything on screen. And obviously when somebody is like, hey, have you thought about it this way? And it's like, oh, I did not see that before. Sphincter, thank you. Think Before You Sleep started as an MG Tao channel. Gross. He's been covering lopsided court cases for years. Yeah, I still think that MG Tao is very much like a feminist, but for men. Like, when it originally started and it was like married men talking about how they've been fucked over, that makes sense. But then MG Tao seemed to have warped into some kind of like, praise inceldom, all women are shitbags. And it's like, well, it's not really about men's rights anymore at that point, is it? Our legal system needs a complete overhaul. I got so many holes you could make a SpongeBob cosplay out of it. Yeah, it's pretty fucked up. Pretty fucked up. It's either comfy content or the worst shit imaginable when it comes to Kirsche's stream. Never an in-between. Speaking of never an in-between, I want to feed some creatures, chat. I know I don't have a lot of time left, but I want to feed some creatures, alright? I had a lot of fun. And after something like that, damn, that's a fucking lot. That's a fucking lot. I wanna go to some creatures. I think my mods linked me a tweet to go to really quickly though. We had a twat. Hold on a minute. I'm opening tabs. I'm opening tabs. Yeah, there's some Techone twits. Said the meta of attempting to shit on anyone who's had previous affiliation with someone who's been discovered or suspected to be problematic is going to cause a ripple effect of no one associating with anyone publicly ever again. Backstab culture is at its paramount. Yeah? Yeah, it kind of fucking sucks. And Techone saying, to those reaching out and apologizing, don't. I understand how bad it looked. I get your concerns. Anyways, if we were good before, in my mind, we're good now. I just want to get on with my life, with my loved ones, and my dog. Everything's good. Yeah? Yeah, he's definitely a bit more forgiving than I am. I feel like if somebody who has wronged me gives me, like, a genuine apology, I would probably forgive them, but I would still never trust them, like, forever. I don't think they would be someone who could get back my trust. And it's just like, I get it when you're like, oh, I can't stand up for someone because it might look bad even if I don't think they did anything wrong. But if you want to claim to be someone with principles, I think that you should make at least an earnest attempt. And even after an earnest attempt, if you're just like, look guys, I have no idea what the fuck is going on, at least you tried. You know, at least an attempt was made. Daniel Goody, thank you. Foxu husband going to need the holy cum grail. What the fuck? A real mix of vitamins, and you can find a post about it everywhere. You've tried it? Hold on, wait a minute. As someone who was betrayed, sometimes the cost of vengeance is too high, and you just gotta let it go. Sometimes. But there's always something to be said. A bridge burned is rarely rebuilt. Unfortunately so. Unfortunately so. My ear is itchy again. Someone who still figures the only effect you'll have on anyone else is probably your building manager discovering your rotting corpse. What the fuck? At some point, even you see the MG Tau incel stuff is silly. Well, don't say that. I want all of my honorable chatters to make it. I want you to have the lovely significant other, the beautiful children, the nice job that you don't want to kill yourself at, you know? I want everyone to make it. Grattan Sargent, thank you, my guy. MG Toe, He-Man Women Haters Club. Foxu's welcome, though. What the heck? What the heck? Drahin, thank you. You just ask to wash the cat before you eat. You got PTSD. If you ain't washing the kitty before you're asking a man to eat, that's kind of degenerate. What the fuck? Though there are some guys who are like, I would love to eat it after you work out and get all sweaty and gross. And it's like, whoa, bro. Are you okay? Do I need to worry about you? The other thing isn't going to happen for you? Why? Don't give her movie references. Are there movie references? Abra-fucking-cadabra, thank you. I forgive you for the trauma you inflict on chat daily. I'm just setting you up for success, bro. I'm just setting you up for success, alright? Your ex is a creature that needs feeding. Just give her a bucket of mayo and an Italian sausage. What the fuck? What did he mean by this? I love how that makes me feel like an old game is booting up. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. No accountability for lying is a problem for society that makes it harder for guys when they see this BS. You're done ranting now. No, I agree. I agree. It's really fucked up. And I don't blame guys that are like wary of women doing this to them, because it's like you see it happen to public figures so often. It's like, what the fuck? How are there no repercussions for this? Roadkill VT, thank you. Did I see the Clark County Sheriff's Valentine's Day post? They asked people to turn in their exes if they have outstanding warrants. That's pretty great. That's pretty fucking funny. The creature needs feeding is what Kirsche says to her himbo every time she wants to drain him. It's me! I'm the creature! You love TBYS. He's got some genuinely great advice. He was a bit more chill before. You think he started going a bit feral after one of Hassan's orbiters falsely accused him of doxing, before he genuinely thought that the left was just misguided. After that episode, he unfortunately understood that they are enemies that will stop at nothing to drag you down. Well, people said he was an anime racist, but welcome to my side, Mr. Think Before You Sleep. Welcome! Ah, shit, game time. We don't have a lot of time, but I wanted to feed creatures. I wanted to feed creatures. I hope it saved where all of my weird food placement was, man. Do I have BGM on? I don't think so. They removed all of my food. They removed all of my food. How could they do this? Okay, Sassy Foot's already done. The moth wants 4 vegetarian meals. I'm kind of sad they took all of my food out of the kitchen, though. Gent is such a hopeless romantic. He would always sing verses by the fire for a rose. 4 vegetarian meals. Vegetarian is just like... They can still eat eggs, right? They just don't eat actual meat, but they still eat animal product. Oh, they replaced all of the stuff in the cabinets. That's kind of neat. The rats cleaned in your absence. Fuck you, rats. Toast is a vegetarian dish, right? I haven't made toast yet, so let's do that. How do I turn the lights on in here? How do I turn the lights on? No animal product is vegan? That's true. I guess I can't? Weird. I need a loaf of bread. Dear pantry. Bread. How dare they clean up my kitchen, those bastards. Egg and milk is okay for vegetarians. He didn't like Megalodon and then stopped when starting regularly talking content with Nux. I don't know what that means. I diddy talk, thank you. New Skybrowse music video? Interesting. Beep! Yesterday at work was awful, and you know you won't find that special someone. At least you know Kirsche will make it. That's enough for you. You will. I believe in you. I believe in you like I believe that this space oven will spit out toast for me. She choppa the bread. I choppa! Ding! How was that a mistake? Hello, Sassy. I hear you. Oh, toast is only 1 bread slice. My bad! My bad for thinking that someone might want 2 slices of toast. Do you think Mistake is vegetarian? Ding! Wait a minute, hold on! How come it gives me 2 slices of toast when I only put 1 in, but then apparently putting in 2 slices of toast is bad? Make it make fucking sense, brother. Vegetarian is definitely a mistake. It is. Oh, did it not save my progress when I brought the fucking Mothman here? So I gotta go get a rose to bring the Mothman back. How could you do this to me, video game? Where's a rose? Here's a rose. Magic Space Oven, perfectly logical. Yeah, how else are you gonna make your Magic Space 6 million cookies? Take 4 fried chickens and a Coke. I don't have fried chicken right now. Hello, Mothman. Hello, Mothman. Please eat your toast. Tonight I hear the forest sing. Do you? As flames act for brethren, petaled beauties capture my gaze. Eat the toast! Hold on, I missed a, oh no. Oh no. I clicked on my YouTube chat and now it's frozen. Okay, there we go. Motherfucking, help. The Dork Laird, thank you for the one. Speaking of making it, just completed your first week of doing a new job. It's hard work, but it's fun and a big pay raise with lots of opportunities to learn. Now, to find a wife to share the success with. I hope you like your job. Congratulations on new fun job. Eat toast. I beg of you to act with care. Eat your toast! How am I supposed to feed him? How am I supposed to feed him? mysteries remain. Do I put it on the table next to the rose? No, he just kicked it. What an asshole. When she was gone, I feared this art was lost. Oh, there we go. Okay, alright. New friend so kind to make food this divine. He loved my toast! Alright. He's a snobby vegetarian. GS Wolfwood, thank you for the 5 gift members, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. A Kyle Phantom, thank you. You just arrived. What did you miss? We watched a video on the Techone. I made pancakes already. Eggs and bacon I've made. Egg sandwich I've made. Steak and eggs. PB&J I've made. I want to try making something I haven't made. Mushroom soup. I'm pretty sure I've made that. Beef stew. Mushroom stir fry I made. Chicken, meatloaf, cheesesteak, Alfredo. Spaghetti and meatball. Beef burrito. Chicken burrito. Bean! Okay, bean burrito. We need tortilla, beans, and chopped lettuce. Tortilla, beans, and chopped lettuce. Beep. Chopped lettuce. Tortilla and beans. I'm pretty sure I've seen both of those things, right? So, tortillas and beans. Okay, here's beans. Danger to the manifold. My angel in the centerfold? Did we just Captain Jack in chat? Hold on, wait a minute. In the shed because they're Mexican? Well, the tortillas were initially in the shed, but after I pick something up and discover it, it starts being in the pantry. So now we got tortilla. Alright, we got beans, lettuce, tortilla. Is that it? Yes. Our stomachs know it's time for one of these when we hear the distant bells toll. Ah, yes. The bells toll for the Taco Baco. Bean burrito! This is vegetarian. You will eat it, Mothman? Ah, it's Taco Tuesday. Such a vast world, perhaps I shall one day discover. Here we go. Bawarpa. Eat it! When she was gone, I feared this art was lost. What, cooking? From conception to creation, this meal shined, like the heavens shine on thee. He's such a nice Mothman! I wouldn't fuck him, but I'd have him over for tea. Grumpy Malfestio, thank you for the 555 Dominoes deal. You're awake from your hour-long nap to find Foxy throwing lettuce in the oven. Must still be dreaming again. Did I finish eating those pancakes? No. I don't like eating on stream, so I forgot to keep eating them. I've made pizza. Fish is not vegetarian. House salad. I haven't made this. Lettuce, tomato, cheese, bread. Don't actually toss the salad. I hear people in London can make that mistake. I don't get the joke. Are he saying that people in London eat too much ass? I don't get the joke here. So we need the lettuce. I have a lettuce on the counter already. Chopped lettuce. They want... Is it a full tomato? Tomato slice, cheese slice, bread slice. Tomato slice. Oh no. Tomato slice. Beep. Give him the thick tomato slice. And a bread slice. And a slice of ches. Give me the ches wedge. Boing. The cheese sounds weird when it falls over. The Brits are known for their ass eating? Are they actually? Hold on, wait a minute. Ding. Yeah! I love salad, man. House salad. House salad. Yummy, yummy. Does he want vegan or vegetarian? He wants vegetarian, not vegan. Blech. I ponder if time can touch voices once spoken through this device. The typewriter? Eat! Eat your salad in a bag! When she was gone, I feared this art was lost. How did you know? She made that for me too. Oh my god, he's replacing his dead wife with me? Alright, one more meal. Is ass eating bad? I mean, I guess that depends on the individual. Love how I just plop the bag down. That's how I gotta feed them, you know? Fruit salad! I haven't made the fruit salad either. So I'll make fruit salad. Blueberry, strawberry, apple slice. Blueberry, strawberry, apple slice. Strawberry. Blueberry. Apple. Tomato. Apple. Apple slice, not whole apple. I don't usually think of putting apples in a fruit salad, but I guess it's the only large fruit we currently have. What? Did I fuck? How did I fuck it up? How did I? Here you go. Blueberries, strawberry. Oh, it needed 2 apple slices. Fuck me, brother man. I thought it was just 1 apple slice. Okay, well, I need another strawberry, since I have been robbed of my placement of fruits around the kitchen. Strawberry. Another apple. Apple. If only I could remember how many slices of things I need. I forgot the second apple slice. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm bad at remembering things. Okay, this is an apple slice. It said tomato. Give me fruit salad! Yummy, yummy. You don't think fruit salad is meant to be made in the oven? Shh, it's a magic oven. Anya munya. Fruit salad. How did we get grape and kiwi and pineapple in the fruit salad when I didn't put those things in there? Had the art of flavor captivated your mind before our current dawn? I don't know what that means. Eat your fruit salad! What treasure may this bag of mystery hold? Yay! Your kindness shows in all you've done for us. Wait, what did you mean, us? But, thank you. He didn't give me a key, but he gave me this thing. I don't know what that means, but I need my camera if I'm gonna go out there. Camera. Where is the camera? Might as well be a key. Yeah, you know, might as well be a key. It's shiny. Sit back down. As wind rocks, the branches does flame, the cradle, the soul. Get photographed, retard. Let's add this way. I'm in the garden. On a shiny puddle. The Aurora Borealis? Sky whale! Hello. At last you have made it. Okay. You have proven a worthy steward of our sacred home. We sense overflowing compassion as you stand in this grove. The gathering of this chosen family awaits beyond the final meal. Well, that's ominous. Remember to take care. Look at the little hearts and pasta pieces. And make good memories. No, don't leave. I need to take a picture. That's a key. Target ID friend. Keep picture of friend. Can I get that big thing to come back? No? Okay. Alright, well, I guess I'm leaving my camera out here for a second, because it won't let me carry two things at once. I hate that.
Hello, friend.
Goodbye, friend. Another Twilight? Our roles must switch, my strange friend? Where the hands of this being lie, that I cannot find? What does he mean by this? Ooh, 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 ooh! Fortunate Gems recipe? And, oh, it's cereal. Cereal discovered. Fortunate Gems recipe. Hello. It's the Booty Ghost! Hello, Booty Ghost! I will give you your cereal. What must I do? Chips, cheese, gulab jamun, apple pie, berry, peanut sugar, ice cream, mistake, toast, pancake, egg, bacon, egg, steak and egg, fortunate gem, cereal, milk, bowl, spoon. Bowl. Cereal. Cereal, milk, bowl, spoon. Milk. Utensils were in this drawer. Spoon. That is very specific. Ace of Spades, thank you. If I go back to it, I can take a picture. I will have to see. Speaking of having to see, oh, he'll leave. He'll leave.
Fortunate Gems! It's his Lumkey Charms! Where did the orange juice come from?
Spoon.
Do you love me, big booty ghost? Yeah!
Wait, where's my gift? Where's my gift? Flashlight. What's happening? Legs for days.
What is this? What is this? Oh, it's a campsite. This is cute. Oh, camera! Mr. Pants, I love you.
Hello. Hello, this is a shrine? My dear, as I put ink to thoughts, memories of bygone summer nights flow. Cricket songs touched by the scent of charcoal and pine, preserved over a lifetime. Their verses for all who reside in this space. When these words are found, the little ones have made a new friend, and you a new family. We will meet again. May a lifetime of songs fill you. I wish to be filled with more than just songs, actually. What the fuck is this? Oh, this is everyone that I've fed.
Family!
What is this? The thing disappeared. Can I get it to come back? No. Well, that's kind of sad. Nope, that's gone. A Slayer Deed, thank you for the member. Can I burn myself to death in front of my family? No? Okay. But the game's not over, because there are still more people to feed, you know? What is this? Flowers? Beans? Dog toy? Seeds? I can't pick up anything here. She has to be filled with more than song, and he sent her an octopus. I don't like that. So I'm not really sure what's going on here. Maybe I need to do the loading screen again to try and get a picture of that thing. Wait, am I stuck here forever? How do I go back? I'm stuck with family. I'm stuck forever. There was something to pick up? No, it was just the scroll. It was just the scroll, and I already read that. But there's more meals to do. How do I get back to the house? See if I can sit by pants. Send me back. Send me back.
Aw, he gave me marshmallow! I love campfire courses!
That octopus is really fucking creepy, though. They need to start from the last save, because it looks like you win, but there were so many more things to feed! What did they mean by this? The backyard bonanza.
Absolute goob! Hey, one of the monsters was a gooby! Now boing.
Kirsche beat a game! I did it! You're half expecting the final meal to be the main character. Well, it wasn't that spooky. It wasn't that spooky. Ow, my head. Wow. She finished a game. There's still more meals that must be served. Help. Our favorite guy. The creatures, Figgy, Lang, and Leo. I'm guessing those are pets of the devs. The game was creepy wholesome. I like creepy wholesome sometimes. Evil Mandrake, thank you.
Look at this photograph. Every time I see it, makes me laugh.
Can I resume game? Will it put me back in the house since there's more meals to make?
Knock knock! Hello!
Okay. Alright.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sassyfoot, Mothman.
Pants wants one specific dish. See, there's a few are graced by its presence. So 13, 14 wants to find kindred spirits. It's been many years since I've seen this friend about. 15, the evening's ever watching eye. So there's 2 more. There's whatever the fuck this is, and then there's the weird presence thing. So I need to get the camera and go to the weird presence thing. Lets himself in and tells you to make me food. Yes. Yes. Giant deer thing.
Welcome back to our grove. While our time is shared, may we find peace in meditation. Boogie. I like the giant deer thing. It's kind of like a giant penis.
I don't know what the last thing to photograph is, though. I'm not sure what that thing is. Okay, let's throw this here. Wants to see the forest at peace. Few are graced by its true presence, a true honor to be a part of its gaze. This is the most accurate depiction I could come up with from memory. What the fuck? Oh yeah. The Mothman likes plants and lights. Seems like a nice guy. His eyes are kind of hypnotizing. What a nice Mothman. So, what do I do with this? The evening's ever watching eye. If I want info on what else to photograph, check DMs.
Oh, mama, 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 mama. What?
I have to take a picture of the moon? Hello, doggo. The moon.
so sassy.
No, not Firefly, you slut.
Moon! Keep the picture of the moon.
Okay. Cryptozoologist? Alright, okay. Wants nothing, can't eat, the evening's ever watching eye. Fireflies. Wants nothing on a diet. 3 heart, 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 3 heart. Pantsers. Alright, so I've done everything. I assumed that, like, the deer thing and the other thing would want something, but I guess that's it. Am I missing any achievements? Am I missing any? I am. Find all of the ingredients. Oh yeah, I'm still missing fucking carrots. Fully stocked, find all the ingredients, basic safety, why would you do that? Afraid of the dark, hold back the darkness of the night, biohazard, and master chef make every meal. Okay. Oh man, biohazard is obtain 100 pieces of slop. Jesus Christ. Okay. So, for basic safety, I'm assuming that's an achievement from me fucking with this thing over here. Hold on.
Carrot! Omelette. Carrot.
Okay, I was assuming this would electrocute me, but I guess that was not it. But this was the last ingredient I needed. This was the last ingredient I needed. How do I hurt myself? How do I hurt myself, chat? Task failed successfully. Ace of Spades, thank you. Carrots and Breaker. Oh my god. I found it before I read that. A make of the slop just reminds you of Pippa's horrible Goodwill ramen stream. I don't think I can climb in the oven, but yeah, I'll try it. It doesn't let me go in the oven. Knife? I don't think I can hurt myself with a knife either. I can't even see my own body. Sparky, redhead supremacist, thank you for the 19 months. You watch it on speaker. Kier made retarded noises, and your brother thought it was a cat.
Wow.
Alright, so I need to figure out how to hurt myself, because of basic safety. Why would you do that? Basic safety. Why would you do that? Afraid of the dark. I'm assuming the Afraid of the Dark achievement is I have to light all of the candles. So I need to know where all of the candles are? I thought I was lighting all of them as I was maneuvering around, but I guess not. There's one up here. Help, I don't have... There we go. Electrocute yourself by grabbing a fork or knife and interacting with an outlet. Oh. Oh, I didn't even think of that. That makes sense. Where's an electrical outlet? Oh, here we go. Thank you. Alright, so there was one candle in that bedroom. This candle is lit. This candle, I gotta relight. +3 int. We zappa. Is there a candle down here? The old toddler special. Does this candelabra count? It does. Alright, the candelabra is now on. I don't see any other candles in here. I didn't see a candle out there. The Chimkin room? Yeah, the bathroom was the Chimkin room. And that light's on, that candle's on. This one only had the one candle on the top of the thingy. I don't think there was a candle in the kitchen. I don't see a candle in the kitchen. No candle out here. I think there might have been one inside here. Yes. Okay. The shed? Yeah, there was one in the shed. There's a recipe in the bathroom that I missed? Is there? Is there? Where? Maybe the picnic basket with the firefly light in it? Is the recipe toilet wine? No, we did get something out of the toilet, but I don't remember what it was. Oh yeah, it's behind here. Fish chowder. I don't want the bathroom fish chowder. She missed it again. I got it. Where are the other candles is my question, though. Hello, Sassy. Where are the other candles? I got a fish out of the toilet. Oh, that's what it was. Okay, there's no candle here. The Sassyfoot's table doesn't have a candle. There has to be a candle that I'm missing, because I haven't gotten the achievement. Establishment fears the bathroom fish farmer. What the frick? I have to turn on all the light switches in addition to the candles. Oh, okay. Is there a light switch in here? Nope, the light is already on. Okay. Hello, Sassy. This light is on. That light is now on. That light is on. The string lights are on. This light is on. The bathroom light is now on. Aha! That was the last one! Alright, perfect. Just gonna make Mickey Mouse noises, I suppose. What else do we have here? Make every meal. Let's see if I can remember what meals I haven't made yet. Is that the developer? You know, with all 17 pixels, he's kind of cute. Is she just getting the easy one? I'm just getting whatever's left. Alright, I made toast, I've made pancakes. Omelette is new. Fried egg, cheese, mushroom, tomato. My emesis. My natural enemy. Fried egg. Ah. Let you fry it on the first try. Nope. What? Wait. Wait a minute. Help. Riz. Help Riz? Like, help you get a girlfriend? Egg. I can do this. I can do this, chat. I can make the egg. Yes! Yes! I have made egg. Life is good. Cheese slice, mushroom slice, tomato slice. Cheese, cheese. Cheese slice. What? Mushroom slice, tomato slice. Tomato. Sweet. Fake ass tomato slice. I need a mushroom. Just like any kind of mushroom, like this baby here. We're making the mother of all omelets, Jack. We— No! I almost lost that mushroom forever. Beep. Alright, is that it? Fried egg, cheese slice, mushroom slice, tomato slice. Hell yeah, get in there. Instead of Slay Queen, it's Cook Woman! Ding! Omelette! Snowzora Gamer, thank you. You found out why your brother loves VTubers because of me. Aw, thank you. Hey, that's very sweet. I'm just gonna make this pants guy fucking look at all the food I cook. I've made eggs and bacon. I made egg sandwich, I'm pretty sure. I have made steak and eggs, I'm pretty sure. Fortunate gems, I haven't made yet. We'll do those last. PB&J, meatball sub, chicken noodle soup I have not done. So broth, fried chicken, pasta, carrot slice. Unless you cannot play omelet you cook, she still makes an omelet. Yeah, get flipped, idiot! I made the cereal for Pants. I'm pretty sure it put me before I made the cereal for Pants. Because he's chilling here now. Alright. Broth, pasta, carrot slice. Carrot does not appear to be a refrigerator item, so it's probably in here. We need pasta, it said, I think. Pasta, broth, carrot. Broth, carrot. Eek. Eek. Broth. Carrot on the table. Oh yeah, there is one on the table that I brought in from outside. You're so fucking right. Beep. 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 I'll give it the top of the carrot. I just wanted one slice, right? Carrot slice. Yes, one. Beep. Congrats on the omelet. We made the omelet for Obama. Chicken noodle soup. Mushroom soup. I'm pretty sure I made the mushroom soup. Beef stew. I don't think I made beef stew. It doesn't sound familiar. Broth, fried steak, carrot slice, potato slice. Yeah, I couldn't because I didn't have carrot. Tomato slice. Carrot, wait, why did I put a tomato in there? Broth, carrot slice, potato slice. Carrot slice. And I need a potato. Potato? I guess there's potatoes there. Sent you carrot, but I eated it. I like carrot in stew. Algrim the Crusader, thank you. You got omelet you cook after seeing me play it. It's such a relaxing game. Thanks for introducing us all to it. Definitely a very good recommend by chat. It was a fucking great game. Wait, no, Omelet You Cook was not the recommend by chat. This was the recommend by chat game that I'm playing now. Omelet You Cook, I got a key from the developer. It was very good. Thank you. Thank you, Algrim. My brain can remember things occasionally. Sope, thank you for the dongers. Thanks for the foe. The fa. Are you welcome for the fa? Alright, I put a potato and a carrot slice in here. I need fried steak and broth. Gotta get another broth. Where the broth at? Broth here. Omelet You Cook very... Look, there's so many cooking games, I can't remember everything. Alright. Raw chimkin. Wait, I wanted steak, not chimkin! Frig! That's fine. Mice can eat good. Give me the steak. Yeah. Paramore Sen, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Yeah. I hope that flipped. Welcome, Raiders. We're playing nice cooking game. That didn't flip. Fuck me. Oh, yeah, that flipped. We cooking for cryptids. Steak. Go in. Anamonia. Ding. Beef stew.
beef stew.
I have done the mushroom stir fry. I have done country fried chicken. I've done chicken parmesan. Fish chowder. Fried fish gravy. Milk potato slice. Bounty of the sea. Gravy is butter and flour. There's no butter here. There's no butter here. There's butter. Butter and what? Butter and flour. Flour. Mixing with the butter. I love this mixer, man. Ding. Gravy. Fried fish, milk, potato slice. Milk. Potato slice. Fishums. Fishums. Magic fridge, magic oven. The kitchen cleans itself. You love it, no, fishy? Did that flip? That flipped like 1,000,000 times. I hope that counts. No.
Fuck you, you dumb cunt!
It overflipped. Okay, I get 3 attempts at fish here.
Whippa. That didn't work. Whippa.
Fuck! Why is the fish so hard?
Fuck! Fish soup. Fish soup.
Fish are out here doing barrel rolls. I know, they're dodging the fucking pan, man. Surely that flipped, right? Surely that was good enough?
Come on, cook, you bitch. Come on. Come on. Come on, man.
God damn it. How do I get the fish to just flip one fucking time, dude?
Fish.
Uh-oh. Okay, it's just a mouse.
Yay!
Oh, thank fucking God. Get in there. Is fish harder to flip than egg? I guess so.
Ice, thank you for the full fucking year, my guy. Thank you.
This feels like Valentine ambiance, by the way. Never mind. You wish you met and wedded girl like me minus the slop cooking. Hey, my cooking in real life is good, mind you.
Fish chowder.
Ah! Help. I made meatloaf? I did make meatloaf, right? I have a feeling I made meatloaf. Chat, did I make the meatloaf? I think I did. I'm pretty sure I did. Philly cheesesteak? Did I make the Philly cheesesteak? I think I did. I did? Okay. I've made it before? Okay. But how's your roast chicken? I fucking love chicken, man. Alfredo, I made that. Spaghetti and meatball? Have I made the spaghetti and meatball? I don't remember. I did? Okay. Beef burrito? Did I make a beef burrito? I know I made the bean burrito. This was the bean burrito. That's steak and eggs, and that's eggs and bacon, and that's the breakfast egg sandwich and pancake. And this was a chicken burrito. Okay, so I made a chicken burrito, but I didn't make the beef burrito. I think is what I'm seeing here. Yeah, there's the meatloaf and the cheesesteak. All right, we're fucking cooking with olive oil. All right, so I gotta make the beef burrito.
Tortilla fry the steak, a chop the lettuce, a cheese a slice.
I have cheese slice. I need chopped lettuce. You like the thunderstorm ambiance? Yeah, it's nice. Chopped lettuce, a cheese slice, a tortilla, and the fried steak. Oh shit, I should have taken the steak out of there. Whatever, bro. Whatever, bro. Tortilla. Ow! Fuck you. That's a lot of butter. I need steak. Steak. Give me the steak. I have a few different cookies to make. I do. No! Fuck! Fuck! Frying things is so hard in this game! You wish your fridge auto refreshed? Same. Flipper. Yeah, buddy! The Mises are eating good tonight. I love feeding the Mises. Lettuce, cheese, tortilla, steak. Lettuce, cheese, fried steak, tortilla. Let's fucking get in here. The beefy burrito. The flippu. Flippu, flippu. Beef burrito. I still really wish that we could have the, like, images of the food instead of in a paper bag. I would like that. I made the chicken burrito, I made the bean burrito, I've made pizza, I have not made a burger. Ground beef, raw steak, and salt. That's a lot of fish. A raw steak. Now I gotta go find salt. Those are beans, salt. It's time for burger. I love burger. Burger. Ground beef. Cheese slice and 2 bread slices. Cheese slice. And I don't have any bread here. Close. I must get a loafer. Hello, doggo. Loafer. Oh! I love loaf. I love loaf. Look at how efficient I am at cutting bread now. I think it wanted 2 slices of bread. I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure it wanted 2. Ground beef, a cheese slice, a bread slice, times 2. Too greasy for me, but a certain someone keeps requesting this one. How the fuck? Do you not like burgers, you freak? Ding! Burger! How does it have onions and tomato on it and a toothpick? How did that happen? Burger. Fish and chips. I think I have made the fish and chips. I'm pretty sure I did. House salad, I made that. Fruit salad, I made that. I have not made French fries somehow. 4 potato slices. Potato. 1. Potato. I have a lot of bread on here, but not a lot of potato. I thought I had another potato slice still on the cutting board, but I guess I don't. I guess I... Oh, there we go. I knew it! I knew it! I need another potato. Potato. Oven takes assorted ingredients placed on the rack and turns them into finished dishes, and you're gonna complain about a little ghost onions? Yeah, I want to know where they came from, man! Bop. 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 Potato slice. Potato slice. Potato slice. Potato slice. Is that it? I just... Potato slice? Alright, okay. Oh boy, we're baking Italian food? I don't know if I'd call French fries Italian food. Ding! The ding makes me so happy. They come with ketchup! Nachos. I don't think I've made nachos yet. Chips, cheese sauce, ground beef. Have I made nachos? I don't remember, chat. I know I made cheese sauce for someone. 2 meals. I had, that's a PB&J, meatball sub, Alfredo, crackers and cheese, pizza. There's some mushroom soup and a mushroom stir fry, cheese pizza, Alfredo. That must be the pasta and meatballs. 3 variations of dessert. There's a chicken parmesan. There's some kind of creamy steak. No, I don't. I could have sworn I made a cheese sauce for something, but maybe I'm just fucking high. I don't know. Alright. Milk and cheese wedge. Milk. Cheese wedge. Oh, maybe I made this for the Alfredo. That might be what I'm thinking of. It was for the Alfredo, chat. You're so fucking smart. Shit. Cheese sauce. Ground beef, raw steak, and salt. Raw steak. Salt. I did make cheese sauce for the Alfredo. Yeah, I completely forgot about that. I'm a little goober. I'm a little tiger. Sexy little tiger. And Chippa. 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 Quack. Ooh, Chippa. Oh. So much salt. We love salt. Ding! Nacho! I'm so good at making spooky creature food. Get on the table. Get on the... No, not on the floor. On the table. Thank you. Chips and guacamole. I have not made that. Mix avocado plus salt. Avocado looks like a weird butt plug. We will mix the butt plug with the salt. And then you will have a margarita rim. Salt. Pick it up. Food is making you big hungry. I get to eat dinner after stream. Yay! Damn, this takes a lot of mixing for the fucking avocado. Guacamole dip. Get in there. Guacamole. And more chippa. Chippa, chippa, chippa. Chippa, chocolate. Chippa. That's a lot of salt in there. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine. Hit! Help! Ding! Gross. Gross, and also, where did the lime come from? Fuck. I wanna... Yeah! Cheese and quackers, I've done that. Gulab Jamun! I have no idea what a Gulab Jamun is. I'd never even heard of this one. Before someone requested I make it. Flour and water? I need a bag of flour. Flour. I don't like that fucking light, bro. I'm gonna close this. Guac is alright if it's made right. I just don't like the guacamole. The only time I will ever eat avocado is in a sushi. Alright, so I mix this. I don't know why I didn't do that. Jamon is French for ham, but there's no ham in that recipe. Oh, I just assumed it was Indian. Rose maple syrup milk. What the fuck? Milk. Maple syrup is under the sink, as you do. Damn, that fucking rum-aged maple syrup that I had this morning, that was fucking good, bro. I need a rose. A rose, a rose. I've never eaten a flower before. Gulab Jamun! Every time the dog barks, you think it's a real dog? No! Ding! Gulab Jamun! I have absolutely no idea what those are. The image did not help. Balls. Yeah, they're balls. Apple pie? I don't think I've made apple pie. Dough, sugar, butter, apple slice. Dough? Sugar, butter, apple slice. Butter. Sugar, butter, apple slice. Where the sugar at? Sugar. I think I have an apple slice up here still, right? No, just tomato slices? Okay. I gotta get an apple. The butter on the dog. The stinky Indian balls. What the hell? Apple pie would be even better with a little bacon in it. I don't think I would like that. Apple slice 1. Butter is in there. Sugar is in there. I must mix the flour and water. You eat flowers all the time. Yellow wood sorrel. Eating it in front of city folk is a nice party trick. There are these like weird yellow flowers shaped kind of like bells that are edible that are all around where I grew up, and people would just like pick them off the bush and eat them. I don't remember what kind of flower they are though. I've had rose tea and rose water for cocktails. I have sprayed rose water on my face. Apple pie with a slice of cheddar cheese. I like apple pie warm with ice cream.
Ding. Apple. Oh, it didn't show me. I must have clicked too fast. Now I'm sad.
Apple pie. Blueberry pie? Did I make the blueberry pie? I think I might have. I know I made a pie. Yeah, there's the blueberry pie. Chocolate chip cookie? I think I made the chocolate chip cookie for that same guy. Yeah, those are chocolate chip cookies. And then I think I tried to make sugar cookies and then he didn't want them. So peanut butter cookies are the only cookies I have left to make. So once again, flour and water. I need a bag of flour. Woo! Bag of flour. And some water. I made both pies for the levitating alien. I don't think I made the apple pie. I made 2 cookies for the levitating alien, though. Have I made fish and chips? Oh, I did. The butter dog. We must give them a buttered dog.
Ding.
Okay. Sugar and peanut butt. A bag of sugar right here. Peanut butt. I must keep the dog away from it. He cannot eat it. This is for cookies. Poor Pants is watching this woman make a pile of food in front of him and not a single goddamn thing lands on his plate. That's okay, he's autistic and he just wants cereal.
Oh! Peanut butter cookie.
I think I tried to make an apple pie for Pants, thinking it was a particular snack. Oh, that might have happened. That's possible. Fuck! Oh, you gotta get on the table.
Ah!
Yeah! Sugar cookie, I have done. Vanilla ice cream, milk, ice, sugar.
Milk.
Ice in the freezer. I'm dying.
I need a bag of sugar. Bag of sugar, sugar.
Sugar, butterfly, lady.
Yeah.
Take it easy, no dying. I don't know how to not die. Wait, no vanilla? We don't have vanilla as an ingredient. The magic oven just knows.
Yay!
I have made chocolate, strawberry, milk, ice, sugar, strawberry.
Strawberry.
Milk. Ice. You are very loud. Need a bag of sugar, bag of sugar. Do, 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 do. Those are chippa. Those are chippa. Sugar. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. If only real baking was this easy. Yes, same, right? No cleanup even? That's great. Strawberry! Oh, it's even got like halves of strawberries in it. That's pretty nice. Nope. Nope, we need it on the table. Yeah. Mistake. Toast. Alright. Oh, wait. Okay, so there's something I'm missing. There's something I'm missing that I haven't made. Because that was the whole rim of recipes. Egg sandwich, steak and eggs, fortunate... Okay, might be the fortunate gems, because I gotta save those last. Cereal, milk, bowl, spoon. Bowl. Milk. Spoon. Gems. And if this doesn't trigger it, I have no idea what I need to make. Ding! Alright. Okay. I have no clue what recipe I'm missing then. Have to put a spoon in for the bowl of cereal, but the ice cream, it'll just magically make one? Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Alright, I've made peanut butter and jelly, I've made the meatball sub, I made chicken noodle soup, I made mushroom soup, I made beef stew, I made mushroom stir fry, I made country fried chicken, I made chicken parmesan, fish chowder. At least I thought I made country fried chicken, did I not? Yeah, it's in the picture, it's this thing, isn't it? It's that thing. Wants 4 meats of sky or sea. The first one is country fried chicken, isn't it? It looks like... Oh, maybe that's fish and chips. I'm gonna make it the country chicken, because I don't remember. I thought I did it, but maybe I didn't. Country fried chimkin. The second one is... I don't know what that means. Fish and chips? I made the fish and chips. Nice flipper. I made country fried chicken for octopus. That's what I thought. The cereal is also the only dish with a carryable model. It is, unfortunately. Potato slice and then gravy. First was fish and chips, second was parmesan. What did I say I needed a slice of? I already forgot. Potato slice. And then the gravy, butter and flour. Big of flour, big of flour. Oh, man. Beep. Rolando Ramirez, thank you. I got a racist VTuber after me again, and Smuggleana finally made it. What did you mean by this? That's a big-ass pantry. It's a magic pantry. Wavy. Could be wrong, but the octopus got both the country fried and the fish and chips? I mean, he might have, but I don't know. I don't know what else I'm missing to make. Country fried chimkin. What am I missing? What have I not cooked? Chicken parmesan has been cooked. Fish chowder has been cooked. I did that, like, just now. Might need a toxic dish. Stomach problems. Put the red and white mushroom into the oven without... or with any regular recipe with mushroom slice as an ingredient to create a toxic dish. Must be a mushroom-based dish. Okay, so I'll do mushroom stir-fry, I guess. Pasta, butter, mushroom slice. Pasta, butter, mushroom slice. Butter. And you said red and white mushroom into the oven. Okay, so I need to grab a red and white mushroom. This thing, I'm assuming. And then I need to slice another mushroom. Like this thing. Hormone, thank you for the 11 months, my guy. Thank you, thank you. Chopper. There we go. What the fuck was that? It was green. Mushroom slice. Times 2, and then I need pasta. Pasta. Wait, there's no room. How am I supposed to do this? KB, help. It doesn't let me. Chop the red shroom? Maybe one slice of each? I did that before, remember? I put a slice of red in here. One of the slices should be the poison one. I did that! I did that and it made it normal, didn't it? Beep. I'll try that though. Let's take out that mushroom slice. Put that there. Take one of these. Am I sure? I thought so. Does that have to replace all the normal mushroom? I don't know. We'll find out. Ding! No, I just made normal mushroom stir fry. Oh, stomach problems make poor choices in produce. Okay, so that gave me a different achievement. That gave me a different achievement. So I'm still missing another food. Where was I? Chicken parmesan I made, fish chowder I made, meatloaf I made, Philly cheesesteak I made, Alfredo I made. I thought I made spaghetti and meatballs, but maybe that's a different pasta dish? Like, maybe... Maybe I haven't made spaghetti and meatball? I thought that was spaghetti and meatball, but maybe that's like spaghetti with pepper? I don't know. Am I sure I did spaghetti and meatball? Chat seemed pretty unsure when I thought that was spaghetti and meatball, but maybe it's not? I made both pasta dishes for this guy? That's what I thought. It doesn't look like meatballs? It didn't look like meatballs, yeah? Beef burrito, I just made. Chicken burrito is in the pictures. Bean burrito, I just made. Pizza, I've made. Burger, I just made. Fish and chips, I just made. That looks like spicy meatball to you? House salad I made. Fruit salad I made. French fries I made. Nachos I made. Chips and guacamole I made. Cheese and crackers are in the pictures. Gulab jamun I made. Apple pie I made. Blueberry pie I made. Chocolate chip cookies, yes. Peanut butter, yes. Sugar cookie, yes. Vanilla, yes. Chocolate ice cream, yes. Strawberry ice cream, yes. Mistake. So what am I missing? So maybe see if a number's missing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm missing number 8. What is recipe number 8? Where do I get that? I'm missing it. You're so fucking smart, chat. Where is recipe number 8? Check the bowl cabinet. I don't think I can remove the bowls, so I don't think I can check there. Turn both sides of the sink. You're so smart! Grilled cheese! That's number 8! I love you, chat. 2 bread slices and a slice of cheese. Bread slice? Bread slice? Slice of cheese. Turn the water off? Why? I have well water, it's fine. Grilled cheese! I love grilled cheese. Oh, that was the last one I was missing too. Fuck yeah, buddy. Get off the floor though. Get off the floor. We need you on the table. We need you on the table. Yeah. Yeah! I think that was the last achievement. I think that's literally everything. Hold on. Oh no, biohazard. I'm 6 out of 100. Hold on, I can do this. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16,
17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100? Okay, I miscounted. It took a couple more, but I got there! Stop counting, you might hurt yourself. I did it! I got all the achievements. I got big blue ribbon now, and I'm happy. Yay! Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Counting with a fox woman? Tonight's episode brought to you by the letter B for balls that we made in the oven. Didn't know you could do numbers up to 100. We did it! Yay! I really need to pee again because I've sucked back like 3 water bottles in the time since I last peed. Why? I'm drinking so much water. My piss is gonna be the clearest on the planet. This is great. This is fucking great. All right. Tuesday. I will see you next on Tuesday, I think, chat. What does my schedule say? Did I have something this Monday or is that next Monday? A little peeksy here. What are we doing? Oh, nope. I will see you Monday. I will see you Monday because there's a huge Side Scrollers Plus podcast. Apparently, I have it listed at 7 p.m. Eastern, so I'll see you Monday night. Monday night on Side Scrollers Plus. If you want to sign up for a Side Scrollers Plus, make sure you're using code FOXLADY. When you use code FOXLADY, I get paid. Questionably. I mean, I get resources. I get paid from it, but Locals does not wish to pay out. So I gotta figure that out. So Side Scrollers Plus tomorrow, and then I'll see you back here normally on Tuesday's stream. We got that Taco Tuesday energy. Sphincter, thank you. Kirsche, thanks for all the extra streaming. Please go eat dinner. I'm gonna piss and I'm gonna eat dinner. Hell yeah. What a wonderful evening. Thank you guys. It was nice to beat a nice relaxing cooking game. Dara Jalen, the Fallout modder, thank you for the 4 months. I will drink more water. I've been drinking a fuck ton. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Let me see. Homestead to touch. Homestead to touch here. I know you mean ya. Mama. Who did we raid yesterday? I don't remember. Who did we raid yesterday? Was that Bagman yesterday? I got brain damage. I do boy. You love the tard sounds? I'm thinking. We raided Henya yesterday? Oh, was it Henya yesterday? I thought it was Bagman. What? Okay. I guess Bagman hasn't been on in a while. It was Henya. Well, we raided Bagman on Kick the other day. What do you mean? Let me check. How do I check? Overall, I would like to go to Kick's main page. I am Trevor Forever. Thank you for the 9-month member. Thank you. Cowboy Simulator. I love cowboys. Thank you, Trevor Forever, for the fucking 9-month member. Please enjoy a nice placenta country fried style. And Tactical Templar, thank you for the raid on Kick. Sorry, I'm about to leave as well, but welcome, Kick Raiders. Welcome, Kick Raiders. I'm gonna keep that raid train on Kick going. Going to raid into the Bagman, since it actually worked the other day. So, like, half the time, Kick raids do not work for me when I try to do it. Let me refresh my Kick page. Is he on YouTube again today? Because he said he was on YouTube yesterday. And I was like, fuck, I didn't even try finding you. He's fat. Ace of Spades, thank you. New Skybrows video, I've seen it talked about. So remember the Chinese menu that called veal cowboy leg? What the fuck? What the fuck? The Dent Man raid, he is on YouTube? Okay, let me see if I can do the dual raid for him today. Let's see if I can do it. Customization, where are we? Redirect, add, search other channels, bags. What is Bagman's YouTube channel? I just call him Bagman, so I can't keep track of all of his names. I don't know ya. Hope you'll hop over to Green Twitch. Yeah, hop over to Green Twitch. Be a warm fucking body. Damn, he got shuffled off to Kick. Yeah, he's banned for like a month on Twitch. It's Bagstarred. Bags. I think it might be Stirred, right? Because he had to like change his name. That's not matching anything. It's not Bagstirred, Bagstarred. It's not Bagstarred. No, it's not Tard or Turd. Bagsterd. Bagsterd. Yeah, that's coming up with no channels found. Fuck it. I'm just gonna rate him on Kick. He doesn't exist. He doesn't exist on YouTube. So I'll throw up the Kick raid, and we will go into the Bagman from there. Monya! I'll see you guys who have Side Scrollers Plus a Monday night at 7 p.m. Eastern for some Side Scrollers Plus podcasting. And I'll see you back here on Tuesday for our regularly scheduled stream. Thank you guys for hanging out. Always appreciated. Have a great rest of your night.